Welcome back. It is the last day here for Iesf Asia qualifiers, and it should be a fun one. We've got some interesting matchups for you today as, you hit the final day, you hit a last few bit of qualifier slots being taken, but our first matchup, both teams have already qualified. However, these are the first place teams that are tied with each other, looking to break that tie in a BO3. So I'm joined here by Waxman. This should be a fun one, and you're looking dapper, and I know I've said it to you yesterday, and I knew I said it to you the day before, but you're up in the game, and it's frustrating. You're wearing a turtleneck. I can't pull off turtlenecks. I have a turtleneck that I bought, and I wore it once, and I said, I look ridiculous. And now I stick to plain shirts, plain collars. That's it. I just keep it very basic, and then, I can't pull off a turtleneck. I don't know what the trick is.
I'll tell you what my thing is, because day by day, I usually wear quite, I'm like a tracksuit type guy, right? I am just like my sport outfit. But I realized that most of my sporting daily outfits are very monochrome. So then when we go live for our lovely viewers at home, the white balance on my face, it just turns me looking like a ghost. So the only clothes that I like that I own look slightly fancier. So don't worry, Big Up. I'm just a regular dude myself. But I'm glad you're bringing this on up, because the first series of the day is a best of 3. And it is kind of the grand final of the region, right? The question I have for you is, I believe in the Central Asian region, we also had that as the final series, which was Uzbekistan versus Kyrgyzstan. And that kind of wasn't as impactful as I hoped it would be. Do you think that teams really don't care if they're fighting for that seeding slot?
I don't know how much seeding is going to be important in terms of what we've been seeing so far. Especially, I don't really know where everybody's going to sit come the group stage, and I don't know if many people do. So we'll see how seriously people take the seeding stage. I think for India and Nepal, though, this one is potentially a revenge series for India, because the last time this teams met was Road to the Asian Games. Last year in July, and Nepal took that series 2-0. So I'll be interested to see how serious these guys are going to be taking it. Maybe there is like that little bit of we need revenge kind of play there. Yeah. But Nepal beat them 2-0 pretty handily when they won in July of last year. So it was a very interesting matchup, and it did include Krish, who is playing for India. Like that was still the guy to be, on the side of India. There are a couple players from Nepal who are playing on this team. I know Puzzle is one of them. Luris is one of them as well, who is playing with that Nepal squad on the road to the Asian Games. So it's definitely interesting. There's nothing to really be gained in terms of, the win. There's no prize money. They're both teams are qualified, but I'm wondering how much there is to see coming through, especially now that, I would say Krish has a little bit more experience under his belt. This has always been one of those guys for me to watch, and he's been getting a little bit more experience under his belt. He played a little bit of time with Execration this year, and then he played a little bit of time in the Elite League qualifiers, the Riyadh Master qualifiers, and TI qualifiers with the Sabang Esports group. So I'm ready to see what these two rosters have, but I'm expecting India to want a little bit of revenge.
So would I. And one of the big aspects, of course, for these nations when they're representing their country is, first and foremost, you want to show to your government in the end, right, that esports deserves to be something that they invest more money in. So if you are, for example, either side of Nepal or India or any of the teams in IESF, and you manage to get first place overall in your region, you can go up to your higher ups, the federation, and then they take it even further and be like, look, these are the results that our team managed to clutch only by themselves. But then now, if you give them extra support where they can go on the international stage and represent us even more, and for a nation like India, we were just talking in the pre-live show last night. They won the Cricket World Cup, right? So we know India is a very competitive nation in itself. And if they could expand into esports and find even more success than they have over the last, decade, this would be a good starting point.
Yeah, definitely. It would definitely be a good starting point for them. And you're always trying to convince the federations to, like you said, to invest a little bit more. And I think both teams kind of have a bit on the line here where, the qualifications for the Asian Games, those victories did mean something, as we see India's roster. And because Nepal had beaten India, India was an unseeded team, and they went into a group stage at the Asian Games with Kyrgyzstan and Philippines, two teams we've seen in these qualifiers so far. And they ended up 0-2 in that little group stage. It was BO1s, and it was definitely very tough for them when they played both the Philippines and Kyrgyzstan. And Kyrgyzstan had Zayats on it. Like, those were the rosters to beat. But Nepal, they ended up, getting seeded into the playoffs, which they unfortunately ended up losing 2-0 to Kyrgyzstan. But we've talked about Kyrgyzstan. They are a very strong team. Nepal is showing that they can get themselves to some serious results here, and it'll be interesting to see what we see from both these teams. So you see Krish at the top of your lineup there for India. He's always been the household name for the Indian Dota team that's been out there. No Chance is also one of those guys. And if we get a chance to interview HBK, I got to know if it's WWF, that he's the Heartbreak Kid and Shawn Michaels, if that's where it's from. That's what I'm hoping for. And I hope during the interview he gives a little bit of the this and then a this, because that's what I need to see. I mean, that is the HBK that I know and love. So if it's not that, I'd be very disappointed.
So not the DX version. Okay, I see. Okay, no.
You can do the DX version. Shawn Michaels, he mixed around a little bit. But the family friendly would be the flex into the point. The DX version is the Attitude Era, which I'm hearing rumors that
it's coming back.
Might be going back to the Attitude Era, which might make me start watching the WWF again. So that's the India roster for you.
I also want to mention No Chance for a little bit. Actually, we'll come back to No Chance when we go through the draft. As right now we have, of course, their opponents. Nepal with Larice, Sisson, Puzzle, Caleb, and Blues. And the highlight player for Nepal for me this tournament has been Larice of BCOP, taking over games time and time again. First of all, there was a Beastmaster find. The hero was broken. Maybe don't read that much into it. But I believe the Darkseer performances from Larice have also been exemplary, to the point of in their final game yesterday, the respect bans came through, banning 3 offlaners in the first ban phase. The opponents tried maybe to offset Larice, and granted, I believe he then picked a Centaur and had slightly less impact, but they still ended up winning. So I'm going to be quite curious to see how India will approach this upcoming draft phase, and if they're really going to prioritize shutting down Nepal's offlaner.
Yeah, and the Nepalese offlaner, he had an 8-0-20 performance with Viper, which was insane to say the least. And when he was playing in the Asian Games, he only got a chance to play Legion Commander twice. That was the 2 games that they had against Kyrgyzstan. But in the road to the Asian Games, he's played Magnus. He's shown with Beastmaster, and Beastmaster is one of those heroes we've spoken about a lot during these qualifiers. That is just, it's a hero to beat. And I think some teams have figured it out. Hey, go Medusa. We could beat this hero. We could slap it, shut it down. Yesterday, we had some fast matchups that were kind of insane. I think we ended on that 19-minute game yesterday, but that was the South region, or that was the West region.
Western,
sorry.
We are in South now, yes.
And that was a very, very fast game. So, it's always interesting to see what these teams are going to bring out. There are pocket picks that are available. I know that Nepal and India have played Meepo in the past. I'd love to see if that makes it through. I'm interested. I'm interested in what they're going to do, because with no stakes, there's usually something a little bit different coming out.
I'm going to ask you, Bicop, one of the heroes that we keep talking about, because at first, and even yesterday, some games it gets first banned, and then when it doesn't get banned, it's never picked. And that is the Broodmother, right? I feel like both of us were like, what is up with that hero in the current meta? Because in Immortal high ranked games, it has a 55% win rate, which is a lot for an offlaner. And clearly some teams are afraid of it. That's why they're banning it out. But when it's not banned out, why do you think the teams stay away from it? Do you think it because it's quite a risky pick, and if she does get countered and shut down, you just lose one of the maps in the best of 3? Or do you think it's more of a comfort you don't have a good micro player?
I think if you're playing off lane, you should be a little bit of a microer, especially with what's popular right now. You've got Enigma, you have Beastmaster, 2 heroes that you got to micro at least a little bit with. It really depends, because I think Brood is one of those heroes where if it's not it's first phase banned, I think picking it early is always a risk. And if you're not picking it last pick, I think you're putting yourself at a little bit of a disadvantage, because there are always heroes that can make sure that, hey, you know what, we could switch our draft up a little bit. We got things that can work with it. If you didn't ban a TA, or you didn't ban a Kunkka, you didn't ban something that can take care of these spiderlings, then the Brood's going to end up flopping, right? So
exactly.
When you see it banned in the first phase, I think it's very, hey, we just need to get this hero out of the mix, make sure we're not thinking about it. I don't think it's going to be picked up first. But outside of that, I think it has to be a last pick, or you're setting yourself up for potential disaster. That's why we don't see it when it makes it all the way through.
Imagine we get a Larice Broodmother. I would love that. I'm gonna be honest. Like, they're gonna ban his Beast, they're gonna ban his Seer, they're gonna ban even the Magnus, and then hopefully we get him on the Broodmother to just put on an absolute terror of performance. But I do believe that this upcoming best of 3 will be slightly more evenly matched up than the ones we had yesterday, right? Like you mentioned, yesterday it was every single game felt like a walk in the park for one of the sides, and hopefully this, as the equivalent of the grand final for the region, will go a bit better when it comes, to a viewing and casting experience.
Yeah, for sure. I'm ready to see some close Dota. I think we'll get close Dota. There is history between these teams, like I said.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how much these teams know each other, how close they are. And they do have a little bit of history. They have played each other, but it's been a little bit, I don't know. I'm hoping that it's close. We're not on a rolling schedule. I'm always hoping for a full series. Give me 3 games. I really don't care. I've got no stake in the game. I kind of want to see Krish perform, because Krish, when they played in the Asian Games, or the Road to the Asian Games, he was safe laning for them, and now he's mid laning. So I want to see what we see from him and what he's going to be bringing to the table, because it'll be interesting. He's moved around a little bit. He's expanded horizons, and I'm not sure. We'll see.
Similar, like I said, I want to bring No Chance in discussion, because like Krish, No Chance had a bit of a high in career in about 2016, 2018, and that period. But then with the introduction of the DPC, I believe he took a bit of a break, only committing mostly to the Indian squad, playing yearly. But by looking at his recent results on the Wikipedia page, I can see that he's been making a bit of a career resurgence recently, you could say, playing with one of the squads as recent as a year and a half ago, even being on the Winter Bears roster, right? Which obviously, we talked about Winter Bears yesterday. They're now focused more on the Iranian region, but still, No Chance is a player, like I said, that has had the taste of that tier 2 Dota, and the fact that now at age 32 is trying to make a comeback. I think it's a very beautiful story, because it shows, for the longest time, conversations in esports have been about once you're 27, 28, you're already too old. You've peaked, you're out of it. You should probably become a coach, become an analyst, or just move on with your life. But the more I start seeing players age in both Dota and Counter-Strike and other esport titles, we see these 33, 35-year-olds perform. And, because we keep making the parallels with sport, right? Esports and sports could be very similar. Now we get professional athletes that are in their late 30s that still perform at the highest level. I know, as an American, you can probably tell us more about the whole LeBron James playing with his son situation. But even here across the pond, we got, Cristiano Ronaldo. He's getting very rapidly close to 40, and he's still playing for the national team of his country as a starting player. So if athletes can do it in sports, I don't see why in esports we wouldn't be able to extend pro player careers with 5-10 years.
Yeah, I got to ask you one question before I go any further. Okay. How old are you, dude? I'm 31. I feel like I just got targeted right there. I'm 31. I felt like, 30. Oh, fun. You got to like esports? Are you kidding me, dude? I got very targeted. That sounded like it came from someone I think you're 23, so I'm just going to guess. You look young. You look 23, 24. I just felt like you were like, these 30-year-olds staying in the game. What the hell, man? This is a young person sport.
So I've been, I'll tell you how I realized that I'm also not old by any chance, but I'm, getting slightly older. When I was a kid, I used to play FIFA 07, right? So the equivalent of NBA 2K, but like for 2007. And I used to play career mode, and every time or manager mode, every time one of my players would hit 27, I would already consider, oh my God, he's going to start to devalue. I need to sell him, and then I need to get a younger player that's like, 21 to have him for the next few seasons. And now I have reached that point because I am 27, but I'll take the 23. Thank you very much. So I'm starting to be targeted because for the longest time, because I'm also quite a bit of an athlete, I used to play at a semi-professional level, and I always used to be the kid, right, playing with the people older than me. But now I realize the last few tournaments, the last few seasons, I'm like, oh my God, I'm playing with 21-year-olds. This is crazy. I was in school when they were born. Like, that's mental to me.
Yeah, it's I'm wondering if it is an old man and me that is not seeing that, hey, maybe I am just aging out of things, because I have seen it before where, I hope that my age doesn't get to me. I felt the injuries. I've played some games of softball and hurt my ankle, and what can you do? I have to try and walk it off and just put some dirt on it, but I'm not as young anymore, so it's not as easy. That's for sure.
So, someone that plays sport, do you think the fall off is greater in sports or in esports? Because, for example, I talked to Black about this at extent, and Black is arguing that right now, somewhat like reflex-wise, he's, if not as good as he was when he was in his prime, maybe even like 0.5% even faster than before. And I know for a fact there was the whole conversation a few years ago with Fear and Sumail running some, I guess, right-click speed or like a hand-eye coordination test when Fear still was outdoing Sumail. So, yeah, what are your thoughts on that as someone that plays both sports and gaming?
I think that if you're a professional in sports, I think your availability of ways to slow down your degradation of all those things is very much available for you. Whereas, like, I think the hand-eye stuff and the looking at the screen, it's almost impossible to slow down that degradation and that click speed and everything like that. The athletes that play like hockey and they play baseball or they're playing football or something like that, I think that the availability to just be able to maintain at a specific level is just, it's so much more there for them than it is in esports or just the normal person like me and you. Like, yeah, we've played sports, we've done this, but you really didn't have access to, the stem cells and all of a sudden you're getting massages and you're getting the ice baths and just the everything. You know what I mean? So it's just, I think in esports, it's much harder to stop the degradation that age brings. And I think some people are just fortunate to be able to play later and later into their lives. Because, you think about people like, say, Fear, or maybe even, the example of Solo.
Yep.
Solo's 33. He's playing pretty competitive Dota. So, I think some people are fortunate to not have that degradation as quickly. But you also got to remember, professional careers in esports also start way earlier than professional careers in traditional sports. You're not coming out of college and playing professional baseball until you're 19, 20, 21. Whereas we've got guys who start playing professional Dota 15 14. And, guys like XXS, who I believe is still only 24 years old, and he's been playing professional
for like 12
Dota
years.
since forever. So it's been a while. The degradation's not there yet, but they've been playing for illustrious careers. For you get 10 years in hockey, you get 10 years as a footballer. You're pretty stoked, aren't you?
Absolutely. Okay, so that is correct. XXS's first Wikipedia credit at S tier event is in 2015 back at ESL 1 New York for CDEC. No, Team DK. Yep. Wow, that is unbelievable. But something that is equally as unbelievable is this grand final and the draft. I know it's not a grand final, but it's the deciding match between the top two seeds. And what a surprise. India starting off with the Beastmaster Darkseer ban, as expected.
Yeah, it's no surprise that we see that. And the Pudge is no surprise either. There's been a bit of Pudge
True.
that we've been seeing. And whether or not the Pudge feels that amazing is in the eyes of the beholder. We've seen a couple of okay Pudge games. I haven't really felt like a amazing Pudge game. We've seen like basic middle ground Pudge games. Nothing that's really been like, oh my God, I don't give that guy Pudge again. That's insane.
So I would say I think me and Black had a few very insane Pudge games actually. So you've been very unfortunate this qualifier because you've got the long series, you got not the fun Pudges. But no, there was definitely, I believe, from Kyrgyzstan's Sunset, the stand-in for Zayat. He had like two crazy Pudge games. But anyway, we're not going to see it in this first map of the best of three, but what we'll get is the Weaver, because obviously when you go back for banning the Pudge, letting the Weaver go through is a big risk.
Yeah. Letting the Weaver through is a big risk, but that instant counter of the Rubik, or not really a counter, it's the instant answer. And whether or not it's a full-on counter is, again, I think dependent on what the team picks around this Rubik, but as long as you're stealing Shikuchi, you're doing well. It's something like, you see an Underlord, you kind of want Rubik, you steal Firestorm, you feel great about yourself, you're throwing it back, tenfold. But against the Weaver, I think Rubik's a pretty solid choice. That Shikuchi can really make or break fights, especially if you can keep up with some of these cores with that Shikuchi and get a telekinesis off.
Before we actually see the draft, let's do something a bit different this time around, because let's go for predicting who's winning this series.
It's early, oh my God.
Yeah, let's go. Like who are you backing in this one?
Oh man. I mean, technically the results favor Nepal.
Yeah. I'm taking Nepal. If you want to, I'll make it easier for you. I'm taking Nepal because they seem to be the more informed team right now.
I'm going to take Nepal as well. In 2020 as well, Nepal beat India 2-0. Or no. Yeah. In the grand final, they beat them 2-0. But they lost 1-0 in the group stage. So out of all these matchups, India has only won once. So I'm going to take Nepal winning this series.
But if you're an Indian fan, don't be upset with us. Of course, this is just us going a bit over the limb on the momentum that the two teams have generated over the last couple of days. Everything could change here. And again, because this is a region that has the luxury of going best of three, things could be way more complicated than in single best of one series. And that's why the draft, especially in Dota, is so crucial. I actually saw a very interesting take the other day on Twitter, which was that the Dota 2 draft makes for a bad viewing experience. And I personally kind of disagree, but I can understand some people's point. I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus, but there's definitely something.
Send it to me.
Okay.
I want to know.
Yeah.
Hit me in the DMs because I have words. I mean, I kind of agree. The Dota draft is a little bit slow. I think it's something that people who are accustomed with the game are going to be happy with. It's something that, I think maybe league drafts and MLBB drafts are a little bit quicker, but there's also there are a lot of options in league. I'm not going to front. There are a lot of options here in Dota, and I think that unlike league, the hero differential is bigger. And what I mean by that is there are a lot of heroes in league that just do the same thing, whereas in Dota, I think every hero does something different.
For the most part, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would say for the most part, that's why we obviously get Dota heroes released, especially these days, quite rare, right? I mean, I think we've been waiting for the Ringmaster or Puppet Master, whatever his name is going to be, for over half a year now. I mean, it's TI. It's almost 9 months, right? 6 months into 2024. TI was in September, right?
TI was in October, yes.
Okay, 8 months. We're 8 months away from it, and we're still waiting for a new hero. And what even was the last hero we had added to the game? Was it Dawnbreaker? No, can't be.
No, it wasn't Dawnbreaker. It was. Let me take a look at the hero list because I feel like I should know this. It wasn't Dawnbreaker. It wasn't Void Spirit. It wasn't Dark Willow. It wasn't Hoodwink. Was it Hoodwink?
Marcy, maybe?
Yeah, it probably is Marcy. That might make sense. It's just been a while. Everybody just feels, oh, it's Muerta. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Yeah, Muerta was the... I
don't want to fault that, right? Because obviously also a year ago, we got the impressive patch since Dota Reborn that changed every single hero, right? So it kind of felt like all the heroes were new. And now with the addition of facets and innate abilities, again, completely adding a couple of extra layers to each and every single hero. So at the same time, you can't be adding heroes forever. Let's say hope that Dota has longevity and it keeps going for another 10, 20 years. What are we going to get to 200 heroes if we keep releasing 5 every year like the other game does? So it's a back and forth. But I can also imagine, right? You've got the likes of Rubik, you've got the likes of Morphling, and potentially even Puppet Master in the game, which have these odd interactions with, copying, stealing abilities. That in itself must take so much work, even when you add just a new hero.
Yeah, definitely. Puppet Master is what's allegedly being released next. I know there's rumors that Bird Samurai being released after that. There was talks of that when the comic came out recently during the most recent event. There's also people who have had this idea in their head that Dota was going to import some Han heroes. And that was always an interesting take from me, that I thought that we might see that. And as well as the fact that I'm still waiting on Gambler. I would love to see Gambler come into the mix. That is a hero that everybody hated, and I'm such a big fan of toxic heroes. So
that makes sense.
Not techies, though. I hate techies. I will stand by that, but I do like a good Tinker game.
Oh, so I love it. Okay. So I love techies as a hero design, and I like techies' voice lines. Do I like techies in my games? Maybe not so much, right? I think if we could have techies just kind of exist there, like the shopkeeper, right? Give techies a job. Give him a job on the map, and then you can't play him in game, but you can still interact with him. I'll be happy with that. That's great.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
What are these picks? Okay, Disruptor, Rubik, Troll. Oh, I've got to get your thoughts on this one, Big Up, because Disruptor for me is an incredible hero. It has been an incredible hero even before 736. Then it was S tier, right? It was him and Shadow Demon and Chen. The top 3 picks that you needed to ban, or you would losing the game if they were picked against you. The patch came in. The hero didn't get nerfed, and obviously he got a facet and, 2 facets and an innate ability. But people are playing it considerably less. It's still being picked, but why are they not playing it or valuing him as much as they were previous?
I think they're just better supports right now. You kind of fall down the ladder a little bit in terms of supports that are available. And that happens. I think there's some teams that are going to value it higher because they're better with it. But natively, I think right now it is not the highest ranked support. I think there are plenty of other options to take. And we've seen a couple disruptors throughout this qualifier, but not as many.
Yeah,
I know one was using the kinetic fence, which I do like. The other facet's okay. I mean, it's nothing crazy. It's just everybody gets hit within the kinetic field with Thunderstrike. It's whatever. I don't know. You're really here in terms of Disruptor and getting that glimpse and having that ability to take heroes out of the fight. The kinetic fence is nice because you get 2 of them, so you can kind of dictate where heroes are going, especially if you're trying to kite somebody out, which maybe you're trying to do with this Slardar. But you've seen now that Nepal, they've switched this Weaver up. He's not going to be going into the core role. That's a flex pick they picked first. It's going to be this Life Stealer that comes into the mix, and against that Disruptor, Lifestealer is going to feel pretty strong. And I'm wondering if this is a quick Ags game for Lifestealer against a Troll. It would make sense. They do have ways to kite this Troll. I'd like to see one more way to kite this Troll from the mid position. They already banned the Ember. They don't want searing chains on this Troll. They don't want that lockdown. But I would almost go as far as to say get rid of, Pango works, or we could see Void Spirit again. We've been seeing more and more of that. The Aether Remnant and the jumping away from Troll would feel pretty good as well.
The only concern I have, which is a slight concern, not a big one, this is a pretty greedy lineup. Weaver Hoodwink as a support duo kind of shouts greed at you. Both heroes want to get some sort of items, of course, be it the Spirit Vessel for the Hoodwink, the Atos into the Gleipnir for the Hoodwink, or Maelstrom into Gleipnir, then potentially even an Aghanim Scepter later on for the Weaver. So there's a bit of a risk with that, but otherwise the 4 heroes look very, very good to me. You get the Swarm plus the Corrosive Haze as well for the armor reduction, which is going to enable more of the Hoodwink Acorn Shot bounces to do more physical damage. It's looking really good, and I don't hate Indians draft either, but looking at the mid laner that they might want to pick here, something maybe to join up with the bubble tactic that they have, because of course we got Arena, Static Storm, they're taking out like you said, the Ember and the Pango, whereas Razor and Lina will be taken out from Nepal, and it's going to be Storm Spirit.
Similar idea.
Yeah.
Similar idea. Has a little bit of lockdown. Going to give you that vortex. I like it. It's got, again, initiation or escape away from this Troll. India needs something that is, going to give them a bit more. We saw an Invoker. I wonder if we'll see another Invoker. Like Rubik Mars is such a classic lineup. You have a Sunstrike in there. I think you'd be a little bit happy, but Sunstriking this lineup of Nepal is not easy.
What about OD?
OD's all right. I like him. You go to the Astral Imprisonment, it's fine, especially when you've got heroes like Slardar that want to jump in and just be in the middle of the mix. It's going to be tough because you've got 2 heroes on Nepal that really don't... Like, Weaver's in and out of the fight, but Hoodwink's going to be on the edge of the fight. And this TA... it's okay if it can jump these heroes, survive the initial lockdown and burst them down. But I think long extended fights, India might have some trouble because there's the Infest Bomb or the Infest Out with the Ball Lightning and this Lifestealer. Like, they have that go-to combo. Hoodwink from the edges of these fights is going to be annoying with these bushwhacks. Slardar is going to be another initiator with good minus armor early. And then the Weaver and the Hoodwink, both we've seen in the past, build Rod of Atos. So the lockdown's going to be there, and the issues can definitely be there for India if they don't play these laning stages right.
But they are going to go for this TA, and it's going to be Krish trying to put the team on his back, which I think is going to be quite good. Templar Assassin is usually very good at killing Lifestealer, right? So you got long range. I expect her to get a pike maybe as a 5th item after she gets, the usual, the Dragon Lance, the Blinks, the Shards, the Desolator. So she might have ways of repositioning, and the Aghanim Shard on Templar Assassin is a very good counter to Storm's Fury, right? That zone silence, Storm likes playing very greedy these days, so we don't really see Storms going for Yule Scepter. I guess the defensive item that was favored last patch for Storms words is the Eternal Shroud, but again, that doesn't really deal with the silence problem. And then, Psybleed's damage in Arena. It's going to be very, very interesting as both teams have quite different approaches, right? We got the very fast pace, run at you, try to pick you off lineup from Nepal. And there's a bit of that from India, but also a big team fight component, which I think might be what is going to help India survive through the mid game.
Yeah, India really needs to land some decent static storms here. Otherwise, they could be in trouble. But I think the odds of doing that are a little bit tough, especially the second there's a Rage available for Lifestealer. He's getting through here. Hoodwink's most likely not going to be caught in the static storms because you're on the edge of the fight.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of an issue. We could see early BKB here maybe for Storm, but Storm's also trying to get off to the races. We've seen Storms kind of jump up and really get a lot of galvanized stacks early. It's kind of gross. I think it was yesterday that me and Black saw Storm at like 24 galvanized stacks before they had level 3 in Ball Lightning. It was pretty disgusting.
I mean, that sounds kind of mental, to be honest.
Yeah, it was rough. What game was that? What did me and Black cover yesterday together? That's really the question. We covered Iran and Jordan. Was that the game that had the Storm in it? Yes, it was. It was a 25-minute game with Storm Spirit in it, and the Storm went 10-1 and 10.
My goodness.
Yeah, that is quite the quick build up here, and it was Treads, Orchid, Meteor Hammer, Witchblade, and that Meteor Hammer, of course, giving that amplified mana regeneration. So that is always a big item to have.
Now, do you think if we go ultra late, let's assume the Storm will become big as well, right? He'll farm properly. Ultra late, would you still favor Nepal at that point, or would they get outscaled by the Aghanim's on the Disruptor that kind of shuts down all of the other ways, all the Rages and the BKBs that might come out, and of course Templar, Assassin plus Troll are very good at scaling as well? Or do you think Lifestealer plus Storm can keep up with that and still defeat them if needed with the Aghanim's on the Stealer?
I mean, there's always a chance that I think India pull this out late, but you said it earlier in the draft, right? Like, this is a greedy lineup.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 heroes in Weaver and Hoodwink that, truthfully, if they needed to, could transition into cores. If not already, one of them's going into like a Gleipnir and has that Maelstrom, and Hoodwink does a lot of damage throughout the entirety of the game. So it'll be interesting to see late if this works out, because Rubik and Disruptor don't exactly scale amazingly well. Like, yeah, you get that Ags on Disruptor and you have that upgraded Static Storm, but like, then what? What do you do? Like, and I'm not saying the Static Storm is nothing, but I am saying, like, okay, but what else are you doing for me? So we'll have to see.
I'm just thinking, there's not even that many amazing things for the Rubik to steal. Like, I guess Bushwhack would be good, and Slitherine Crush, but then if you put yourself in, you still crush, you jump in, you blink, stun, you just die.
Shikuchi's a good steal. Corrosive Haze is a good steal. Ball Lightning's whatever.
But that's kind of like
is a good steal.
Early mid game, right?
Yeah.
Because if we go, like, we're talking about like ultra late or late ultra late game, at that point that doesn't make as much impact. Okay, you got a Rubik that's running with with Shikuchi is not that impactful. I guess at the same time, if the Rubik does have a hell of a game and we get to that point where he has Ags and steals Electric Vortex, then maybe that's another big potential teamfight component. But again, that is a huge if.
Yeah, of course, and that's kind of the thing that Rubik games run on, right? Like,
yeah,
what if I get this Ags? What if I steal the X, Y, and Z? So it'll be interesting. And they might have just gotten this Hoodwink with that glimpse. It put him right next to MNZ, and that's an easy first blood caused by HBK and gotten by HBK. Hoodwink playing a bit too far forward, threw an Acorn shot that I think they thought that Acorn shot was going to be like a deterrent, but it wasn't. And now there's another kill over bottom, and you've lost both supports. So already India kind of coming out to make something happen, and that's pretty big.
But this is as expected, right? The greedy supports Hoodwink Weaver. Yes, Weaver can be very annoying now with his Germinate attack being innate ability, but at the same time, you don't have a stun, or you don't have a reliable stun if you're the Hoodwink, especially if you take the Acorn shot level 1. You can't take Scurry to get out there, so I'm not quite surprised, but no chance here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of revenge, and that's kind of to be expected.
Ooh, wow, beautiful spear.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage you don't want to be taking. You only have 3 charges on that stick. Oh boy.
If the stun would have connected from the spear under the tower, the lifesteal would have been dead. Yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah. I'm a little worried because Nepal is happily eating that damage there, as this Hoodwink is 1 shot from dead and almost dying, but he's fine. He's fine. They're eating a lot of damage down there as if they're not easily punished. Like, Rubik Mars Lane is a classic duo in telekinesis spear combos. So I'm interested to see how well this lane goes. But what lane sticks out at you the most, if you want to break it down?
It's definitely not the mid lane. The mid lane is probably the most boring one unless we get rotations, which has seemed to be the case for the entirety of the tournament. I think probably this bottom lane, right? The top kill, it was just a bit of an overcommit from the Hoodwink. That's why he got punished. Otherwise, Disruptor is not a lane killer in any sort of capacity. Maybe, again, the Slardar if he can get on top of the Troll, but the Troll with the misses should be fine. I'm quite surprised to see Sisson doing... well, tanking a lot of damage just because he wants to get the creep, but I was wrong. Apparently it was the top lane. Hey-ho. What can you do?
Hey, you win some, you lose some, and HBK, he loses some. This is a lane that can get kind of dangerous. With Slardar, your farming spell is now the Slithering Crush, and when you're able to have it at higher levels, when you've got a slow duration that goes up of 5-6 seconds, as Disruptor without boots, you're wondering what the hell you do. That's the truth, Especially slow duration sets you up for just getting bushwhacked and an acorn shot. And once you get a second level and acorn shot, that's when you start really eating some damage. But Blues dying here. Bottom, yeah. Evil Ash getting that kill. And that's a lifestealer getting taken out by the spear. So that's Fade Bolt, that's Telekinesis. Combo with the spear, took equal damage between both heroes. And again, I think Nepal just a little bit too willing to eat damage in this bottom lane. That causes something like that to happen.
Kind of overzealous, and we kind of saw a bit of that from them yesterday. They played well in the first map of the day, but then it took a while to actually warm up and become the beast later on throughout the day. So it might be a similar scenario here. They're not fully awakened, not fully prepared for this. And we see them actually kind of trailing behind in every single lane when it comes to last hits already. And Evil Ash wants to put pressure even more onto Blues' lifestealer.
I don't mind if that death is the Weaver, because then he could TP mid and refill this bottle on the Storm. But when it's the Lifestealer, he's not willing to make that move. And this might be big, because now you've got the Swarm, you're looking for the damage, and you'll get a kill and a Krish. He was beating up on this Storm Spirit, but he got a little bit too aggressive. He's under a tier 1 tower, and there's the ability to make sure that you can go and TP. Slithering Crush, Blood Grenade, and Luris is trying to get a kill on HBK, and it will be a Hoodwink that gets it. Ooh. Fairy Fire and the survival under the tower, which means MNZ, with no punish, gets that kill on Slardar.
That was kind of tragic.
Weaver, but it's already a 2,000 net worth lead for this Dire side, and they're going to get another kill on the Hoodwink, just running down this hero, and a glimpse onto the Weaver, who is still trying to kill HBK, and I think he dies here to the Troll if he's not too careful. You go into range mode, and maybe you kill puzzle. You solve the puzzle.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah. Depends on which side you're rooting for, of course. Look at that. Is that a triple creep wave in the jungle? Nice deny from Puzzle. He doesn't want to waste all that time. But MNZ doesn't want to really let Larice get all these last hits, because there's a lot of creeps under his T1.
Yeah, this is a good level for him. Especially if he keeps it solo.
Oh, Sisson's rotating up top, but Caleb is only level 2, minute 6.5 on the Hoodwink. This is a very hard start. I can't believe he's only
level 2. They have a lot of lockdown. There's no level 6 on the Troll. Him being that far forward is a bit of a Monka moment.
What was he trying to achieve? Okay, I get it. He wanted to maybe deny or pressure Larice a bit to miss some of the last hits, but there was no creeps for him to farm there, right? There was a triple creep wave hitting the tier 1 tower. Just go, I don't know, pull for yourself, hit the neutral in jungle.
He put some good damage on the tower. I respect that part. I think, though, there was a point in time where you could say to yourself, all right, I need to get back, because then I'm just giving up something. And, now that gives good experience over to Luris, and they're close in terms of experience. They're almost going to have that level 6 and have that Crows to phase, and that'll push them right on the edge of it. So experience-wise, MNZ and Luris are caught up.
Okay, Caleb was
MNZ is going to go back in the jungle to get a Battle Fury, so Luris will have this lane by himself in a moment.
Caleb was level 2 about 40 seconds ago, and I was level 4.5. That is not what you want to do if you're India. You actually want to keep applying the pressure, but not necessarily overcommit, because if you get punished, it starts slipping out of your way. But look at the pressure. MNZ, he's getting pursued.
He does have that ult, that battle trance, but I don't know if he even gets it off with the Slithering Crush. But now it's like, hey, we can pull you, and we can kite you. So right now, Krish is going to come and try and clean up, and he does have some help from No Chance. If the Storm was up here, I would think that this is a great spot for Nepal, but he's not. So I could see them getting the kill on MNZ, but I'm going to call it now. Laris dies and Kalem dies. Puzzle has Shikuchi to get away. I think MNZ, Laris, and Kalem die unless Kalem doesn't commit.
I think MNZ dies. And Laris gets out of there. I don't see how they catch up to him, in all honesty. There's like a few more seconds, second and a half more of battle trance. And yes, they're going to chase it. But
Sartor doesn't have Guardian Sprint right now.
Yeah, but the TP is available. The Rubik's quite far, isn't he? Telekinesis is not a huge range.
But he's still staying for MNZ's death, right? So the battle trance is going to have to wear off first.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Okay. He turns around for that, and now he just dies to Mel Strike.
Does he? No way he gets through this. Yeah, there's the trap. Okay.
I shouldn't doubt myself.
Wow.
I told you, be calm. Come on, you got to believe in me sometimes. You made me doubt myself.
I mean, that's a decent juke. But I was right with Kalem dying, so I got some of it right. I got 2 out of 3 parts there.
Were you predicting that Mars? Were you predicting that the Mars is going to get Kalem though?
I don't have to go into too much detail. I just said whether or not they'd die.
True.
Cut me some slack.
This Troll Warlord has only 30 last hits, but has 14 denies, and they could add up. Oh, down bottom, lose.
MNZ bottom? I mean, I get it. They've got the arena. There is no infest. Luz is not level 6, and he's a little bit far away from it, but now they've got the help from Cezanne, and this is getting Evil Ash, and they do not have a battle trance. So both these heroes dying is awful.
And the courier that had the cornucopia on it, that probably was the worst play that they could have done. And they didn't even kill the Lifestealer pre-level 6. He has nothing. He had phase boots just flying to him now.
Damn, they really gave that back.
Did the Spear of Mars not connect in the arena? Like, I don't know how you don't burst in there.
Rage, I believe, after the arena went up.
Okay. Maybe I didn't see it. Maybe we'll get the replay for it, or if not, it's still tragic. India had a pretty solid, like, minute 5 to 9, and right now they've completely fallen under the radar. Even we have another potential kill up top.
Yeah, Acorn Shot level 2 really does start to suck. And you've got level 4 on the Slithering Crush, so you do have the availability to kind of just do that. Corrosive Haze is there too.
Get some stacks going in the triangle. Okay, that was not
a puzzle. It is standing there.
Yeah.
Blocking that camp. That's an unfortunate one.
You got the regular camp, not the ancients. That's at least something. As they do have a lot of stack killers on the side of India. Even the Mars kind of is good dealing with not ancients, but regular neutral creeps, right? So should be fine. Also, the Slaughter is rushing an Orchid on the off lane, by the way. But set up that bottom.
Boy, Bushwhack. These TPs are coming in. They might want to leave.
Okay, they didn't want to overcommit, but we also have the Infest onto Puzzle, who's going to TP right away to mid.
Yeah, so off that, I think the move there should have been Ball Lightning into a Vortex if you kept the mana to kill Krish, but didn't go for it. I was a little surprised because that definitely felt like that was the move that they were wanting to make happen. A little shocking.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate here. I gotta say, when we're looking at this bottom lane, I love that Observer word placed from the Radiant just up of the tree line, revealing the low ground and, of course, the TPs onto the lane to see if any rotations. And it's not really a common spot for a sentry to be placed to do word, so I expect that Observer to, expend its full duration.
Yeah, so much more common spot is, I'll hold that thought for a second, as the Swarm is placed on these heroes, but won't do anything, and Mars actually stops that TP. But the much more common spot when you're placing that ward is right up on that flag that's there on the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And putting it off to the right still gets you that vision, that info if anybody's coming from that bottom tier 1. And it gives you that crossing point too. So it'll be a little bit more out of sentry range, like you said. It feels very X-Nova-ish.
Oh, nice catch bottom, but they don't want to fight for more. Glimpse?
Ooh, glimpse? Into static remnants, I don't really, I don't think that's really balanced if it's going to be in your face in the air like that, but sure.
Puzzle?
You may not have it for long with the Bushwhack landing. They get the kill there on a no chance, and Puzzle's able to Shikuchi and scurry away with an urn. Ooh, the trap's there, and they drop down the arena looking for Calum. They'll get that spear kill. They still want this Weaver. They've got the glimpse. HBK running him down with the open wounds, also has the rage. Kinetic field is not going to be up in time, and the rage is not going to wear off in time for him to survive that. And with no arena, Blues can kind of just stay here.
They're going for more.
They don't really have much to fear, but now with Cezanne not having a lot of mana after being speared onto the low ground, going for this might feel a little bit less palpable.
He had the Arcane Rune, that's why Cezanne wanted to go for that, I believe. But again, still, you expend less mana, but you still need the mana to expend it at first. Good. Puzzle?
Hello? That was, that ain't it.
That left me puzzled.
Yeah, the Vortex, not the Vortex, the Static Remnant that he stole just did so much damage to him, I think.
I kind of love the static slide still from the Rubik. It just makes the Remnant massive for some reason. I think that is an interaction.
Glitch out.
Yeah, it's not the way it's meant to be. It will be sorted out, I assume, at some point in the future. But I'm glad we have it, because if you steal the regular Remnant with no static slide, it just has the regular Rubik size.
Static Storm down onto the Storm Spirit. So they need this kill, and they just don't have the damage. And there is no arena available for the moment. The Sharpshooter's in, the Slither Crush lands, and they bring over the Troll. Puzzle is here. They don't have an arena yet, but can they get anything more? A two-man Bushwhack and the Acorn Shot. The Crush is off the mark. There's the arena off cooldown. Spear lands on a Puzzle. They get the kill onto the Weaver, but they might lose more. Sardo's trying to man-fight this 3v1 and needs to run, but with the slows, they'll be okay. But Storm's not. The Glimpse damage is there. Now Laris dies, and they're going to get themselves Calum, and all of a sudden, Nepal, this feels terrible. Wow.
So they started off very well, focusing the Templar Assassin, revealing the Orchid on Slardar. Then they did even better by taking the tier 1 tower. And I think that's kind of how they baited themselves into pursuing even more. If the tower would have stand, they would have probably backed up. But they killed the tower and they were like, oh, now we can go for more. But in killing the TA and the tower, they've expended some HP, a lot of mana, especially from the Storm, and then they had no more tools to follow through with that. So that was very costly. Losing 4 heroes, very, very bad.
Yeah, both these teams kind of throwing back and forth, and not throwing like that they're throwing the game, just the net worth is going back and forth, and things are, not working out the way that each team would hope, I would say.
They're throwing punches and they're not really connecting.
Yeah. So 1,000 net worth lead here for India, and a smoke attempt from the side of Nepal.
Yeah, they got to put the Orchid to use now. That's why you go Orchid first on the Slardar. And you don't want to go farm because the lifesteal is so far behind, so he needs the space to farm. So they're going to walk into 3 players.
Good blink out, and already
what a
amazing static storm from HBK. With the arena, the stolen Bushwhack. Yep. That's the thing that can happen in Rubik games. You find the right spell at the right moment and you turn things around. And that was all set up because HBK dropped a static storm immediately, and a great blink out by Krish.
Shades of Shawn Michaels and Triple H right there. Beautiful static storm into arena. The bubble completely obliterating anything that Nepal was trying to do there. And now they're invading the Radiant Triangle. Look at the Templar Assassin hitting away some of the neutral creeps. And this is pretty rough for Nepal. And that is because Blues is having probably the worst game we've seen him had on a position 1 carry all tournament long.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, his lifestealer is really not getting a lot out of the game. And you're farming up against a troll that has Battle Fury. So it ain't easy.
He also went our armlet first because he felt very much pressured, so he couldn't rush the Radiance. But that's, I mean, at this point, we might be looking at a minute 21 Radiance, which is considerably late.
Math-wise, what is he? He's 1,100 away from the Relic, 1,300 away from the Talisman. That's 2,400. You're looking at, about a 22, 23-minute Radiance right now, based on GPM. But obviously that changes if they get some kills here, which they could, especially infest bombing somebody. Problem is you lost a couple of these heroes real quick, and their games got shut down, and TA is one of those dangerous heroes, especially once this Deso gets picked up, that you might just lose all your map space as a lifestealer too.
At least you have the Kaya now flying to the Storm Spirit, but he is going to go for BKB next, and he's very far away. He only has 5 galvanized stacks, but at least we see Puzzle baiting out some utility. He will die in the process, but, you know, Static Storm's used. When he respawns, they can maybe go for something while that spell is in cooldown. Unless Loris dies here. No, he needs to get out. Has the blink.
I didn't realize Krish also has the Shard.
Yeah.
He's like
classic build.
Omega farmed, and there's the arena. Larissa's gonna die. They caught up with him. I mean, that's because No Chance has Guardian Sprint, had Shikuchi at some point, is able to make up that ground, also has a Blink Dagger. There is so much that is just gap closing there. Wow.
I think this is not a good start. If Puzzle is the only one that tanks there, that's perfectly fine. You know, Slaughter goes away, they reset as soon as he respawns, and they go for more. But at this point, India is hitting that tempo snowball, and this is what I predicted. They're going to put the Disruptor and the Arena of Mars to use in the mid game to take over it, which is great. Whereas at the same time, Nepal's tactic, which was the running at you, can't really be completed because you need a BKB on Storm and you need your Lifestealer to have the Radiance for that to be a possibility. And neither of those have the necessary tools for it. So far, so good if you're a supporter of India.
Yeah, looking good, and they're hitting a good timing. The later this game goes, the more I would say Lifestealer is going to feel effective, as he's almost got this Radiance. He is finding a good amount of farm, and he is getting closer and into that Radiance quicker than I thought.
I guess
but at the same
21,
time, it's Battle Fury, BKB now here for Troll, so you're going to have to try and kite all that out, and they've been struggling to escape from fights here on the side of Nepal, and they need these BKBs, so Storm's going to have to get his. He's already got the Kaya Witchblade. BKB is going to be super necessary for him, and then Larissa is also going for a BKB. At some point in this game, I think Blues is also going to need a BKB. I know he's got Rage, but the Rage BKB just gives you so much time to really go through these fights.
Yeah, but then if he gets BKB, that's probably slowing down his Aghanim's progress, right? And then if you do get BKB, how late do you get it, right? You get Radiance, Ags, and then BKB, and you gotta hope at that point Disruptor doesn't have his Blink Ags, which I don't think he will, actually. I'm just looking at the inventory of HBK. He's going Solar Crest into 4-staff, so he's really playing the position 5, allowing the Rubik to get some more of the farm. You're going Roche, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you've got minus armor, you've got the Deso. Roche is the right timing.
What else is there to say? I mean, they're not even pushing the mid and top lanes either to maybe try to force some TPs back. It's going to be a pretty clean Roche. They're at least claiming the Wisdom Rune, and we'll get the Shard onto Puzzle's Weaver. So it's for a support Weaver, the Shard kind of sucks, right? If you're a core Weaver, it's phenomenal. It's a must-have. I think Weaver and Tiny have great Shards, but only when they play it as cores. Then if you get the Tree Grab or the Weaver Shikuchi attacks all units, damage is not achieving anything.
Puzzle is gonna die eventually here. This feels like a long-winded inevitability, and especially if he goes back into the kinetic field, they're actually trying to put the damage on to Evil Ash.
They're fighting into
they've
Aegis.
got the Solar Crest and the ball lightning in with the Infest. Static Storm again, but they don't have the instant damage to follow that up. MNZ's going to pop the BKB. Here comes the TA. Now Puzzle and Realist die. They've got the double silence. These traps are becoming a nuisance, and yes, they can kill HBK, but now Lifestealer fighting against MNZ. He's silenced. He can't fight this. He's going to die here, and the Storm's looking like they may be next. TP attempt.
Is dying.
Oh gosh, I can't believe it.
Wow. I don't know how he got away there. But the Hoodwink's still in the area. Halo?
I don't know why he's even messing around here.
I mean, Big you told me about Krish before we even started seeing the draft, and Krish is having a hell of a game. And I think, yes, there was a bit of mistake. He had no TP, and Nepal spotted there was no TP on Temporary Assassin. That's why they went for the fight. But because the Arena and Static Storm came through early enough. Oh, never mind.
They don't have Arena. But they don't need it. Oh, I say that. Puzzle's surviving. They didn't quite have the damage. Now the glimpse back and the ball. Oh. This is all honestly not awful for Nepal, because now Storm's got BKB just about.
Yeah, I was saying Krish is
double
playing
BKB timing is going to be huge.
For the side of Nepal.
They're going to have it on Slardar, and they're going to have it on Storm. So the Static Storm's not going to feel as devastating, and neither is this Arena. Lifestealer is also going for his, and he's got this Radiance. So if they get this triple BKB timing, they're in a good spot. But it's got to be... I think the double BKB timing's fine. I think they can fight off that. If they want to wait for the triple BKB, they can. The fight, though, that comes from that has to be good. Man, Puzzle's a real pain in the ass, isn't he?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And he's going Halberd. I like that. He's
made a lot of space. He's made a lot of space, and they really struggle to kill him. And even when they do catch him, because they caught him a few times, they have to waste a lot more than you would want to use for a support. So it's great to see that he's doing some of the lifting, but at the same time, his cores are not keeping up in that. In any aspect, right? I guess the Son on the Storm Spirit is doing relatively well, and the Slardar has hit his item timings, but the Lifestealer has been completely shut down this game. I think like Blues has been an absolute non-factor in my eyes.
He's been a non-factor, but I don't expect him to be keeping up with Troll and TA. They just farm too quickly. Like they're just natively, especially with the Battle Fury now for Troll, like TA is natively a much faster farmer, and Troll with the Battle Fury is a much better farmer. BKB is close here for Laris, but they've got the glimpse, and it might slow down if he doesn't get out of this. Guardian sprint slowed down for a moment.
They're jumping in mid, though. They want to get something back.
No chance is dead to Blues to get that kill, and Laris, blinks and salves. Mars still wants him. Mars, this might be too far. Evil Ash, you gotta be careful. Good, Evil Ash, by the way.
Octarine?
Yes, but what I was thinking is Evil Ash is from the Evil Dead horror movie. I don't know if that's his reference. Yes, I believe Evil Ash is in the second one.
Well, if we get a winner's interview and we have Evil Ash, we'll ask them about that. By the way, Bcop, this Temporary Assassin is not far off at all from a Daedalus, because the courier's next to her, so she's gonna have it now.
Luris again, man.
Yeah.
What happened? He was free to leave. He comes back top. I don't know if that is like purposeful space made, but he was so close to having a BKB.
That is, I'm glad we both had the same reaction. That was questionable to say the least. But now Blues, they're lining up. They're beelining for him, actually.
his BKB is just a couple hundred gold away. When Sardar was closer to his BKB a while ago than Blues was, and now it looks like Blues is going to get his first, which is shocking.
You know the one thing,
but it is going to be this triple BKB timing for the side of Nepal, which is huge.
The one thing that Nepal do have when they get their BKBs is there's no more Aegis on India's side. If they somehow get on top of Krish went for the fully greedy build. No BKB. And Pike, like I said, will be the 5th item. That means still no BKB. So you have the tools to take her out if you don't get, again, bubbled up by the arena plus Static Storm. So you kind of got to split the fight up somehow, but you've got the heroes for it, right? The Weaver, Storm, and Slaughter are very good at doing that.
Pike will only be the next Templar Assassin item if Krish doesn't die in the next 3 minutes or so. If Krish dies and they see the BKBs, I think the switch gets made. That's why he's not buying anything yet. Also, he doesn't have the slots. He has the bottle and he just wants to straight up upgrade. But I do believe that if he dies within the next few minutes, he'll swap.
MNZ gets the Tormentor. It's going to be Aghanim Shard, Telekinesis on Teammates 4, No Chances Rubik, and Aghanim Scepter fully done for the Troll Warlord. That's going to be a really, really tough one for the next team fight. It's going to be even more of a menace than he has been, but there's a smoke up from the Radiant side.
Yeah, this is triple BKB timing. This is exactly what you want. You also picked the Halberd on Puzzle, and they find Evil Ash. Blink, Slither, and Crush, the Infest pop. There's a kill. Static Storm is used. These heroes, they do have their BKBs, but knowing that nothing is coming their way, none of them decide to use it. They don't feel forced to use their BKBs just yet. And now after going after Krish, this is where the BKBs could come into handy, and they're still holding them. There's so much patience. They get the kill on a Krish. They'll take out HBK. The Sharpshooter hits on the Rubik, who has Shikuchi, so there is some distance to get away, and I'm watching Krish's items. Yeah, he queues up BKB immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens, right? And this is a problem that happens a lot.
Did anybody use BKB? Sorry to cut you off. No, but not one of them used BKB.
I mean, there was no
That's
need,
insane.
right? They didn't die. They didn't tackle the damage of the Static Storm. They're like, oh, okay, we're good.
It's not just that, though, but it's also dealing with potential trap silences. Like, they were just confident enough. Sometimes you BKB, even if it's not necessary, just to know you can play that confidently. But the patience to not pop any of them, that's crazy. They still all have 9-second BKBs.
And now this
which means somebody's going to fat finger.
No, that's not happening. I think we've seen plenty of Nepal this week to know that they're not going to make such a mistake. And now, despite playing 5k deficit, they still have the advantage, and they want to fight for more. Static Storm still in cooldown, although they are TPing to defend.
But the BKBs are available. Like, Storm survives here, he just BKBs. And now they go back in. They've got Rage. There's Static Storm now, but it doesn't matter. With BKBs now running out on Larist as well as Storm, they need to be careful because they've lost their minus armor on Larist. They get the kill on a Krish. The damage is taken care of. They hit that Bushwhack. They get the kill on the Evil Ash. They've got the Dust used on No Chance, who had that Shikuchi, but he's got his own Bushwhack. Cezanne doesn't have a BKB. They'll go into the Battle Trance, and they've got the Disarm. So Puzzle right there, waiting for this. They've got the Vortex. They have the kiting potential, and this game is now Nepal's. They have full control of this one.
Now Roshan
the
is
BKB timing was everything.
And they're going to get Roche as well. And Krish, because he just died back-to-back now, still needs about 2,500 gold to complete their BKB. It's going to be very rough for the next 10 minutes if you're on the Indian side. Look at the turnaround, completely turning on its head. And I think Nepal, like we said, they spotted, okay, we're playing from behind. Let's not be greedy ourselves. Let them be greedy. Let them play without BKBs. We're going to get our own, and we're going to punish them. And that's just happening right now. And in all honesty, I think India's timing might have actually slipped for quite a while now.
Yeah, I think that's just the case, and it's unfortunate because I really do believe that they could have pressured maybe a little bit more with that Aegis, and unfortunately they didn't. now it leaves them super vulnerable. And I think that this is that late game that we were talking about, where the greedy supports are going to start to be able to do something, where you've got Calum he's going into the Gleipnir, has 2,200 gold towards the Maelstrom edge of it and the Gleipnir. You've got this Heaven's Halberd that completely devastates this troll. So it'll be interesting to see how this next few fights go.
I think it's also going to be very important to see how Troll manages to get on top of the Store Spirit and the Weaver, right? That's not the easiest thing to do. Unless your teammates hit their spells correctly.
Lightning Vortex, and that is going to be a dead Rubik. No chance, has no chance. I will say a lot of these, I'm wondering how much of these are references, these names. No chance. I'm wondering if that's maybe a Vince McMahon reference.
A no chance in hell. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Strange that we were rooting for the WWE players to shine, and as of right now, I mean, they were for about half an hour, and it's somehow the Troll and the Templar are still leading the network chart, but it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, the timings were kind of missed here.
Tier 3 gets knocked down. There's no fortify, so Blues can keep going when the next creep wave arrives.
So 1,000 net worth lead. They don't have to force it. They have Aegis for a good enough amount of time, for 3 more minutes, that they can, figure things out, find their openings.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The second tier 2 will fall. Obviously, they will all have the banner as well if they want to try to knock down the high ground with this Aegis. Half an Aegis timer still left. How far is Chris from the BKB? He does have it. Okay, Templar does have the BKB. So that's going to be the next big power spike. Troll tries to get a Monkey King bar before fighting next. It will be good to deal with a bit of the mischance provided by the radiance of the Lifestealer. But again, he has the axe. Blues can just hop into the Troll while he's BKB'd or battle tranced, right? It's gonna be it's the jump. I really think it's gotta be the jump now. And the fact that Disruptor doesn't have a Blink Dagger, it's really, really questionable for me.
Yeah, it's tough. This is a really tough spot for India to be in. They're going to take this tier 2, by the way, bottom.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, no, they're equal. No more outer towers for either side. Well, they need to claim it first, but nothing will stop them. They're really trying to get through the back door, but finally the creep wave is here. You gotta go back and defend. You could try to force some TPs. Obviously, Templar Assassin and Patrol are better pushers than Lifestealer Slardar, but at the same time, you're not gonna take that risk. And we see India TPing en masse to attempt defend this tier 3 tower bottom.
Yeah, they're gonna try. They're gonna also try and time this Aegis, right? But it's still got 70 seconds left on it, so it's not easy, and they don't get the kill on that blink, which is not the best feeling, because they want to get that blink. They wanted to get the God's Rebuke to just blow up whatever they could.
What's the win rate probability looking like right now? Let's see. It says 70%, 69 actually, for Nepal, and I think that's kind of accurate, right? Yes, the Aegis will expire, so maybe that's where India will try to fight before the next Roshan spawns. Because if Nepal gets their hand on the third Aegis, that's going to be either Refresher or Ags for someone on their side. And I think that might just be the beginning of the end of this game 1. But India doesn't want to wait until then, and I think that's the correct choice. The Aegis timer is mere seconds away from expiring, and they're trying to set up to catch the Lifestealer by surprise. There's a blink on the Hoodwink as well. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they've had that blink.
Are you a fan of Hoodwink Blink Dagger?
I think it's all right. I think you do fine with it.
Okay.
So I think you're in a good mobility spot. We'll see, though. I like it for the mobility. I think if you could still get Gleipnir, it puts you in good positioning. Which is fine in my... Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll see how it works out, though, but...
a couple of bounties I've gotten at this point are very big. And the tier 4 neutrals are coming through. And like you said, yeah, Lifestealer Will's in a great spot. And I'm curious to see what his tier 4 neutral will be. Currently holding on to the tier 3 Elven Tunic. But he's considering his options and is going to get the Ninja Gear. Okay. But also then as an Ancient Guardian for the Troll. That's pretty big.
Dire's courier has been killed.
No, Mars. That was a Mystic Staff to complete the Wind Waker. No courier for 2.5 minutes for the Mars. That is a huge find from the Slardar. And he was patient. He saw this courier, he spotted it, let it purchase the Mystic Staff, and then got the kill. Which, well, that is the way you got to do it, especially at minute 40.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom
It's minute 38, and I will say I think this one is... Definitely, we're waiting for next Roche. I think there feels like there's no way we're not, especially now that Puzzle is dead.
Depends, because if it's a really long timer, they might try to force something as Kalem
is under attack.
cuts the wave and gets out. Lifestealer TPs away as well. MNZ hit level 25. I actually didn't notice that one. It's got the Whirling, of course. Yeah, Axis piercing the magic community. That is not the most common one. I actually think the Strong Dispel is the one that a lot of trolls prefer getting. But if you can get the extra mischance on the right clicks coming in from the Lifestealer and, of course, the bashes from the Slardar, it could be really good.
Now, that is the one thing that I will say they do have an okay advantage on is having this troll level 25 while Lifestealer is only level 22. But I think elsewhere the levels are about even. Sarda's actually ahead of the Mars. Storm is even with the TA just about. But they don't push on that Puzzle death. And I like this pickup as well. Puzzle going for the Ags.
Yeah, I mean, I question how greedy they will be. And Puzzle hasn't been that greedy up until this point. But the fact that he's 300 gold away from having his Ags, it's going to be phenomenal. Even if Disruptor connects with his ultimate on top of Arena and they try to focus down, let's say, the Lifestealer or the Storm, the Weaver should just be outside of that to save his teammate.
Dire are scanning.
What I will say is unfortunate is Disruptor is the only hero in this game that has not found much farm, and I think this Ags at a better timing would have felt better.
Yeah, like we said, Rubik having Ags in this game is not as impactful as in other games, whereas Disruptor really needed that one. I feel like if the Rubik and Disruptor could swap their items, that would actually make me believe in the Indians, upcoming team fight way more, as both teams were smoked up, but now...
They have the obs for the Dire. Oh, wow. MNZ went for it, but the blink in, Slither Crush to the back lines with the BKB being popped here by this Slardar, going for the Mars, trying to take the Arena out of the equation. Slithering Crush again gets the kill on Evil Ash. They've got the Vortex on the Disruptor. He's dead as well, but Blues is gone to MNZ. They do not have buyback, but they'll take out Krish, and he doesn't have buyback either. He's the big damage dealer, and this Troll does not have Battle Trance anymore, so that is 4 heroes dead. They're looking over for this Rubik. It'll be a full team wipe with the buyback used by the Disruptor, and a big win there for Nepal. That was a good fight, and
so much time, B-Cop. So much time trying to kill that Lifestealer. Yeah, yep. It was a long... And then even the Slardar, he was low HP. He had to get out of the fight, rotate coming with a bash to help him secure that. Meanwhile, the rest of his team was just completely getting focused on and dying. But that also was no Static Storm, no Arena. That's what I've been hammering on. You need to be the one initiating, right? And if you've got the initiating tools, but you don't put them to use, then it doesn't matter, right? It's dead net worth if you don't get to use what you have.
Facts. And It was a good move there by Larissa, and the instant infest pop out. Like, he dies to troll on blues, yes, but he didn't even use infest on this troll. Like, troll is just focusing him, and it took so long for him to get that kill. He does not really deal well with this lifestealer, despite the fact that he has an MKB into the radiance.
First set of racks have fallen, another 30 seconds no troll, but Nepal realizes we don't want to force anything. We still don't have our carry, so let us get sure when we get an Aegis, which is probably the right thing to do right now. I'm also trying to find the buyback status, and it's looking kind of good for Radiant. The two cores, Lifestealer and Storm, will have it in just a few gold, 100 gold, and on the Dire side, the troll is the only one that has sufficient money for it. So India right now really on the back foot.
Yeah, definitely so. Down so much. And this Refresher Shard. They've got this Hex. Storm Spirit looking for an Ags. And Arena. Spear. Nice. And no Aegis on the Lifestealer. Blues is dead. That's a good kill to get.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have the buyback. If you die before and you have to use it before actually taking a full skirmish. And they're going for more. They still have Static Storm.
As they should. Try to force this buyback. That's all you need to do is force this buyback. But this is something that we saw, right? Like, you are going to be afraid of the buyback ball lightning attempt here. And I understand that, but you got to find a way to force this buyback, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm looking like it's also, by the way, the time where this Hoodwink is starting to do lots of good work by cutting the creeps with the Gleipnir and the Acorn Shot, Bushwhack. 45 is coming through. It's 30 seconds. I feel like you got to just... I think buyback's more valuable than a set of racks right now. Hex. Yeah, they're going to give it away.
They're going to give it away, and they'll be happy with that. It evens up the lanes. And now going for a second set, how much are you willing to give up? And they don't even need the Lifestealer. That's the big issue. The Hex is used on a Krish. Static Storm is there, but they've got the BKBs. Lifestealer can happily save his buyback, and they will lose all three cores. Cezanne is just putting on a clinic. That was the right move. He knew he could kill this troll. And knew in doing so, he could also hex the TA at the same time and gets both kills.
I gotta say, this is a bit of a tragic play because we kept on talking about BKBs and the importance of BKB usage, and we're highlighting how well Nepal does that for their side, holding onto them when needed and using them in the correct moments. India, they just didn't use their BKBs and they died.
Ooh.
They're going for tier 4s.
Going tier 4s, yeah, this is the right move. Force buybacks.
It's one buyback. You've got to get the troll back.
I don't know if they can hold without Rubik and TA. You don't have much control. You have no arena. Like, truthfully, they could focus the buildings. There's the arena back up. Okay, it just came back up.
Battle trance?
It just doesn't do enough. HPK now has Static Storm, but it's too late. They call GG, and Nepal takes game 1.
Oh my goodness, Nepal starting off on the back foot for the first, 20 minutes or so, but in the end, it was the importance of the BKBs coming through, and since they got the hands on the triple BKB on the cores week up, it was kind of the end of the road for India, which is sad to see, but it's only game 1. There's still plenty of time to play in this series. They could go for the reverse sweep right now, and I gotta say, I think the greed of the Rubik and the sacrifice of the Disruptor was also a big point of discussion in that game. If Disruptor was the one, fine, maybe not Blink Ags, but at least either early Blink to join up with the Mars and pressure the lack of BKBs, or Ags in the late game to put it on top of the arena, that might have been a huge difference where it just wasn't the case, right? They didn't have the tools. Even at the very end, yeah, we threw a Static Storm. It didn't matter. Troll was BKB'd up. Lifestealer used Infest on top of him, and that was the end of that defense attempt. Also, no buybacks, very questionable. And Krish was on top of the game for 25 minutes, but opted to go dataless before BKB and pay the price for it.
Yeah, the BKB timings were great from Nepal, but for India, it's leaving a lot to be desired. And I think that's just a good understanding by Nepal, knowing what they need to accomplish and how much they're willing to lose before their BKBs. I think that for sure we should have seen India give more prioritization to Disruptor to get that Ags, because without it, you saw how much they struggle. With the Ags, the BKBs, and that timing becomes a lot less important. But there, unfortunately, they just don't get away with it, which is, it sucks for India, because I think they played the first part of that game very well.
And I gotta say, I love that you brought up the Storm Spirit, because I feel like Sasan had a rough start to the game, but at the end, he was playing flawlessly, right? He found all the farm, he found a lot of the initiations, he had over 25 galvanized stacks, I believe, and right now we see him get picked off, because there were a lot of points in the mid-game when he was running out of mana because of how extended the team fights first were, right? But then, after he hit that 20-minute mark, I don't think we've seen him die once. And, he has been one of the highlight, mid laners in this South qualifier. And right now, again, they were falling still, but this was pre-BKB Nepal, and they were trying to throw their bodies at India to protect objectives and make the space for the Lifestealer, who was playing from behind.
Yeah, for someone who, quote, struggled, which he did in the first, quarter of that game, that was the last time he died. That highlight right there where he died mid, that was the last time he died.
Wow.
He, at that point in the game, he was 3-2-2. He ends this game 12-2-13.
That's phenomenal. That is phenomenal.
He really accomplished so much in that game.
And
it's crazy.
It's one of those things, right? Look at what you gave Nepal to play with. You allow them to have both Storm and Weaver, which are arguably two of the top 5 most contested heroes in the last couple of weeks in Tier 1 Dota, right? I mean, maybe up there with CK and a few others, right? But like Weaver, Storm are so valuable. Maybe Shadowfin might be somewhere on the list before the nerfs. And we saw why. Because even Puzzle on the Weaver didn't go for the very greedy build, right? He allowed this Hoodwink to get his Glypnir first. He went Vessel, then Sanj into Halberd, and then just at the very last 5-10 minutes, he got the hands on the Aghanim Scepter, which was great because we usually see the Weavers going for the really greedy, rushing Aghanim straight away, and that takes a lot of the farm from the other support. So, he had so much impact by cutting the waves. It was so often we saw India trying to just chase down this Weaver, and they would killing him, but with the cost of the arena, with the cost of the static storm, and those were another 40, 60, 80 seconds where India couldn't press for more, allowing the Lifestealer and the Storm to keep on farming.
Yeah, there were other points in that game where they weren't killing him either. Like, yes, he dies a good amount in that early part of the game, but there are also points where he got away, and he was just annoying. And that is typical Weaver stuff. And I think that Halberd was the exact right move that you needed, truthfully. That was the perfect item purchase overall. It made a lot of sense. It stopped the troll from getting kills at times. And it's this fight right here where he just goes, okay, disarm.
Yeah.
Easy. We win.
I think next game, I don't expect to see a Pudge banned first phase. And either the Weaver to be there or maybe potentially the Storm. But I really don't think you can allow Nepal or otherwise Nepal allow India to get the hands on the Weaver. And this is the team fight that was where everybody had all the big spells. And only the Lifestealer dies to MNZ and no chance. And now MNZ, I don't even know why he turned around here actually. You saw 2 of your teammates you're dead, and yes, Disruptor was buying back, but there's no tier 1. There's not even a tier 2 for him to TP. That's a 5-second TP up top. And then he had to go to Twin Gate and then join up with your team. MNZ, if he would have gotten the Lifestealer here and just disengaged there, might have looked much better for him. And now, this is forgetting to press BKB, fine, the troll got caught by Hex, but I think Krish had enough time to do it. They were already playing 12k behind, but they wanted to get something back because the Lifestealer was out, and It's quite a sad way of seeing India lose this late game because they played a really good start to this first match.
Yeah, they played really well, and I think that Nepal knew their timings, right? They knew that triple BKB timing, and like I said earlier, they were willing to get X behind, which was about where they were, 8,000 net worth behind. I think they were willing to get to that point before things got troublesome, and it got a little shaky. There was the point where Slardar died up top, where he was very close to having his BKB, and that was almost a mistiming, right? He dies again there before the BKB, and I think things start to overlap, or even the storm getting into those trees and not dying. Like that changes the dynamic of this game enough where I think India could have overwhelmed, but Nepal, they found the right movements, they found the right timings, and they got away with it, and they knew their triple BKB was going to be a run at you moment, and they made it work.
Well, hopefully the next couple of minutes break that the teams will have will be sufficient for India to not dwell too much on this loss, because I must imagine when you lose so many times over the years to Nepal, you might think that you are at a disadvantage, and I imagine there is a mental disadvantage coming into play right there, BCOP. So hopefully they can bounce back and make it more entertaining for us and potentially take us to a game 3.
Potentially, yes. But if history has shown us anything, it will be Nepal 2-0. But we'll have to see how they adjust in the draft. That's for sure. See, it could get interesting. That's for sure. So we'll see.
Oh, we got a bit of a stat sheet here with all of the pieces of objectives that were conquered or gotten on the map, and 25 assists on Kalen's Hoodwink. Hoodwink is a hero that automatically just gets easy assist, of course, but 25, man, a game that was 45 minutes long, I thought it might be actually even more for him, No Chance, or actually Puzzles Weavers. Sison got 12 kills, like you mentioned, 12, 2 and 13, I think you said he finished with, which is incredible, right? And in the end, MNC tanking a lot of that on the Troll Warlord. Quite surprising that, actually. I guess he was the one frontlining for a long time, as Evil Lash was trying to be the one setting up, wasn't playing the front line. So curious to see how that will evolve into the coming second game. I kind of like the Mars. I actually thought the Mars did really, really well, which is great, because we don't see as much Mars in the last few couple of patches as we used to see like a year ago, right? So I'm glad to see Evil Lash that he looked quite comfortable on the hero, but it's also quite difficult to play Mars into Storm Spirit.
Yeah, certainly. Mars, I think is always good, especially when you have that setup of the Rubik. I think that is a solid combo. So having the Mars Rubik duo feels like something that maybe they could work with. I'll be interested to see what they start these drafts out with, because I think giving up Weaver first, like you said, might call for a ban, but I'm not too sure. We'll see. It'll be interesting. It's just like it's when you come off a game like that, where Nepal clearly show the timings that they have, I think you need to be much more ready with your draft and not allowing them to have a lineup in which that can recover like that.
Yeah. I think the recovery was, we saw it on the graphs right after that first BKB team fight. The graphs went whoop, and they were back at equal playing field from the beginning. But it wasn't an equal playing field, right? Because Dota is not just about numbers; it's about matchups. And when you have the top 2 networked heroes with no BKBs, they're gonna die. And that's what we saw happen. Krish died 3 times back-to-back in the span of 5 minutes once the BKBs were available for Sison and his squad. So again, itemization probably was what made that game go in favor of Nepal. The lack of blink ags, the lack of BKBs, the lack of the lack of usage of BKBs from India in the correct moments. Whereas I think the draft overall was quite balanced. We knew there were two different approaches that clashed at one point at that 25-minute mark, and then just one team started steamrolling over the other. If India thinks the draft was a mistake, that's also okay, right? Maybe they weren't too comfortable on their heroes. Maybe that's why some of the build-ups, then the items weren't standard, I might say that, right? And if they go for something that they're more comfortable with, they'll be like, oh yeah, I realize I'm now playing a hero that I love. This guy needs to have a BKB before my Daedalus.
Yeah, I think their BKBs definitely need to be figured out as well. It's knowing those timings just a touch more. So again, it's a we'll wait and see kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm interested in how they'll draft. I think there are, like we talked about, potential gotcha picks like Meepo that could come out here. India has played a lot of good heroes in terms of I've liked what they've put together in the past. They up against Bangladesh played Legion, Timber, and CK. I'm surprised CK has been so ignored. They like their Shadow Fiend. They like their Ursa. They've played Enigma. Like their hero pool seems to be pretty expansive. I wouldn't be surprised to see if we get a little bit more hero selection. I don't think we're going to see the same draft. So up and down in game number 2. At least I hope not. I hate when BO3s you go. You have that game where you lose and teams get stubborn and they're just like, well, it did work, but we can make it work. Redraft the same thing. -1 hero or something like that. I despise that stuff. So we'll see.
Especially it's like potentially the last game these two teams play in these formations or for the national team all the way until September in Chengdu. So if you have any other strats that you haven't used yet, this is the moment. Like saving strats until September is probably ill-advised, because I expect at least a patch, if not 2, to change the game before that point anyway, right? So it doesn't matter, you've got something, we're qualified, we don't want to use it. No. Do it for your country. Make them all proud. Come out with the big guns and upset your opponent to take that first place in the region.
Yeah, do whatever you can to get that first place in the region. And I believe we do have a draft coming our way. So, when you look at what's... I know it's not now it is. This Weaver, man. This time India has first pick, so I doubt they're going to ban it here, and I think they might pick it.
Oh, they banned the Hoodwink. The respect. Okay. I mean, the Hoodwink played well. Again, I don't really necessarily think he was the priority here. And they're going to get the Weaver, was as expected. But this still leaves the Chaos Knight in the pool. Shadowfiend was banned. No Tiny. That's also one of the favorite heroes that we've seen in this tournament. So I'm looking at CK. Clockwork has been something that the teams have ran quite a lot. And it's going to be the Rubik again. Okay. Very interesting, swapping up the opening. Yeah.
Bit of a shock. I remember the days of Weaver getting insta-countered by Bloodseeker. Now, Bloodseeker doesn't exactly feel like a hero to me at the moment for a lot of people for some reason. I do think that this hero could potentially be a good offlaner for teams, but we just don't see it. And I think if you want to make sure Weaver stays in a support role, a 3 Bloodseeker kind of sounds good.
Yeah,
at least in my eyes.
With the spam nukes from the Rubik to continuously, perpetually throughout the game, keep the opponents below 70 HP to give the Bloodseeker more of that moves and attack speed. I don't hate that. I'm quite curious. Bloodseeker wasn't played at all when Zeus was in the meta, right? Very classic damage around the map. And the Pudge wasn't banned out. They went for the Hoodwink, allowed for the Pudge to come through. And Nepal is going to be very, again, greedy if this is going to be their support duo. But speaking of greed, this could be a Marcy support.
Yeah, it could be. You've got 2 flex heroes right now for the side of India. Make it 3 flex heroes for the side of India on that. Now, those are 3 flexy heroes. Technically, the Pudge is a flex hero as well. It could be played in a core role. We could see a 4-5-1 if you really wanted to.
10 seconds.
I guess it depends really so much on what we're going to see India do, but they haven't given anything out on their draft just yet. So there's the CK we asked for, and ask and you shall receive. I know a lot of people are upset with this hero because he doesn't feel so chaos anymore. I can agree with that. So
I think I like all 6 heroes. My only asterisk is the Marcy. Are they gonna?
I like Marcy.
Yeah, but it depends how they're gonna play it. That's the only thing. Like, what's her pairing gonna be? Is it gonna turn into a core and they're gonna try to get the IO here, or are they gonna use it as a support? Which is fine because she does add a lot to the table. But the Pangolier, a very disruptive addition to Nepal's lineup.
Yeah, you're trying to make sure that Unleashed doesn't get to do anything. But I honestly wouldn't mind the offlane being Venge Marcy in either position.
Mm-hmm.
Marcy 3 or 4, Venge 3 or 4. Like, I think that's a decent lane where it's Magic Missile into Rebound Dispose, some decent damage, Wave of Terror, some minus armor, and Puck an early pickup that we don't normally see in that 4 spot. We usually see a lot of mids get saved for last, but showing your mid, at least with the expectation that this Pango is mid, and I don't know if it's that either, because I do think that this Pangolier could be 3, and we've been seeing a lot more 3 Pango.
So the most successful tier 1 Pangolier I think we've seen in recent weeks has been a noob from PSG Quest running it as an offlane. The other teams running it have mixed results. PSG Quest won, were actually qualified to the international by kind of spamming this Pango offlane, using the double shield crash to their advantage. So interesting matchup as well, as Puck, it's not really great versus Pango, because Pango kind of just ignores you when he hits level 6, turns into a ball, and you can't do anything to him.
And they ban Mars. They do think that this is
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is mid, and it could still be. It could.
Seconds remaining.
It could. We could be. I would. Well, Centaur's already banned, so I guess. Trying to think what else you'd want in the offlane, because you've banned 5 offlaners on the side of India, which is absolutely absurd.
They're really trying to counter him somehow, because Larice has been probably for me my favorite player of the tournament. He's up there. He's up there, right? And he's like, okay, he beat us with the Slardar. He's amazing at Darkseer Beast. Centaur he played yesterday. Mars we don't want to play into because it's very good versus what we've got. What are you going to allow him? And it's potentially going to be the Pangolier. Imagine you keep on banning offlaners and they just go, no, it's actually Pango offlane. That would be kind of tragic.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I was like, I needed that sip of coffee to activate my brain on what I was about to say right now. They've played a lot of Legion, so I'm wondering if maybe they go Legion in the offlane here for Nepal. It's not the most amazing combo with Rubik, but it's doable. And I think I agree with you. Like, Pango could just be your offlaner. You've got so many choices in mid. You banned 5 offlaners. You make it really easy for Nepal to just be like what you said. Okay, Pango mid or Pango offlane.
And you talked about this pick in the first game, Peacock. A Void Spirit here for Nepal would absolutely tear through India's lineup, right? You jump on Puck, he tries to phase shift out, you just place your Astral Remnant and the Puck's gone. A Monkey King ban, okay, interesting. India has to
lane too.
Also the Legion for Nepal, playing Legion into Vengeful is never
another offlaner.
They're banning Doom. They're really prioritizing Larice here. Other than the Hoodwink, every single hero has been an offlane. That's incredible. The respect that a player like that can command from your opponent team is such an asset, right? This is probably why we see the Chaos Knight make his way through the draft, because they just wanted to ban out Larice's heroes.
This is the moment where they pick Brood. I mean, it's not, because it's not really that great against this lineup, but this would be the moment where it's like, we've banned all these offlaners and we forgot Brood. However, my point was about to be, you've just banned offlaners in every ban but one. You've literally given Larice the Amar a treatment.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Speaking of Amar,
not many players garner that.
Amar is right now standing in for Watson, playing position 1 in the game right now.
10 seconds
for Entity?
For
Entity against 1 win?
I believe so. Yeah. He's playing position 1 right now.
By the way, update on the other series we had. Bangladesh won game 1 against Sri Lanka.
Oh, I mean, that's quite sad for Sri Lanka, but it doesn't surprise me. Like, I would say from the showing yesterday, Bangladesh looked like the stronger team out of the two. So I'm not too surprised. But look at Nepal. They're actually having the same conversation we've been having. Do we want to flex? And you know what they could do? They could run Pudge safe lane, Pango off lane. It's gonna
There's
be
the Legion. Yeah, okay.
You called it.
Yeah, I felt pretty happy about that. I heard Legion, I was just like, you know what? I'll take that. I'm happy. I don't get to do that often. Also, this is an off-lane Venge.
No.
No, Evil Ash is there. Sorry, Evil Ash is their off-laner, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Marcy skin, not the Venge Arcana. Easy mistake to make.
yeah. Sorry, they both look the same with those. It's the same color palettes.
Exactly.
Damn.
But
it's actually 3 of their heroes have similar color palettes. Puck, Venge, and Marcy right now have similar color palettes.
Wait, so it's Marcy off lane and
yes.
HBK support Weaver.
Yeah, and HBK is going to be in that safe lane with the Morph lane. A lot of range from India, right? B-Cop? Yeah, but I don't know if I like this Morph lane, man. How many times are we about to see a fully shifted Agi Morphling get whacked here? Yeah. By Flayer's hook. Yeah. Max range. Like, you need to be careful. Because with the, I think it's 1500 range that Pudge has with Flayer's hook with that damage at distance, you can theoretically sit in the trees, or I almost want to say, and I haven't tested this, so this is just a guess. I want to say you could sit at Twin Gate and hook from there. I think that's about 1500 units, right?
I'm calculating this. Okay, level 1.
Well, they're on the wrong side for this. They're on the wrong side for this to be a thing.
That's fine. I mean, that's
are they? No, they could go bottom Twin Gate with the Pudge. He sits at the Twin Gate, and this isn't going to be on the main screen, but yeah. Okay. You know exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
You just drew that, right?
Yeah.
So I think a hook at that distance is a lot of damage. A lot of damage. And Morphling full Agi would die.
I mean, no, he's 300 HP right now, but they're seeing each other.
Oh, puzzle.
You might wish to retract your last move. Tip as well. Okay, wow. Krish is coming in hot into the second game.
Damn, dude. Yeah, MNZ at 318 health. A Flayer's hook from a good distance will get you that kill.
Absolutely. I mean, it's 12% per distance damage. So 12% of 1500 is 120. That's about 200. Yeah, I think he could die. Right click will come in from the Pudge as well to just make it 100% certain. So
it's about 170 or 160.
Yeah, plus 80 from the default damage, 250, and the right click.
Yeah.
You're probably dying.
And that's who's to say he's still at 300 completely. Puzzle's dead for first blow, by the way. So that's unfortunate. Giving it to Krish is even worse. That actually sucks. I think unfortunately for Krish, and I mean it's wise though, he bought out on tangos. He probably, what else does he have flying his way? He also got a full wand. And he's getting a bottle? Damn, dude, that is heavy on the regen. That's crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen that. And it's probably, I see it all the time, but it feels...
You kind of overlook it, yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, it's very overlooked that I would say Tango's wand and bottle.
You know, there was like this tactic in about, I think, 2017 that Kuroki and Poppy pioneered, where they would pick Chen and they would buy a bottle for their mid laner. Why do you think we don't see that anymore?
I seen it a couple times, but not as much, and I think it's just too devastating. Like we'll see, like a support alchemist do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He'll do the 250 starting gold, and then he'll just buy a bottle for his mid because it doesn't hurt him as bad. But it's tough to kind of commit to that.
Do you remember the times when bottle was so valuable, mid laners would just purchase one set of tangos and then they would get the range creep and then could get their bottle. Back in the days when we only had one courier, that was some wild times in Dota, man.
What are you talking about? They wouldn't buy tangos. They'd beg as the game
bull
started.
tangos, yes.
One tango, tango. Am I doing a dance? Am I doing the tango?
yeah. Oh, man.
Dude,
I'm glad
that would make or break a game, because the way a mid would ask you for a tango is so important, as that magic missile comes out on the blues, 2 second stun, good rebound, and now the attention's on a puzzle. So, you know, if my mid was like, hey, do you guys mind if I get some tangos? Dude, take as many tangos as you want.
Yeah.
When a mid expects a tango, that's when I draw. That's when I get upset. You guys give me tangos? You have a mic. You could ask.
Yeah, no, for me, the worst was just the ping. The ping was the worst.
Yeah,
like
ping,
you come in, pinging the tangles in my inventory. I remember one of my ways of dealing with that was I would just buy salve.
Blues. Sorry.
You're playing a Pudge 5. You're playing a Pudge 5. I'm not expecting this. I don't know why this is the case. Why is the Rubik not bottom? I don't understand why they're doing this. And maybe it is because it's just easier to, set up for hooks in the tier 1 top. But you're sacrificing your CK for this, which doesn't make that much sense to me.
I don't think they expected the lane to be this hard. And I almost want to say you lane swap completely, because Blues dies here. I want to say send him bot. Send him bot with Pudge, go against the Morphling and the Weaver, and it'll be a much easier time, and Legion can deal and Rubik can deal top, and they will do a better job. They have telekinesis, they have a guaranteed stun, they will, maybe get a level and press the attack. I think it's a better opportunity for you if you swap lanes, or should have swapped lanes to start.
I don't want to, be toxic. I do want to be toxic, actually. Chris just missed 4 out of 5 creeps under the tower. And he's somehow still ahead of the Pangolier, which is probably even wilder. Yeah, it's even wilder to me. My goodness. As bottom?
HBK? Yeah. That's a good kill, but MNZ might clean up.
Nah, Luris is too tanky, I think.
He does have to be a little bit careful. MNZ will start to poke away, and MNZ has the benefits of being able to shift for more, and he has 11 wand charges. But Luris, he'll survive. I think that's good. I'm a little worried about the burst damage that's not going to be here for Luris when he wants to duel, because they've lost puzzles. They're going to potentially not have a CK active until way later, because his game is going... to make it frank, awfully. Like, he just walks in the lane, gets stunned, and dies.
He just popped the salve as well as that happened, by the way.
Yeah, they need to swap this lane, and they can't continue to let him just show back up to lane. He's not gonna survive.
To answer your concern about the dual damage, I mean, they will have a Fade Bolt, and they'll have the Swashbuckle. The damage might be there. There's not the tankiest heroes on their Indian side either, right?
Oi!
I mean, Z playing with fire.
TP in here. They really need to have a third TP in for the side of Nepal.
Guys?
Oh, telekinesis under the tower, HBK? That's overzealous.
A bit greedy.
Middle tower is under attack.
No, not what you want.
Does Puzzle hit a single creep with a hero? Because I don't think he has.
No, he's probably at 0% right now.
And like, even if you do, who are you gonna hook? Because if you connect with the Marcy just rebounds out of there. Like, you're playing in lane, right? That's what happens. Oh, they're going for the power rune.
Ooh, okay.
They see me rolling.
But that's Rolling Thunder now down, right? Like, I almost would have more so wanted him to use Rolling Thunder to maybe get a kill top to open up this CK game a little bit more, or at all. Like, they're just getting abused top, and now he can't go top. Good hook. But there's nothing more to it yet. Yeah, this rebound puzzle is dead. And now they've got the dispose on a Blues, and he's going to try and Reality Rift and out damage. He doesn't have it. Yeah, and that's why now not having that Rolling Thunder was kind of massive. And they just tried to TP Cezanne up there as well. And he didn't TP, and Tybee stopped it. So this is another game where Blues doesn't have one to start.
He is actually the newest addition to the Nepal squad, by the way. Nepal has played in the same formation for, several years, but Blues is the newest addition to the team.
They're getting their Wisdom runes stolen. No, sorry. They just scanned.
Their own.
Sorry, what confused me is they scanned their own Wisdom rune. Or they scanned the enemy Wisdom rune. It was... I don't know why they would scan there, but they also caught puzzles going there.
No, I think they scanned themselves, their own rune, thinking the Weaver might be shikuching around him or something like that.
No, because it clicked, so it went red, so it had to be the Radiant who scanned it.
Okay.
That's a good hook, and that's a good kill. That's everything they needed. This is what should have been happening before. Unfortunately, leaving Blues by himself means he's in a lot of trouble. But he survives that. And my only question is that too late?
Wait a minute. Wait. A lot of heavy lifting in this game.
Big I just woke up to reality. Wait a minute. Okay, as action bottom, I'll talk to you about this in a second. Pango dies solo mid. Og.
Yeah, they're TPing in. They need to leave. They might lose all 3 heroes here. Oh boy, because they have level 6. They have Unleash. Dispose. You can Unleash. You could do it.
Doesn't want to use it.
You could do it. You don't need to do it. Oh, and the courier too. Oh my god, man.
Okay, so Beacop, what is happening? Evil Ash is level 6. Evil Ash was the offlane player last game. He is the support Marcy. No chance he's playing offlane Vengeful.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they just had such a good start with this Venge that they were like, all right, transition into being a core.
Okay.
Like he's 3-0-3. Like he's gotten 6 kills. And Evil Ash is 2-0-6. I do wonder if they were just like, all right, well, Venge, you do your thing.
Could very well be the case. And Evil Ash is also having a great time. He has level 6, level minute 8. That's crazy for a support.
Oh, man. Another kill here on Tularis. This is just... They can't get anything done. They're going to try and go top and get this kill, which they will. Didn't cost them Rolling Thunder. They do get level 6 here for Blues finally. We talked about BKB timings last game being a big thing. I don't really know what the timing is for Nepal at the moment. They are just so far behind. They have to somehow, like, maintain.
I think it's got to be... you got to bait one of your players and then get another kill. And they're starting off nice with 1 onto HBK as we were watching the replay up top. Is Blink... What's Legion getting first? Blade Mill or Blink. Okay, not committing to either just yet. I think you kind of need the Blink first, actually.
I just don't know if you have... Yeah, but you don't have the damage to win duels, and I think you need the extra damage, too.
I think you do. I'm actually a big believer that you do. Fade Bolt 3 points with Arcane Supremacy and, like I said, Swashbuckle and a double Shield Crash. I think you can kill the Weaver, the Puck, if you catch them.
That's if they're all there, yeah. I agree with that. But if it's just him...
Like, look at...
Where is he? Oh.
That could have been really good. But obviously, a single point in telekinesis is not long enough of a disable to allow for the meat hook to connect. And now Blues up top.
Dead. Unleash is just too strong. Stealing Shikuchi is okay.
Yeah. I mean, this CK has like arguably worse of a game than last game? Or is it... I mean, that Leicester game really sucked, but mid... Krish overstepped.
And that was with Throwing Thunder. And they using Puzzle. He's starting to hit some hooks.
No, this was what I told you. You got to bait. So the Pudge baited, Krish overcommitted, and then the Pangolier baited, Krish overcommitted, and the Pudge was just there. Come walk into my open arms. I'll just dismember you. So, it's quite sad to say this, but when we're not talking about highest tiers of Dota, right? Like we're now maybe edge of tier 3. You can expect your opponents to make mistakes. And yes, you can't plan for it, but it's only up to who makes less mistakes. And if you get Krish to be a bit overzealous, like he got last game without the BKB on the TA, you can punish that and get yourself back in the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Man, they need this armlet badly on blues. Evil Ash. That's a big kill to get. A lot of gold. That's a killing spree. Well, they lose Luris over bottom.
I mean, that's a great trade, let's be real. Even though you lose your offlane for a support, that support was a big bounty of gold. And that's why we see 600 gold being claimed by the Dire. And it's a Legion commander. As long as he dies, but the Pangolier, who has the best game on the Dire side, doesn't, it's okay.
We're just giving a haha. Interesting.
Do you think there's a chance Laris is tilted that they banned all his heroes?
No. Oh, gosh. Rubik. Good telekinesis. And with the Shikuchi, he's getting a bigger AoE off that, but now the rebound in with the Unleashed Blues.
Not like this.
He does not have Phantasm, and this is a problem. They will end up losing no chance, but Puzzles goes down as well. And now without Shikuchi, you have no survivability, and you will lose this Rubik too, and all 3 heroes die.
No chance also purchased the Staff of Wizardry before dying, so he doesn't lose that much gold. He's 700 gold away from having a full Aghanim Scepter on the Venge. India's putting on a clinic right now, and they're playing very, very well. There's no items, literally, on the Legion, on the CK. They only have an Echo Saber or the Pango who's falling right now.
Silence, Dream Coil, Shield Crash, the double crash, the dismember, the kill, but the return as they take out this Pangolier.
Oh, meat hook.
The hook missing. Can't be missing like that.
But now that Calum has the magic missile again, this is a very beautiful combination. I know when I play Vengeful Spirits and I get a Pudge in my team, they're having a field day because landing meat hook from magic missile is very easy. So Calum has that set up for his Pudge, who has started to land a bit more hooks in the last couple of minutes.
I wonder if he's confident enough in his hooks or if he's going to be that guy who goes for Rod of Atos on Pudge.
I mean, he hasn't had the most success in laning phase, right?
There's always that guy. There's always that one. But he's got 6 stacks on Flesh Heap right now. Mm-hmm. He's actually not in a bad spot, despite the fact that he's died 4 times. And this 8th one is going to be a little bit more for him, which will be nice.
Yeah, and the Pudge is quite good now since, well, it's been a couple of years now since Meat Hook automatically kills a creep. So now it's quite okay for him to farm. Also, I'm surprised Calum has gotten 28 last hits. That's... How? Like, you just steal creeps off of Legion's lane? Is that what happened? Because the Rubik at minute 15 usually doesn't get the chance to hit any of the creeps.
You fade bolt here or there on the lanes that you're passing by. Taking over mid when Saison dies. Dual attempts, and they've got the swap, so that's not going to be a dual victory, and that's the problem with not knowing where this Venge is, and they're going to get both kills here. They might even get more. They've got the Morph, who turns into the Pangolier. The 3rd dead, 4th is probably going to be due for dying.
Oh, one more!
And that will be 4 dead for 1, and it's just that Marcy. They're really hoping that they're going to have, at some point, CK be available.
A rare mistake from Saison there. I think got way too greedy, not popping the Rolling Thunder as soon as the the smoke blink call was the blink duel was called. I think if you pop Rolling Thunder there, you're still not winning the team fight, but you managed to kill the Marcy faster and potentially the Vengeful as well. So yeah, got a bit greedy with that. They wanted to get a pick off and get away, and now not only they lost 4, they're gonna lose yet another one bottom.
Yeah, this is really not looking good for them. They're down about 9,000 net worth. They're going to want to try and get a kill here. They're going to be forced to feel like they have to get a kill here. But now they're about to lose puzzles again. Like they've got swap. This might be a quick one. They just do not have this CK getting involved at all. And even with Orchid that he's just starting, I don't know.
It will be too late. The Morphling has a Lincoln and the Puck is building his as well as we speak. So I don't think that makes any difference. And I know we said we wanted a game 3, but not at the cost of having a stomp in game 2.
This Rolling Thunder doesn't do anything either. They might have been better off picking a better mid and not going Legion. I mean, I know I guessed it, but I think that there could have been better answers.
Morphling, he needs 1,000 gold to have his full Manta style on top of the Lincolns. Net worth wise, he's about to hit 11,000 to the 6.6 of the Chaos Knight, which is crazy. And now, what a random dust.
Yeah.
He was getting pursued by Krish. It wasn't really random, but still. Coil got forced out, so a small victory for Caleb. As they're blinking into Gyre jungle.
They're going to try and get the Legion, and it's a neutral creep that gets it. Okay.
Swap.
And they've got the swap. They'll kill puzzle. That's 24 kills now in 18 minutes. An 11,000 net worth lead.
There's
no helping Nepal at the moment.
What was the aura around Marcy? Is that like a cosmetic thing from the Unleash? Like when she was unleashed and hitting the pod, she had like a circle around her?
I'm not sure. But bottom lane, they need to be careful again. Like this Rolling Thunder might be okay. I think Cezanne, they just don't even have the damage to get duel.
I mean, they're 2v3 right now.
There's nothing. Yeah. I mean, they don't even have CK, and he's dead solo to Morphling. I think it might be about that time.
Yes.
Yep.
Wow. Nepal facing their first.
They just got blown out of the water.
First map loss in this entire qualifier, and in what a fashion it was. Disconnect as well, and maybe the tactic worked out. Ban out all of the offlaners that their star player can run, and then completely stomp them over. And taking these Pudge Pangolier. Not really good at all. Puzzle couldn't really find his footing, and the CK paid the price for Puzzle not finding his footing in the laning phase. And at the same time, Legion Commander, like I said, needs more, and he didn't get anything going. And the Pangolier, yes, it has success in this patch, but as an offlane, like I said, PSG Quest, the ones winning with the hero are playing it in position 3. Where every other team that's trying to run it mid kind of loses games, and what a surprise it happened here yet again. I wouldn't necessarily blame it on Cezanne himself, but it was a combination of multiple things that ended up Nepal not having any game in those 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I think it starts with the lane. It starts with the fact that, the CK just kept running back in. The CK kept going back to top, expecting things to change. And they showed multiple times how easy it was to just get kills in that lane. And they kept going back and back.
See that aura? You see that?
Yeah. I'm not 100% on what that aura is, but it's not his level 6 because he doesn't have it there yet. I'm wondering.
Level 4.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's like some AoE circle. I forget what it is, but
this was very nice, by the way. A couple of hooks from Puzzle here. And we saw how successful the first one was because the Rubik had telekinesis available. The second one, wasn't there in time, and then by the time you feel like, oh, let's duel MNZ, he's below half HP, the rest of the team TPs, and
it's quite hard. It's the bodyguard AoE, so they don't have they took the bodyguard facet. That's what it was.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I clearly haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, so you have the ability to protect your allies in an AoE. So that is it. Right there. So you'll see it again. It'll show up a bunch of times. We've seen it 100 times, and no chance at this point. By the way, had X. This is also 3 minutes before the game ends, but this is just every time they went for a duel, everybody responded. CK still farming. There was no way he was farming for that. It just wasn't happening. Like
in this team fight, man, I feel like the Rolling Thunder gets popped there. Maybe they get one more kill before they lose 4. It's really tragic, and back-to-back games where Nepal plays very greatly support duo. First time around with the Weaver Hoodwink, they didn't get punished as hard. I mean, they managed to come back later on. But now when you're running Pudge Rubik, that again, both of them need stuff, right? You need the Blink, you need an Aether Lens for the Pudge. You can't get going, and this Chaos Knight needed space, but you can't make space because your supports are greedy. Also, the Legion, they didn't really connect with the duels early on, and by the time they did connect with the duels with the Blink Dagger here, the rest of the team was never there. It was very rough for Nepal with, again, the worst showing we've seen from them all week long.
Yeah, they don't even get that kill there on the Venge, by the way, who had a sliver of health, and once MNZ killed Blues off screen solo, this game was called, and you could feel it coming.
Radiant victory.
It's just, there's nothing you can do there. It's unfortunate, but I mean, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you have a draft that just doesn't have the ability to show up.
Yeah. Gelling with each other is very important, and it felt like there was a lot of things didn't connect from Nepal, which is quite rare to see from there, because I've been praising their spellcasting ability as a unit. So let's see what their game plan will be, or their approach rather, for the third and final game, as India is on the path of getting revenge for the last couple of season losses they faced versus Nepal.
Yeah, Road to the Asian Games was the last time. It was a 2-0 for Nepal, and India now forcing a game 3, which, if the draft, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another one of these, but I would like to see a solid 38-minute game coming into game number 3. There's something a bit closer, more so like game number 1, truthfully. Yeah,
the game 1 was a very nice back and forth, unlike whatever this was in the second showing of the squads. And interesting that, the player position change worked out for India in such a dramatic fashion, Bcop. I gotta ask you, now you're going into the last game, you're gonna, if you're no chance, to just tell Evil Lash, nah, we won the game when I was the core, let me run it again? Or are you gonna go back to what you've been playing up until this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess maybe they're flexible like that, and they can make things happen. So I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see, because I think the No Chance is normally just the support. So we'll have to see exactly what they end up doing. Because I think it's draft dependent. I like what they were able to accomplish. No Chance having 17 assists in that game. He was 19 minutes long.
Wow.
That's absurd. 3-2 and 17.
Yeah, some kills on top of that as well. So involved in a lot of that. Of course, part of that is the Wave of Terror, which is like a nice AoE piece that you can use to touch everybody. But joining up with his team was very good. And now that India kind of figured out you just need to ban every single hero that Larice plays. I wonder if Nepal is going to come in and see, okay, they banned 3 in the first ban phase, and now we need to get our Centaur or our Mars right away. Or are the Nepal squad going to be coming in and be like, let's ban out some of their strats? We saw they like playing the Marcy, and that was a really good Marcy game, and the Venge. Are we going to go a bit off meta, right? Because they lost and they had the Weaver. But it's interesting to see how this evolves, because when you have a longer series, right, it's not a best of one. sometimes the dynamic between the two teams goes beyond that. We more often see that in best of fives, which is not the case today. But the teams have history. So if they could be looking back, what were some of those favorite picks previously, even though it was on different patches, it might be something, their comfort heroes are this, and that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they choose. Who knows? I mean, they're going and rushing into games, so you don't get much time to think about what you want. You don't get much time to figure out what to change, right? There's no breaking down there's no breaking down what is happening between these games. So it's unfortunate because BO3s, I think traditionally on LAN, there's usually about a 15-minute break between games, and you have more time to look over. You'll have a coach by you. I wonder if they're taking their time now while we're in lobby, just kind of sitting there and making sure, hey, this is what happened. This is where the break is, and we need to fix this, especially in the draft. And I don't know if these teams, if all of them have coaches. They're not traditional teams either, but who knows? I know. ROTK or Lanham, when he was the coach in the Asian Games in China, they were really breaking it down as we were going on. So it's tough. It's tough to just kind of be quick on it,
Well, and of course, I think, speaking of coaches and the behind the scenes of these national teams, it brings us back to the beginning of the day when we talked about how much support these squads get from their countries. And with good, consistent results, I expect them, if they do not have a coach right now, BCOP, hopefully by the time these two squads 2 months from now in Chengdu, they will get that extra piece of support, because having a coach with you to prepare and get ready and break down and study some of the other opponents for 2 months is a huge asset, right? That's why the three of us, me, you, and Black, were talking about, Team China being arguably the absolute favors when we're going to be in Chengdu, because we know that their esports Dota actually is such a big program in China, and they put so much support every time they represent the national squad that I would personally hope that all of the other federations and countries will back up the teams that made it to that point. Spend a bit of cheddar cheese. Find someone that can join the Indian squad from the coach role, maybe with a bit more experience, and bring them to the next level to secure one of those top 4 spots in Chengdu, because that is the goal, right? You got to have your players get up there to have as much LAN experience as possible. You win the qualifier, get second place now, you qualify to the World Esports Championships, and that's when, all of the eyes are going to be on your country.
Yeah, and I think that it'll be interesting to see if the teams that qualify, if they scrim against each other, or if they scrim against even teams that are together, right? You can play against SEA teams. There are plenty of SEA teams that are probably looking for scrims, or stacks that are looking for scrims. So we'll have to see. I'd like to have these teams scrim a lot more and get them towards their best, because I find that at least in the qualifiers, these are stacks thrown together last minute. I think Seneko said he was pretty last minute when we interviewed him a couple days ago. So I definitely would like to hear when we're at the Asian finals, hey, listen, we got to scrim, we got to play a lot of teams, we did X, Y, and Z. Hopefully it makes them more clean and better teams, because I think last game, no offense to Nepal, but that was a big showing of not really having a backup plan, not really having those scrims, not really having that extra information, I would say.
Yeah. And, it's kind of annoying to see them crash and burn like that in the final game, because otherwise Nepal has played some of the best Dota of this entire region up until the second game. And I don't have a problem with them necessarily dropping a map, or even potentially two, but doing it in such a underwhelming fashion. They were nowhere to be found. It felt like they played with someone, stole their minds. They were controlling their bodies, and it was a completely different team. But at the same time, I don't know how much of that is also India figuring Nepal out and outplaying them completely, because it's kind of a tango, right? India took a few steps forward, and Nepal took many steps back in that second game. So, like you said, with such a short break before game 3, hopefully Nepal will be able to mentally bounce from the first loss of the tournament. Because when you are used to winning consistently and you never lose, when that first click happens, it could all come crumbling down.
Yeah, definitely. It could become a huge issue. So we'll have to see what, at the end of the day, they want to get done. If they want to go straight into it, you need to see guys like Blues, what he's going to feel comfortable with. I'm not really sure. We'll figure it out. And I just don't. I don't know. I think Blues, after a game like that, going straight into another one, needs somebody to be like, "Hey, man, you played well game 1. We hit our timing, so let's just do that again."
Wow, I gotta also say, even the first game, he had a rough Lifestealer game to begin with. Like the first 20 minutes, he didn't really have the game. So maybe you gotta start prioritizing his lane a bit more, or maybe give him a different hero that he doesn't start falling behind so early, right? And I don't know if, again, it was the player-hero pairing, or rather the fact that he had a Weaver Hoodwink in first game and then a Pudge Rubik in the second game, which weren't really the best ways of supporting him. So hopefully Nepal realizes there's a bit of a problem there and actually changes it up, because otherwise it's quite sad to see Blues being like the forgotten son. Like I said, I know he's the newest addition to the roster, but if you are 4 players that have stuck together for years, you gotta feel the newcomer welcome to your squad.
Yeah, you got to try and make him have as comfortable as a game as possible, right? Yeah. Otherwise, you find yourself in pretty poor positions. And I think that you're kind of hoping that he can find the right spot to be in. But they have to give him a lane that's feasible. That last lane just wasn't going to... There's nothing... Unless they had swapped lanes, there was nothing he could do in that lane. It was just a lane that he was always going to die in. And I think that's unfortunate, because we saw him in game 1, and we saw in game 1 that the team definitely communicated the triple BKB timing and getting everything they needed and being X amount behind and knowing they could come back. Game 2, it felt like it was 5 different games of Dota being played by the side of Nepal, which is rough. It's impossible to win a game as 5 different games. It's just not possible.
I'm gonna be interested if, let's say India changes this up, okay? And they're going to stick with no chance as an offlaner, right? We know they're qualified for Chengdu already. If Chengdu rolls around and no chance is still the offlaner, like imagine only because of this turnaround in the series, these 2 players change their position for the rest of the season. I think that would be kind of interesting. And it's something that hasn't really happened in Pro Dota mid-season since, I don't know, like the first iteration of Team Secret when Kuroki was the carry, if you remember that. That would be quite a strange one, but I wouldn't hate it, right? I mean, as long as there is room for improvement in a squad with the players that you have, and you don't need to remove anyone, why not keep going, right? If it's not broken, stick to it and keep doing what will work. At the same time, maybe it was just a one-off, right? Maybe Vengeful Spirit is their one approach they have, where No Chance is the Venge specialist and wants to do it. Or it might be the other way around. Marcy is one of those heroes that not everybody plays, because he plays kind of different to most Dota heroes. So it might have been the support that wanted to go for the Marcy that way. But I think we're only moments away from getting into the final draft of this entire region, BCOP, actually, because this is the last match of the South Asia region. Later on today, we'll have the different parts of Asia. So let's see who is going to be taking this one, as we are on the way. We're going to... Yes.
By the way, when you were talking about Kuroki and that first iteration of Secret, I went to ESL1 New York. It was the one, that black one. But Secret was there, and I remember distinctly Kuroki had his Na'Vi mouse still, and he went like this, showed his Na'Vi mouse, and just went... and that was it. And that was everybody went wild. It was great.
That is badass.
It was one of the things I remember most about that event. I wish I don't know if the VODs are available online anymore.
That's what I was about to say. I want to look that up.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hope that is still a thing. So there's a star ladder. Nope, this is Kuroki still a Navi. Oh man, that is phenomenal. At least a GIF somewhere. I would love to see of that.
It's ESL 1 New York 2014 would be the matchups. And I think was it, did Secret play Navi then? Or like, they might have.
See, I love that the way you opened up that story, Pickup, is, it's the one, that black one. That is funny. That is very funny.
I do talk to him. I talk to him about it a lot because that's like the first day we met each other, but we just never knew until 6 years later. We actually talked about it on stream the other day, which is very just because I had no idea.
I think I found the clip.
So, you found the clip? Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, this is literally it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is cool. That is very cool.
Back when Team Secret had their original like document stamped Team Secret logo as well, if you see it on there.
Yeah. That was, oh man, that was the beginning of a new era for Dota, because I think Secret were the first, and then we had Monkey Business, who of course turned into OG later on. This was crazy times to be a Dota fan, I remember. And then, of course, Nigma became a thing of their own a few years later with the whole Liquid squad. What a time to be alive, B-Cop. But what a time to be alive here for India. And if you're an Indian fan, this is the revenge time. After many, grand finals for qualifiers, for tournaments where Nepal has taken India out, it's now their time to do the same to Nepal, as there are... they're riding the momentum to complete this reverse sweep.
Yeah, and a first pick Ursa is insane. That is not something you see too often. A very kiteable hero, and the response was already something that can kite that hero. I'm a little surprised picking Ursa that early. Ursa is not one of those heroes that you see. All right, we're having fun. I mean, I'm okay with the commitment to having fun, but it doesn't look like India's messing around to keep that sentence clean.
I said they're just going to insta-pick an offlaner for Lemire, but no, they're like, we don't care about that. He can go back, play his Legion Commander. We'll just get the Ursa now, which I actually think is a very strong hero in the current patch. Very overlooked in this week's qualifier of Asia and Oceania for Iesf. So I'm happy to see it come out here. Well, like you mentioned, first pick paired up with a Veno. This is what tells me a lot of toxicity, right? You hate playing against Ursa Veno. But at the same time, are you not revealing a bit too much too early? What do we know? Maybe Nepal is going to make it work somehow.
Ancient Apparition. Good counter.
Wow.
They have a good amount of lockdown. Ice Blast. I mean, the Death Rhyme's really strong as well. Boy. Interesting. So, we'll have to see. I like Ancient Apparition, obviously my favorite hero. So,
you did tell me this the other day.
He makes an appearance on my arm. But actually, both are saying Ancient Apparition do. So, a little bit of both. You can't really see it with the glare coming in, but Ursa and then AA is just kind of hanging over, doing his thing.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
But Mars getting picked up. We talked about Mars. We talked about how we like Mars. And honestly, Mars Veno is not bad. Venomous Gale into Spear and having the passive as well. Shadow Demon also works for Mars too. It sets up with Disruption. And it's also a save. It's making sure that you could maybe disrupt Marcy, take somebody out of the fight who's going to be up front, give Ursa a chance to kind of back away and be safe. But I kind of sense, honestly, that we could see another Marcy plus one lane where Ursa just despises their life.
I don't know, Big-Up. I'll be honest. I kind of love what I'm seeing from Nepal. And of course, I was expecting the Storm Spirit here. Both of these drafts are very, very nice. And I'm quite excited for this. Also, now the Storm Spirit alongside the Dragon Knight are very good at setting up for the Ice Blast connection, right? get Electric Vortex or Dragon Tail into the long range Ice Blast. So that's going to be very, very cool. At the same time, Nepal has completely changed it up. They have not played any of these heroes all week long. At least I don't remember seeing them run it. The Mars we had earlier was on the Indian side, right? So maybe this is their last hurrah, or like you said, they just want to have fun.
Yeah, maybe they want to have fun. This Marcy potential DK lane feels very strong. I don't know. The only other place is they could put DK safe lane, but I hate DK safe lane. I would much rather this hero in the off lane. And safe lane Windrunner is maybe the call. No, they're banning offlaners. If they get DK safe lane, okay. Not my cup of tea, but I drink coffee, so.
This is a good Enigma ban. You don't really have, well, you had no ways of stopping the black hole. So that will be cool. India now. I mean, you could put this DK offlane or safe lane. I'm just wondering if there's a world in which we see Io Marcy.
They could go Marcy safe lane actually, and then you pick a different 4 position, which would be the Io. I don't hate that. I don't think I hate that much.
Because it's quite a good way if you get the Io to get out of Ursa, right? Ursa wants to get on top of you. You just relocate away. But we got to find out just now as, okay, they're taking it completely somewhere else with the Naga. I guess, traditional Chinese safe ultra late game hero, farm splits the map.
Classic CTY hero.
It's good versus the Mars, right? You want to jump in, pop arena, burst someone. If the Naga's around, Song of the Siren to help the team get out of there. I don't know how I feel about the Naga. I guess it's good versus because Ursa wants to get on top of your carry and kill it, and Naga is so elusive and so many illusions. She could just play from behind and split the map, completely squeezing all the resources out and not allowing the Ursa to keep on farming to scale. But this also means you don't have an early game tempo, right? You don't have the tools for that. Your supports are not greedy because you got an AA. And now the Lash...
I kind of disagree with that. You do have early game potential. If Marcy hits 6 and all of a sudden you go after them with Unleash, and I think Ice Blast, Unleash, and Ball Lightning with Vortex, and Dragon Tail and DK just having Elder Dragon form is enough to open up space for Naga Siren.
Okay.
I think that gives you some sort of availability. You don't have to go early. You definitely can. I mean, Naga's going to get farm. I think that's okay. I think you're fine. It's all about figuring out the deal here with India and Nepal and figuring out the tempos.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, and Leshrak is quite a good one when it comes to dealing with the Naga illusions. That was the plan here, and Shadow Demon will have the ability to disrupt some of the illusions and send them back to do some of the work for himself. I assume he's not gonna want to stay on Promulgate, and I think Shadow Servant is definitely much better when you're playing into a Naga Siren, but I don't think he got the chance to change that facet, which is a bit of an odd decision, if you ask me personally.
Right. Which, hold on, I'll look at facets when we load in real quick, just to see everything that they took, because the Marcy... Okay, sidekick facet, because Marcy's playing in the 4 position again, I think. 2 stacks of tangos? Yeah, right? Yeah, it's not going to be DK4 position. What am I thinking here? That would be insane. Gosh. Okay. Well, we'll see how this goes, and I mean, we'll see how this smoke lands. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the lanes.
Yeah, I think it should be pretty much a stalemate when it comes to these two sides, as we have a lot of potential kills from either, actually, with the Ursa, with the Mars and Veno doing very, very well. As well, on the other side, Dragontail with plus Marcy could do a lot of work on the safe lane, on the off lane for India, but I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket because, Ursa is really good. If you get a couple of Fury swipes on top of the opponent, they just fall. And like I said, Veno is very annoying to play against, but he's also not the fastest hero, so he could get abused a lot if you get some chain stuns on top of him. As 6 seconds until the bounty runes will get collected, and it should be an even 2-for-2 split. Yep, that's the case. As MNZ and HBK heading up top, and one of the side things that I think we haven't talked about is later on when MNZ will get a pond and in the net, it's going to be a great setup for the cold feet as well, right, Bicop?
Yeah, I really like Ancient Apparition. I really like Cold Feet early on. I like the change as well. The Cold Feet being an AoE now means, honestly, if you're an Ancient Apparition, you can find farm with that. You're not just stuck to throwing down Ice Vortex and getting farm that way. So we'll see what Ancient Apparition gets out of the lane and what you get with Cold Feet. Because, truth be told, I'm a huge Ancient Apparition fan. Getting some farm always feels nice. But we'll see how this matchup goes, because there is the Shadow Demon Mars combo where you've got the disruption into the spear, but First Blood's going to come this time for Blues. 7 already, a much better time. And no chance is fighting Blues, but everybody? But the Mars is just disconnected? Okay. Okay. Guys. Hello? The room all by myself. Where did these guys go? Everybody disconnecting. I mean, that's usually when you're in the same building or something like that. Maybe you've got some sort of what was I going to say? Some sort of internet connection that you're sharing. So, we'll see how this goes when we're all coming back. The only one who didn't disconnect was the Mars. So you got to be proud of the fact that you've got the best internet out there, which is good. Pride yourself on having the best internet, or maybe they're just in a different location. It looks as though I'm interested to see if Blues is going to die here to this DK. He's got Dragon Tail. I don't think there's a way he dies, although there's no Gale for 6 seconds. There is a Blood Grenade, so Blues can run away. And there's the Blood Grenade. Dragon Tail is used. And Blues doesn't even have to run away. It's actually the DK that backs off. Not terrible overall, which is good. So we're all good to go. Continuing on, bottom lane. Another Gale on it too. Blues thinking about going in. But Breathe Fire is just not something you want to deal with. Early on, it's just a deterrent. It's 30% attack damage reduction with no chance taking that Corrosive Dragon. But Cezanne getting a solo kill on a Storm Spirit mid is Leshrac, and now another Venomous Gale. The Dispose is on to Blues, as Blues just can't keep up with these heroes. However, that kill mid is massive for this Leshrac. That is a great feeling. Man, thinking about it, it is just a solid little combo there. When they can get this Leshrac moving and turn it into maybe getting the Ice Blast going around. But that solo kill for Leshrac, picture perfect. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Is MNZ 10-1 right now? He's going to need a lot more.
Well, I think it's also the fact that Naga is not really a lane dominator, right? He expects to just farm but not pressure the opponent, whereas this lane of Mars plus Shadow Demon want to do the complete opposite, right? So it's going to be a very interesting way of seeing how they deal with that, as I expect the pressure to become even more as they hit level 3s or 5s. I'm maybe even looking at Venomancer rotating at one point through the Twin Gate, as Lesh is getting a lot of right clicks down by Krish.
Yeah, Krish just died. He wants revenge. Leshrac got a solo kill. That should really not be happening, in my opinion. But what can you do? 2-0 though for the start is a much better start for Nepal. That's for sure. Especially with Blues getting a kill. Who's getting first blood, that is.
My goodness, look at the damage.
God's Rebuke. And Cold Feet actually freezing the Mars. They still get this kill with the Shadow Poison. HBK dying, and it's 3-0. Maybe even going to be 4-0 as Blues is trying to get the kill on a no chance. It'll be there for Puzzle.
He gets
away.
Body
block for a split second from the Venomancer allows Blues to get away and pop a cell.
Wow. This is a great start for the Radiant side, and they want to go for more. Bottom.
Yeah, they want to go for the Marcy. Marcy low. Marcy dead. Gone. Man. A huge turn from last game.
I mean, it's the momentum, right? We thought India's going to be riding that into the next one, but not the case, as Nepal realized, okay, we had a bit of a hiccup. We know what we're capable of, and we're going to come in guns blazing, showing our opponents that, last game was a big mistake. And like I said, I think these lanes are actually really, really good for them. And we see it put in action. 5 kills at minute 5 is really good for them. I'm happy to see Nepal doing what they wanted. At the same time, quite a bit surprised that India is allowing them to, get close and get the kills. You don't need to engage. Like, what's happening top right now?
Yeah.
Why?
Jeez, 6-0, man. And the Mars is finally going to die. There's 1 kill there for the side of India. All that being said, like, the net worth is not that far off.
Yeah, I mean, it's only minute 5, right? And the last hits, the Storm Spirit is doing good in mid. He's up to par with the Leshrac. The denies are in the Radiant side with the mid laner, but it's okay. Also, this Breathfire from No Chance is quite good at reducing some of the attack damage from Blues' Ursa. They stuck to it. No Chance is still the offlaner, by the way.
Ooh.
What?
Yeah, Krish getting that kill, and Cezanne was behind the tier 1. That is always dangerous. Krish sitting here with barely any health. But he ends up surviving, and now he's level 6. He'll still have to walk all the way back. He's got to refill that bottle and get something going here. Meanwhile, Leshrac should be able to farm a little bit. So if you switch it to the net worth, it's Cezanne could probably make this up. But top lane, Cold Feet freezing over, illusion, not gonna get that kill. And Snare with the Cold Feet, man, it's disgusting.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't talk
about 3 heroes. Krish is here. No Chance gets the kill in a Blues, and all of a sudden Nepal had that great start, but you hit this level 6 timing, at least for Krish, and he just wants to fight.
That was kind of odd from the Ursa, but also very good from Krish. Krish realizing, you know what, I'm making the walk all the way to base, so let's catch them by surprise, and that's what he did with that beautiful TP bottom for the rotate. Wisdom Runes get traded as Evil-Lash claims the dire one, but Gale connects to no chance, and there's no more chance for a pursuit as Evil-Lash shows himself.
So things looking better for India, now up 1,000 net worth-ish. And, it's very, I would say, solid for them if they could add on, and that's what's going to happen here. Cold Feet has so much opportunity to freeze over, but they don't commit. They just leave this DK. What? That was almost like a bait.
Okay.
That felt like, yeah, all right, let's kill the Venom. And then the supports were like, this core, screw this guy.
And no.
Spear. Cold feet again. Oh, he's on the edge. Just gets past that distance.
Yeah, but get Apparition level 6 and do this again in 3 minutes, and that's going a completely different way with Sasan bursting down over there, right? So, raindrops or not, I don't think once that Ace Plus comes through, you'll survive that, a similar engagement. But we have level 6 on Puzzle. This is very early for a Venomancer.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes in. Wisdom runes were 1 apiece, and now you use that ult on No Chance. He's not level 6. He will get run down, but now the Storm's looking to get a trade. And unfortunately, he ball lightninged in and now gets hit by this Noxious Plague. So Blue's going to start to back off. He's got some help here if he's needed with this disruption. You line it up with a split Earth, and he's got no mana left, and they've come in too far. The Venomous Gale hits on the edge. It didn't look like it hit on the edge, but that's another kill here. And Diabolic Edict's level 4. You can take a tower if you stay.
My goodness, this was a bit of a, well, it was a massive overcommit from Krish. Really wanted to kill Blues there. A lot of hatred for the Ursa, but really unwarranted for, especially when you don't have the vision on the cliff in the Radiant jungle to see if there's a rotate happening, and gets punished for overstepping. As we're also looking at net worth-wise, the Leshrac is taking over the game, and so is the Ursa. Both of them hitting 5,000 net worth ahead of the Naga and the Storm, who is behind 1k.
It is really bounced back and forth with the net worth. Up 1k, down 2k, up 2k, down 2k. No Chance. Level 5 still here, man. He needs this level 6.
Also, look at the build-up from the Mars. A 3-4-0-0, no ultimate. I understand you maybe just want to farm for a little bit before you join up with your team, and okay, Arena is not great versus Storm, but you can still get the kill on the Naga or the Dragon Knight at least, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, a bit of a different approach, I guess, from Larice. But he's doing much better than this Dragon Knight, right? I mean, I'm saying that Storm
sure.
is 1,000 gold behind. No Chance right now. He actually looks more like the support that we come to know up until this point of the tournament, as he has no items. He got Power Trids, Double Bracer 1. It's looking very rough for him.
Yeah, it was a really rough lane, and I don't know if that changes. I'd like to see Nepal use this early timing, though, to continue taking towers. This Diabolic Edict's already level 4. You take towers so quickly. There's no reason not to take lanes.
Naga has the Yasha and the Diadem flown over to her as well, on top of the threads, so her farm is going to be good. I'm wondering, actually, as soon as the Ursa hits the Battle Fury, if she can keep up and farm with the Siren, because I would tend to say no, but Ursa also likes getting involved in kills, which give her usually a lot of surge in net worth. But there's a smoke up from India, and they're drawing around the map for the Ursa. At the same time, Nepal is just next to the Naga Siren, so this could be very dangerous.
Ball laning Ice Blast as well. Tizan, he's going to shatter. I don't believe he survives this. He still freezes over thanks to the cold feet. But, I mean, 3 for 1. Nepal take that every day. Every single day.
Okay, there was an opportunity. As the Naga Siren up top spotted the mass TP, there was quite a big opportunity for MNZ to pop Song of a Siren and stop all the TPs, which for some reason didn't happen, despite him having scaled the Song of Siren. So you kill the Leshrac, but everybody else survives and they wipe you down. 800 gold for the Radiant. Not what you wanted to do with that rotation from India.
Right. So 3,000 net worth lead. Leshrac still sitting at the top despite the fact that they died. Krish is up here top. But they can song an Ice Blast. They can do this again. They don't even need a song.
Nice usage.
Gonna avoid the initial blast, but it's not gonna save them. They get both, and now Ursa's got to try and go in, but you're going into a song. That's so dangerous. The fact that M&Z is TPing out is actually a blessing because I think you might just die.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least they're getting something back for their side. India, if they don't get any casualties right now. Also, he defeated to tier 1 as he's farming the level 1 camp right now. That's very interesting.
Yeah, TP back 5 feet using Song. Not sure that was really necessary.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Truthfully, I don't think it was necessary at all.
Yeah,
That's
probably not. I think you're right, actually. But Krish, okay.
This is Krish deep for blues.
He's overstepping again.
Ice Blast is going to get this kill. Ooh,
no!
Maybe not. Good disruption again, but he's still going to go down. Well, it's going to cost him, again, a 3-for-1.
My goodness.
And the Ice Blast still hits, so it doesn't matter. The disruption's not doing anything. He's getting the disruption before the Ice Blast does the hit damage, but he's still technically getting the Ice Blast on him, so he can't survive. If that makes sense.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know, man. I just feel like they're completely they're in desperation mode on the India side, and I don't know why. They're really committing very deep for a single kill and sacrificing players for no absolute reason. If you are playing at a huge deficit, that's fine. And maybe, of course, they don't have the luxury of seeing the net worth graph like we do. But kills-wise, it is 7-17. So maybe that's why they feel compelled to overcommitting BCOP. But it's not the case. Like, they're doing fine. The Naga's top net worth, and the Storm is not that far behind the Ursa.
Yeah. It's easy sense of the game where it feels like it's out of reach, but not. You are, I would say, for the most part, initiating well. It's just you're initiating too far and initiating too deep.
Also, I'm looking at Evil Ash, changing it up this time around, actually going for the sidekick. He does have the sidekick, unlike the first game, and they're going for the BKB, but I think he's about to die here to Larice.
Well, okay. Standing still for a second, then rebounding. They still have that Yules from the Lashrak. Line that up with a stun, and that's another kill on the board for Nepal. But I'd like them to put the pressure on this tower, right? Just use Diabolic Edict, try to clean it up.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structure.
Now, pressure the tier 2. 45 very early. I think they wanted to kill the catapult.
That is...
I don't know. This Lashrak doesn't feel like he's pushing towers confidently.
And he has his whole team there.
Not really, but I wonder why they don't, because I think does he want the Eternal Shroud first? Yeah, okay, he's building that. Ursa's building a BKB. They are just afraid of the magic damage, and that is a fair assessment, right? The Ancient Apparition can really deal a lot in a team fight. At the same time, I'm looking back at Kalem, right? Going for that Promulgate facet. I wonder why. He doesn't even scale Disseminate just yet at level almost 10. Do you really think... Because I honestly, my theory is that it was a mistake and he forgot to change the facet.
Maybe. Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's a curious one, right? I think. Also, there's a bit timing coming in for India in the next couple of, in the next minute or so. Naga has basically completed an Orchid. She's 200 gold away, but by the time the courier comes to her and back to base, she will have it. So no BKBs yet. Only a couple of, only a single Yule Scepter for the Leshrac might be the go moment when we see India smoke up and go for something. They have a blink on the DK. The Storm is going to get his Kaya as well. So if you haven't pushed the towers yet on the side of Nepal, the next 2 to 4 minutes could be really dangerous for you.
Yeah, it definitely can, but you're not pushing towers quick enough, and I think that Orchid just makes you super vulnerable. Ursa's getting a good amount out of the map, but he got Battle Fury, so he's still going to be farming up. You definitely want like 2 more items on him before you fight with him. Although the way they're playing, they want him seemingly involved quite a bit.
Oh, they're going for it.
Yeah, they're going for this Mars bottom. Cold Feet's there, and HBK is getting a kill. Massive TPs that don't do anything for the side of Nepal. India's really dictating the pace of this game now.
Yeah, they didn't even wait for the Orchid or the Kaya. They realized we got all the tools needed to just lock him and break him down. So, 18 to 8, 10 kills ahead. But this kind of feels like the reversal of game 1. Where India had the, quote-unquote lead, but they were playing on the back foot. I feel like that's what's happening to Nepal right now. Veno?
Yeah, Venomancer's going to die. Krish is starting to find some semblance of a game, more so than he had before. I am worried for Nepal. I think that they just didn't push their advantage well enough. And now Ursa's in trouble. They have that Orchid. He's just going to get run down. He's got this ult, but this Song is here. The Ball Lightning is in, and it doesn't matter. They'll wait out the Enrage. They've got the Ice Blast. That's thrown over on Aluris. It does not connect onto the Mars, but they'll get another kill here onto this Shadow Demon. And I think India, they're really on their way. They are really on their way. They bring in the Marcy. They've got the Orchid again. I don't know what this Mars is doing, but dying. And now Leshrac is here alone, trying to get a kill onto the Ancient Apparition. They will TP out the Marcy, but the Yule's quick move there from Leshrac to at least get one from this. Surely.
Oh, he does fall in the end. Barely.
Popped a salve, though, I believe. Granted, it was a salve from a trusty shovel, so he knew he was dead.
Why did Larice jump into 3 opponents after the Ursa died? I don't know. I don't know. It's very, very strange things happening right now, as we thought Nepal came back into this third game looking as their normal selves, but clearly not the case, as they're making very much uncharacteristic mistakes.
Yeah. And Shadow Demon's going to die here again. They just aren't getting anything. And Ancient Apparition's actually getting a lot of farm out of the map. He's going full pipe on Ancient Apparition. I mean, that is utility that will take care of this Leshrac quite a bit. And 5,000 net worth lead. And I think India, they don't care if this Marcy dies top. They're going to start pressuring the bottom tier 2, and they've got a Meteor Hammer that'll do some damage to this tower. Scan actually hit on Marcy, and Marcy is going to be able to go through the Twin Gate, and they took a tier 2 bottom. The fact that there was a Leshrac that was the lead of this game and didn't take a tier 2 prior to this moment, and they're the first ones to lose a tier 2, it makes me worry about what Nepal's vision is on this game.
Yeah, no, I think that's rightfully so. Like, they have the Ursa, right? They don't have the Naga Siren. If you have the Naga Siren and you're cruising this way, that's fine. You're going to get to the point where you turn into an absolute unkillable beast that slays everybody. The Ursa, this is Ursa's timing, right? You need to get the tier 2s, you need to get the Roshan, and then you need to convert into more, as they're getting picked off one by one again.
Yeah, a Rod of Atos, but that ulti is not going to do much when they're able to just ball lightning away. And he actually comes back in to place it on his allies. Krish, great job there, putting the Noxious Plague on them. That means he does die, but they have lost this Leshrac. They will lose the Shadow Demon. Marcy's dead. No Chance going to try and fight. There is the Rod of Atos and Naga Siren here. So Naga pops that song, and now they want to fight this. They'll pull the song off, and they'll get this kill into the Ursa, making it a fourth, the TP attempt, the Blink Dragon Tail, full team wipe here for India.
Okay, well, I don't know what to say. Minute 21, you are the one getting team wiped by a Naga Siren lineup. And I don't want to be the doom and gloom person, but I'll be the first to say it. I think this game is completely out of control. I don't see how you're going to get on top of this Naga. I don't see how you're going to be able to kill all of her illusions. And even if you do manage to get her once, can you actually halt all the split push that she's providing around the map if she's already dominating you at minute 21 with her Heart of Tarask Orchid Manta? I don't know. I don't think so, right? I mean, this Leshrac is trying his best, but he's also feeling like a non-factor. He's been farming on this Eternal Shroud for the last 7 minutes, and he's barely going to have it now.
Right. Yeah. I'm not too sure. It does feel as though they've lost their stranglehold on the game completely.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. Because I think that they did have a good start to this one, but we're getting to the point where maybe you can think that Ursa's going to win once he's got the BKB, and that's certainly a possibility, but we'll have to see. It's a tough one. It's a very tough one.
This Central Apparition has done a lot of work. Honestly, BCOP, I'm happy for you. Right, a resurgence of AA and the current meta would be lovely, and I like playing AA myself, right? And here is playing two of the heroes that I would say they're not considered S tier as supports, Marcy and AA, and they're doing such a great job. This Marcy, even last game, also had similar degrees of success. So quite impressive to see that they are confident enough to pick what is not favored by the big tier 1 teams and still have success with it, as we have a jump in.
BKB from Evil Ash. I mean, Blues is going in. You don't kill this Marcy, though, you're going to feel pretty bad about it. Noxious Plague wears off. The BKB comes in a perfect usage there for this Marcy and has a salve because of Trusty Shovel again.
Well, nobody died.
Yeah. And they had the jump on Nepal.
There's an amplified damage on the Storm. I don't think you should take this fight, because India was just
you shouldn't. Leshrac is very dead, though.
Veno follows.
Oh, yeah. Veno follows. The song is for nothing. But you get those kills. Might just back up, go for Roche. It looks like that's where No Chance is heading. Not too much of a shocker, truthfully.
No Chance, giving Nepal no more chance in this one. As I'm looking right now, again, Dota plus 81% favoring India, despite what was a 65-75 actually at one point. Sorry for Nepal. It completely slipped out of their grasp. And I'm not surprised. Roshan even claimed by India as we speak. BCOP Ursa will be absolutely terrorized by the fact that she can't get the first Aegis. It's so important when you play Ursa carry to get in the pit and get the first Roshan for you. That is what accelerates your tempo. But now you have it on the Krish's Storm Spirit. Cliche thing to say, but everybody knows it, right? One of the best Aegis carriers in the game. It's happening, and he even has a Meteor Hammer on top of an Eternal Shroud. He is gonna have the time of his life. Is jumping in, I believe, on someone. He tries to find the Mars up top.
Yeah, but Mars is free right now. At least for this moment. I'd like to see this next Aegis be a smoke play. Maybe wait for Song to be back up and then make a move. And there it is. Song's back available. Because truth be told, I could see them finishing this game.
I think so too. No, I actually...
With this Aegis.
I think this might be game. There is nothing nothing that Nepal has going for them right now. And unlike the first game, where we saw the whole Mars static storm potential with the arena plus disruptor, that's not the case here. There's no follow-up, even if the Mars does connect. Like, Noxious Plague is annoying, noxious, but that's about it.
Meteor Hammer, tier 3 is going to drop. Eventually need to make a move. I'm fortunate enough to have a tower mid in the tier 2 spot. But 8 on the Leshrac, they've got the Ice Blast, and the disruption is there, but Puzzle is in trouble. They've got the Cold Feet onto the Leshrac. They'll go in with the Arena. They'll lose the Ancient Apparition as well as the Marcy, but now the Song, and they'll start to retreat. They need to get out of here with the buyback. The Noxious Plague, the right clicks in, the bash is there. The TP attempt was a try, but they're going to lose Nagasire.
I think that's fine. You still have the Aegis on the Storm for the next 3-4 minutes, unless he gets caught now. No, he's not gonna kill him.
Disruption. Yeah. He has not a lot of mana to work with.
If he gets away,
no,
he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, well,
that's really not good from Krish there. I don't know why he chose to be so greedy in that position.
I don't know that either. And I think if the Storm kept the Aegis and they lost the Naga, but they got the Rax, that would have been good for them because they could have just went back when the Naga respawns and do the same thing mid or bottom. Now,
Ice Blast with the move from who? Nobody.
No, it's just to do, like, deter some of that push.
Yeah, I guess. Just, odd from... just odd no follow-up.
The interesting aspect, despite the gold and, of course, the probability is still favoring the Dire side, the XP now is turning completely in their favor, which is not the most surprising aspect, right? Naga doesn't get the benefit of all the experience she's farming because a lot of it is very far away from the main hero as she's splitting the map with the illusions. But Tormentor, let's see who's going to claim it. I think Ancient Apparition would love to get his. And it's going to go to Evil Ash. Maybe not the best one.
The rebound's nice. It'll be nice for an escape. I don't think it's that bad, but yeah, it's not the best.
Again, I think, Cold Feet on Ice Blast is just
amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
It's also a shard that I think Ancient Apparition should have had already, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's minute 30. That is true. I mean, if they killed the first Tormentor minute 20 and he didn't get it, could have gotten it again. So, that's sometimes the core's fault, of course. The pipe done for position 5 AA is nice, I guess. I don't know. Like, how many times in your life have you ever built pipe on AA? Like, twice, maybe?
Yeah, not when I build that often. Not at all.
There's not that much. I mean, Noxious Plague, I guess, some lightning strikes from the Lesh, but a lot of the damage from Leshrac is pure, right? Diabolic Edict is pure. Pulse Nova you tank a little bit, but AA doesn't ever... AA is not close in the team fight next to the teammates to pop the pipe for them. If you're an Ancient Apparition, you play so far out...
Pipe's range is pretty big, though, if you hover over it. Like, you look at it, you do get a good amount. And he hasn't been playing globally. I play Ancient Apparition a little bit more globally, and that's why my MMR is so low. He's been playing at least this game close up. Because he's not looking to give a chance with the Ice Blast, Like, he's trying to be right there. So, I do agree with you for the most part. Ancient Apparition isn't that guy, but this game he is. At least from what we've been seeing.
He has been that guy.
Just this game. I would normally agree with you, yes.
Well, there's a smoke from the Radiant side. Level 20 on the Ursa. Almost 20 on Sisson's Leshrac. I think you would need that as well before the next fight for some damage reduction or some extra damage of the Pulse Nova. They spot the Naga? It's daytime, so I think they have seen her, yeah.
What's Naga Siren going for? Butterfly? Okay. Butterfly.
The risk now when you're smoked up and your Mars is pushing lanes is that if you do encounter 5 players of India's side, you just completely lose the team fight because your Mars has to push away the lane. So the smoke will not find any success as they allow Blues to get some of the last hits over there. Also, going for the Nemesis Curse on the Ursa, very good pickup, 35 damage increase. And, you know, taking 8% more damage from the opponents while you have Enrage it's basically, you're not feeling it.
No, not at all. But we'll see next Aegis soon. And we'll figure out if the Dire can get this one. But they could definitely do it if Ursa dies. Ice Blast is going to land, so they might want to re-engage on this, forcing the BKB, but they're still not afraid to go. However, now Yule's good working, but the BKB allows for that split second where they go and they find themselves the ball lightning out of this arena. They'll kill off the Leshrac dead for 70 seconds. No buyback. Look over at the Mars with the Glimmer Cape being placed on him by the Shadow Demon. Song for when he's disrupted or out of the disruption. The song will wear off. They go to the Noxious Plague from the high ground. Blink TP attempt, and he's out. But the Shadow Demon dies. Rebound kills off the Veno, and they are in the base. This is a fight that happens next to the base. And normally I'd say you want to fight like that, go back, look for Roche. But you're here. There's no reason to.
They could go tier 4s. They might actually play with this patient and go for Megas, but no chance he's actually started to right-click the towers. He's pinging the team. Let's go,
They
lads.
have to do something. Ball Lightning Vortex. Disruption is used. Ice Blast is in. The Blues is in trouble. They've got the spear back. They get the kill on a Krish, but that's just this storm. Now Ursa is going to be forced to buy back, but the entire time MNZ is just taking your tier 4s. There's the buyback. The throne's exposed. The BKB's pop by no chance, and Blues, he doesn't have his BKB for 20 seconds. They've got the Orchid onto the Mars again. The rebound to speed up, no chance. They're going to TP forward trying to catch, but the blink away, and now they're escaping for what seems to be for free. Oh
Truly blew
boy.
it. They truly blew it. Still
Getting
trying
nothing
to
on that is
No,
almost
that's so
enough for me to
speedy.
think they say GG.
Larice is still chasing. He's got nobody with him. I think he's just posturing at that point, getting tipped by Krish. And on the bright side, there's still a tier 3 and a Ceterax bottom, and they still have a Fortify. Nepal, you gotta look at the positives for them. Sadly, they've invested the buyback on the Ursa and the Shadow Demon, which is not the biggest one, but very, very important for the Ursa as an amplified damage top that no chance is gonna just take.
This is the right move, though. Ursa had to be... Oh, he just missed Roche. I think he had to be in Roche and just taking it, but unfortunately, he missed it by 2 seconds. The blink, or the move in with the Earth Shock. This is just not looking like it's going to happen.
No more BKBs. The damage, though. Leshrac.
They're going. They're looking. And Leshrac, they're trying to get this kill. HBK, he'll end up dying. He's going to buy back. 3 buybacks used here. Ball lightning out by Krish. And Puzzle will end up dead. No chance getting the kill.
Still an amplified damage on the DK. Breathfire coming in. Sasson?
Oh,
Nope.
Leshrac's dead. Ursa's gone.
At least they made some space. Roshan is now going up top. So they would have to spend a bit more time on the Indian squad if they want to go get it. But no, they're going straight for the base. Lesh needs to buy back here. Veno will do it first. Has a Crystallis on No Chance's Dragon Knight as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay,
No buyback on Ursa.
50 seconds, 4v5.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
if you can get a pick off on the Naga somehow, she also has no buyback.
Ball lightning, disruption, ice blast, Shadow Demon dead. The arena is in. The BKB's been popped by Krish. They're gonna go for the Mars. They'll call GG, and India will take the series 2-1 over Nepal.
Good game, well played, and India with the revenge victory in a best-of-3 deciding game will claim the first slot qualifying for AEC Chengdu 2024. Nepal, second place, also will be making it to Chengdu, but they have fallen to their foes for the first time in an important game, Biko.
Yeah, an important game. They fall. India takes the 2-1, a little bit of revenge. Maybe would have been nicer if it meant qualification or anything like that, but they both qualified already, and it is just for pride. And hey, pride's a big one to win. That's fine.
Yep.
I'm happy with that. So we'll see. If it feels good for the side of India. I mean, this is the first victory in a while since they got that 1-0 win a while ago, I think, at Iesf.
Yeah.
So it has been quite some time.
And their confidence is going to be definitely feeling better now. Hopefully they can ride this confidence until Chengdu, where they will be facing some of the big dogs. And I would just assume, Peacock, that getting first place is in one of these qualifiers means you're lowering your chances of facing Team China early on, right? Which is what you didn't want to do because you wouldn't want to play them. With that being said, I think there's still plenty takeaways to take away here for India as well, especially for Krish, right, who had a couple of really good games. But even when winning, even right now on the Store Spirit, there were multiple moments when some of the plays were straight out commit. Like, I don't even know what the best way to say. They were really bad plays, genuinely. In the end, Nepal didn't really show up to play today, and the rest of the squad of India did good. And you had a Storm Spear, right? S-tier hero in the patch, very, very good in and out. But Krish got punished so many times that I gotta say, he really maybe needs to reconsider some of his target focus, especially in the early to mid game.
Yeah, I think that this was a good recovery here from India overall. Krish had a good game. This, unfortunately, is a highlight that maybe isn't so great.
Yeah. It's also like that Templar Assassin game from the first map of the day. India had the momentum, but it was again Krish not getting that BKB early on the Templar Assassin, right? So these are the small differences and the small mistakes that if you do versus Nepal, you could get away scot-free. But when you do face China, or maybe even later on if you qualify to WEC and you play the likes of Bulgaria or Greece, they will completely be sure to punish those mistakes.
Yeah, that's definitely not some mistakes that you're going to get away with when you're in the Asian finals. And the Asian Championship is going to be tight. It's 4 slots, and it's not easy by any means. 4 slots for 10 teams, and China with a host team that truthfully we don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, of course. But we know the country in itself has so many great players that I would assume they will be one of the favorites going into Chengdu. Maybe if not winning it, but to at least get one of the 4 slots, right? As it was very, very good. As we take a look at the statistic, we see Sesson, probably one of the most quiet series we've seen from him all week long, and. That's not to say he played a bad game on the left track, but considering how impactful he was yesterday on the time where he played a Storm Spirit, he was quite shut down a few times by the opponents. And I think the biggest takeaway for me, I have to be honest with you, has been Evil Lash on this Marcy for both games 2 and 3.
Yeah, the Marcy was good. The Marcy was solid. We could see with the early BKB and the Unleash that things really got tough for the side of Nepal. It is, I love Marcy. It feels like such a flex pick. You could do so much damage. And truth be told, it was a solid play there from Evil Ash and the side of India. So well done by them,
I'm looking at the damage that was dealt, of course, and congratulations to India. And you know, this Marcy, man, he did more damage, almost as much damage as the Dragon Knight. And there was so many times when he would just pop BKB, unleash, and jump on top of the Leshrac, forcing him to use Yule so he doesn't just get bursted down. So great usage of of a lot of stuff from their supports. And that's gonna be it for this side of Asia, BCOP.
And that's going to be the end of the South Asia qualifiers. We've got Nepal and India going into the Asian Championship. But that is not all the games we have. We still have one more region to finish off, and that is West Asia. So we'll be seeing you guys back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Iesf Asia, as we are on to the final region. And it is West Asia that we're going to be finishing off last. And it's 2 more BO1s, and it will be interesting to see who comes out of this region, because right now it's Jordan Lebanon in this matchup, and Jordan's 0-2, Lebanon's 2-0, but the top is pretty tight, truth be told. 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, and Jordan at 0-2, but technically still have life if they win this game.
Yeah, as you said, it's pretty tight, but honestly, I don't know what's up with Jordan. I remember them being stronger and more practiced. They look a little lost in their draft and their direction, just in overall gameplay. They're kind of getting slapped around a bit, whereas Lebanon has positively surprised me. I know the players are high MMR, but you don't have this like star player lineup that you could have from both sides, obviously.
Right.
So yeah, Lebanon just looks like they're in a little bit of a better shape.
Yeah, Lebanon have looked really strong so far. Jordan have looked pretty weak, all things considered, and I'm a little worried for them moving forward because they don't have any room to really give up anything more. We take a look at the Lebanese roster, and Russell was really solid yesterday. I mean, Lebanon in general, they beat Iran and they beat Syria, they beat Qatar. And I think that beating Iran is one of those things that it's just like at that point they feel like the strongest team in this region. So at this moment in time,
yeah, especially because Iran completely destroyed Jordan. So this matchup, in theory, should be very one-sided in Lebanese favor. Hopefully not, because Jordan needs to win this one. Otherwise, they're out of the tournament. And I think Lebanon, if they're 3-0, they're not confirmed, but it's very likely that they're in, because their last matchup is going to be Syria. Actually, no, it's a pretty tough matchup.
Yeah, it is a tough matchup. That feels like the marquee matchup of the day. Actually, both these next BO1s feel really like the marquee matchup, because I believe we're doing Lebanon Jordan and Lebanon Syria, so it's going to be a back-to-back matchup for Lebanon here on the stream. But Syria being 2-1 and Lebanon being 2-0. If they lose this, technically would be 2-1. Like, we could see teams at 2-2. Lebanon could lose to Syria and Jordan, then they're 2-2, and Jordan probably beats Qatar. And if they win this, they're probably 2-2.
But I'm expecting the top one to be 4-0, to be honest. But then for the second one, probably a tiebreaker. I don't know if it's going to be 3-1 or what, but
though
I have a hard time seeing anybody beat Lebanon right now.
Yeah, I don't think there can actually be a tie for slots.
There cannot be at all?
I don't know. I'm trying to do the math in my head, because if Iran beats Qatar, which they're likely to do, they're 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1.
And if Jordan win this, they're 1-2. Lebanon's 2-1. And if Jordan win their Qatar matchup, they're also 2-2. And then it would take Syria. I mean, that Syria-Lebanon matchup, I don't think there's any way Jordan or
if
Qatar,
Lebanon is 4-0, there's no tiebreakers, basically. But if they're 3-1, then there is a chance for them.
But I think maybe there's a chance for 3-1 tiebreakers, but I don't know if Jordan can actually make it into the qualification. I don't know based on my math.
So if they beat Lebanon and Qatar, they're 2-2. Then if Syria beats Lebanon, they're 2-2, but they're 3-1. And then Iran, yeah. So, no. They're out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And
I'm not 100% out, but 90%. And there's a lot riding on other people. But of course, for that luck to even possible to happen, you got to beat Lebanon.
I think the only way Jordan can be in would have to be Iran losing to Qatar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 90-95% they're out. But if they want, to even have a chance at luck, at good fortune, they need to win their next 2 matchups. Because if they lose the next one, they're out anyway.
Yeah.
So, see what they can do. Lebanon looks very scary. Jordan looks not as scary as last year. Not even close. Surprisingly. I really thought that, I know that players are good. I don't know what exactly is happening with the team, but they're imploding a little bit. Even their roles they seem to be a little bit jumbled up, which is never a good sign, especially for like a non-practiced team. Like switching roles is usually not, something you're really looking towards doing. Right. Simply because you want to have structured games. Mm-hmm. If you're not very well practiced, you need structure in your games, and you need repeatability. If you don't have that, things can go wrong really easily.
Right. And I will say, we just saw India switching up their positions in their roster, right? But they won. They won 2-1 over Nepal. But it's not likely, and you're right about that.
So was the carry and mid switching?
It was the 4 and 3 switching.
Oh, the 4 and 3. Oh wow, that's a little bit rarer. Like it's not very common, but it's quite common for the 1 and 2 to be able to switch. But 3 and 4, that's rare. Brings me back to the days where Miracle and GH did that with carry and support, and then we absolutely slapped them, and they never did that again.
Yeah, you try it once, doesn't work, forget it. We're done.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you, I never felt so angry before. Like, what? You're gonna roll switch against me? I'm gonna destroy you. Then we ate them alive, kicked them out of the tournament, and I was like, huh. So you're right.
Yeah. So we do have ourselves a draft underway. We'll see what gets picked up. We see this Brood get banned a lot, and I feel like it never gets picked, even when it gets through in the draft. What's the deal?
Yeah. So in really high MMR matchmaking, Brood actually has an insanely high win rate. I think it's something like 55+%. They're super strong. A lot of players rated as Collapse rated at SSS tier on the offlane, and the next tier is A tier. So it's like 3 tiers above anybody else for him. It can go mid, it can go carry, it can go offlane. It's very versatile. The item build is very versatile. The sustain in the lane is insane. There's really not a lot of weaknesses in the hero, and yeah, it's just very solid. Lots of pressure coming out from it as well. If you lose lane to it, you're gonna lose your tower super fast. Supports can farm jungle with the spiderlings, which means they level super fast as well.
Right.
There's lots of really good things the hero brings to the table.
Right. Yeah. Well,
that's a very old Dota 1 trick. Because in Dota 1, obviously, you had spiders like from level 1. And you would literally just send spiders to level 1 with a support. And you have like a level 6 support at minute 6. And you're like, yeah.
Damn.
Thanks for that.
We're seeing this Weaver quite a bit.
Again.
Yeah. It just feels like it's first pick or first phase ban all time. So we'll see what that ends up turning into.
It's also very interesting that Jordan actually banned the Rubik. So now they have the best support option not available anymore. It's a kind of grab a free Weaver, and the answer is a Dragon Knight, which is not really an answer to it, to be honest. Like, Weaver loves building Vessel, Dragon Knight hates Vessel. And Carry Weaver does not care at all about Dragon Knight.
Would you say you're more inclined as a Weaver picker to play support right now with this hero?
I really think it depends on your lineup. Like, he's so strong as a 4 or 1, so it's really flexible, and usually you want to keep it open until the very last pick. As 4, obviously, we have seen, especially greedier supports like ThinQ,
right,
building all sorts of items like Gleipnir and coming out with the highest net worth in the team. Weaver as a hero can take over a game from the support role for sure. You get that Vessel, you get lots of kills, lots of experience. Very easy to farm up with the hero.
Yeah, so we could see this Weaver do quite a bit of damage. We're banning Winter Wyvern, which I believe was picked by Jordan when we saw them the other day. And Jordan picked up that Winter Wyvern. They lost that game in 37 minutes, and it never really felt like Wyvern got off the ground.
10 seconds remaining.
I like that. Never got off the ground.
Yeah.
Very smart one.
Thank you.
Dire team pick.
Venge getting picked up here, so lockdown, swap potential. I mean, this is a flex pick. DK is a flex pick in its own right. We've seen it 1, 2, and 3. So we'll see where it ends up.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, DK is never a bad hero, right? It can go pretty much any lane.
Yeah.
Venge can be a carry or support, or an offlaner even. So Very flexible draft still. That's really what you want to have as well when you have last pick, especially. Just open lanes. Oh, Treant against minus armor and the tower push of Dragon. I like that. I'm a big Treant fan. Like, if you put this together, Weaver Treant, that lane it's so insanely strong.
Yeah, definitely. And Treant feels like a very strong support. It's not picked as often, but it is a solid support to have.
Yeah. Just imagine you're a support and you have a beetle on you and you get leech seeded. Like, you're gonna hate life. Imagine you're an AA and you have that on you. What do?
Right.
Try to float away, but you're just gonna get melted anyway.
Yeah. Although we did see an AA do pretty well in the last game, though. The change to cold feet feels really strong.
The change to cold feet is really strong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Death Rhyme in general is a very nice addition.
Yeah, I think Death Rhyme makes that hero way stronger, and I think the AoE cold feet also allows you to farm too.
Yeah. The thing with the heroes also, as I mentioned before, it just makes a lot of heroes not unpickable, but very uncomfortable to pick. Like, you see AA, you don't want to pick Necro, you don't want to pick AA, you don't want to buy Mech, you don't want to buy Greaves, which is a big component for a lot of lineups nowadays. Magic Wand tricks don't work because you just shatter anyway and you can't heal. Mm-hmm. It's a very big game-changing mechanic that only really AA has access to.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and for a while it did feel like the Ancient Apparition was replaced by an item of Spirit Vessel, but these days, not so much.
Yeah, Vessel very expensive. Snapfire, okay.
I'm not high on Snapfire support outside of countering a Supernova these days.
Yeah, he has a couple of interesting usages though with that new facet where the Scatter Blast actually deals more damage the further you're away. They can be really strong in lane especially. And Centaur Snapfire is a super strong lane. Right? You cookie, you stomp, double nuke on top of that.
It's very surprising, I would say, that they've changed Snapfire's Scatterblast to be the opposite. More damage when it's further away, but back in the day, this Snapfire Shard used to be, if you were close enough, you'd get stunned.
Yeah. It's very interesting what sort of like thought process they go through. They're like, oh yeah, this identity should be this. Oh no, we want this identity to be that now. What's Wind Ranger's identity? I feel it never changes. Focus Fire, one trick pony.
Yeah, Focus Fire. I like the Ags on Windrunner. The invisibility is really good.
Like, you shouldn't be like, why are you allowed to be invisible and do actions? Even Ricky's not allowed to do that, and he's the original Invis guy.
Yeah. It really does force you to have really good vision.
Yeah. And the problem is also Wind Ranger just bursts you down in 2 seconds if you don't see her.
Yeah.
That being said, though, Centaur is generally a pretty good hero against Wind Ranger if it's a core. Because you build Blade Mail, and Wind Ranger can never touch you because of return as well.
I will say these supports aren't that weak on the side of Jordan either. Like, Venge isn't just going to melt here. DK's not going to melt here. Snap's not going to melt here. So, like, this Windrunner, it's not going to be...
I hope it's not a mid-Wind Ranger, because Dragon Knight mid completely destroys Wind Ranger. And I don't think it's a great core Wind Ranger game to begin with.
Right.
So... Well, before we even talk about that, I don't even know why they picked it. It was a pretty random pick when we just saw Venge and DK. Mm-hmm. It's not like Wind Ranger is just like a super broken hero or anything. So,
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up doing with it. It could be off lane. Weaver is almost most definitely a fall already with the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Shaping up this way. Which is good. Spirit Vessel against DK. Centaur, even Snapfire is very strong. And Stream Protector Ursa is... dude. That's such a strong lane too.
So here's my question is... Could you ever go Ursa mid? And throw the...
If DK is there, definitely. And Ursa completely free farms there. I love doing that stuff. If I see a mid hero, I just go like Slaughter or Ursa middle and I'm like, what's up, bro? It's like a zero skill matchup, just right click and we can't do anything.
But it could really be anything. And they're banning... Well, they're banning mid still. Shadow Fiend.
So they're thinking carry DK.
Yeah.
I mean, they ran carry DK last time, but it wasn't very successful at all.
Not sure how much I like that.
Now we'll see what the last pick. I personally think, I mean, Storm is just always Storm. Go ahead, pick it. Why not? It looks pretty good this game.
Mm-hmm.
It looks pretty good every game.
Remaining.
OD looks great as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Dude. Timbersaw? Mid? Hello? Against triple strength?
It's
No. Snapfire's no strength anymore. My bad. It's university now.
University. He went to college.
University hero.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, Timber's still strong, right? Like we've seen.
I think Timber's strong. It could even just go offlane against the DK. Like wherever DK goes, Timber just goes, and you just melt him. Do it. Do it. Do it now.
Radiant team pick.
Pango. Okay.
Angle there. All right.
Is Pango the new DK in which you just say, when in doubt, just go Pango?
I feel like especially in this region, Falcons loves their DK, their Pangolier as well.
Mm-hmm.
Gaiman Gladiators loves it as well for Quinn. Like they always just pick this hero, and it's just so annoying to play against.
Yeah.
Always is.
5 seconds.
Hard to
remaining.
kill, hard to catch. Very annoying stuns. And there's just certain areas in the game where you can't fight because you get perma-stun. Oh, Jordan says 2 minutes bonus time. Damn, they didn't use any of it.
Yeah, they've just been running through. They have a lot of time to think about this.
What looks good? Ember looks good. Don't want to put DK middle. You know me. Medusa looks amazing here. Actually, so good with this lineup.
Yeah. A lot of time. You've really liked this Medusa, and it does feel like it would work pretty well in this lineup. But they go to the Troll Warlord, which moves which ends up moving the DK, right? And Aframoosh is actually standing. I didn't realize that he's standing in for this game.
Well, yeah, I didn't either. Obviously, a very skillful player in his own right.
Yeah, very strong. We've spoken to him a couple times. So when we were at the event for Iesf and GEG.
Yeah. So, is it the Windranger? Is the Windranger the offlaner? As Legacy?
Easy Legacy?
Easy Legacy? He's the offlaner, right?
I believe he's the mid.
Wow, so it's Windranger mid and offlane Pango? Oh yeah, Russell on the Pango.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a DK. There's only so much you can do to pressure Pango here.
Yeah.
Windranger mid.
Yeah.
Wait, is it Windranger mid? No, it's DK mid and Troll. No, Troll destroys Pangolier. Yeah, I just looked at the names because last time Valerian played the Dragon Knight in the safe lane. But yeah, this time it should be DK mid and Troll in the off lane. Safe lane. Right.
We'll see where they play these heroes. I mean, it should just be that way, but I feel like sometimes things, you never know, right?
You never know. It could just be a Troll middle too.
Yeah.
I love Troll middle. Hobson loves Troll middle. Nobody else does.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really see much troll middle. It's not really the craziest thing.
We never do. Also, they really need to change the fact that Gemini attack is Weaver's innate ability is just way too strong. Thank you.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%. Like, you just get all 3 spells at level 2 now. You used to have to choose between 2. Now you just get all 3. Which is it's like a mega power spike.
The thing is, his Geminate attack is level 0. Or it's 0 damage.
Yeah, but it's still a double hit, right? So it's basically just double damage at level 1 for free.
Oh, it's 0.
Every 10 seconds.
Yeah. I guess it's 0 additional damage.
Yeah, 0 additional damage.
Yeah. I was going to say, that makes no sense for it to just be 0 damage there.
30 seconds to battle.
And then you have to slow from Skitter Stab to Beetles. It's just a very oppressive hero nowadays. Remember, stay hydrated, B-Cup. Water equals life.
I've got. So let's see if there's anything at the horn. Not looking like we're going to get any fighting.
The battle
To the split.
Although I say that... nothing. And is this... No. Centaur's not saying mid. Right? Surely.
Nah.
What is happening?
I think they were just trying to secure the ward, but they realized they couldn't. Why does Centaur just have 4 bracelets queued up?
Why is
How
the
is it
Centaur
even
just
allowed, though?
walking into 2 heroes, and now the Snapfire's here, Scatterblast on the edge, and a TP away by PMA only?
By both of them.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Just a weird little interaction there between players.
So, it is the DK middle, yep, against the Wind Ranger, which historically is very DK favored. So we'll see what he can end up doing here. Like, Wind Ranger always struggles a lot against heroes that cannot really harass at all.
Radiant's courier has been
Right.
killed.
Like, DK does not care that you right-click him. He has more damage than you as well. You want to know a trick? I'm sure you already know that trick.
I hope I know the trick.
So when you're a range hero, just go to melee range and you last it easier.
When you... Wait, what did you say?
When you're a range hero,
Yeah.
oh, wait, a little bit of angle the action, never mind. So you're a range hero, you move to melee range when you want to last it. It makes it much easier to last it because the projectile doesn't have to travel, of course.
Okay, I mean, that makes basic sense, yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't know that or don't do that. Even when they free farm and they miss a lot of CS. Even though
Because they're throwing right clicks from their furthest.
exactly
spot,
from
right?
max range, basically. Oh,
Savior getting that kill onto the Centaur, and PMA only barely surviving.
yeah. But this is the power of Treant. Lead Cheat is such a strong ability that one nowadays. 100 heal for both heroes. Like, any ability that damages and slows and heals is just... Ooh, careful there. Hey, you're both super low, guys.
Man, Savior's gonna die. Bottom lane 2. Russell's in trouble to swashbuckle away. Nans, though, he's got the root. Does he have the damage? He does. They get the kill on a Taz. They look over at Nagato. Russell and Nans are low, and they get both without losing anything.
Russell he's a player, man. He knew exactly how much damage he can take there. Now he gets a healing cell from his teammate.
This is a look at top, I believe, right?
That's right, yeah.
Play.
A little Treant kill. Now the next big thing is going to be those lotuses at minute 3. It looks like it should be a 1-1 split. But yeah, these lotuses are actually so insanely strong when you just get them at level 3.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-1 split. I'd like to be a bit careful, though. Treant is strong.
Can be very
Surprisingly,
strong.
Wind Ranger actually outlast hitting or staying even with the Dragon Knight. It's not supposed to happen.
Just a lot of damage being thrown on a PMA only. I mean, this is something you get away with, right? If you're the Centaur, is just constant post stomp, double edge, and snapfire from a distance, just constantly throwing out scatterblast.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Centaur. He doesn't have any HP regen item. Well, he has Bracers. He has 12.5 HP regen. Pretty ridiculous.
Racers feel like they're on the list of getting banned, and you can see Aframoosh backing away.
I thought to use the scatter blast, but actually just uses it so they can slow these heroes down, but still the Centaur dies.
Yeah, you gotta be careful that you actually don't initiate on a Treant. That's exactly what they want. If Ursa can freely stack up, and he's just much faster than Centaur initially, because of that horsepower thing. You gotta be so careful. If you initiate on Treant, it's a free invitation for Ursa to go crazy.
Top lane, it just does feel as though the Ursa's getting away with quite a bit. He's 1-0-1. He's going into the phase boots. He's got that wand. Mid, like you said, Windrunner keeping up.
Yeah.
Or at least for now.
I mean, DK is a little bit richer, but really, DK is supposed to quite own this lane. Pango, even though he's in the offlane role, still seemingly going for the vessel. not the Weaver. It's very interesting. Usually the Weaver would be one doing it. I guess they just want to have a quicker timing on it.
Dragon Tail action and 2 right clicks onto Easy Legacy. About 5 minutes in, a little bit of a lead right now for Lebanon.
Tiny bit. It's about as even as it can get.
Yeah, very even. Ursa's just kind of not free farming, but having an okay time. I thought he'd have a little bit more CS, but he's only 22-4.
Yeah, he's getting constantly pressured by the dual lane, so they are doing a good job at holding him down. But at the same time, the troll isn't really that much richer. It's just the Wind Ranger that worries me the most, to be honest. It's every time we see it, it's just not that good. So again, I don't know what he picked in this game.
Magic Missile, Swarm thrown over.
Goodbye.
Kill there onto the Venge, and it pushes back Taz all the way.
At least the Ursa are vulnerable, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I
attack.
think he's fortunate enough right now that he's under the tower.
Under the tower, got living armor too, and very good investment into the raindrops.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Wyler, careful.
TP
Adam might be
by the
dead.
way. Yeah, he might be. He's getting chased. This Ursa just needs a couple more shots to get that kill. And the reason that I believe that even happens is because they've brought this Snapfire off to the mid lane. They get the kill in Easy Legacy. They're looking to kill off this Weaver. And a shields crash. Can they at least get some cleanup here? Cookie for some distance. Swashbuckle for the kill. Pick up 2 bounty runes. That's always nice. But losing the Windrunner, and I guess, you know, you lose the Centaur, though, so it's a pretty decent trade for Lebanon overall.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And it also means the Vessel is closing in that much faster. Vessel is going to be such a great pickup this game. It's good against Troll early on. When he ults, you can reduce his life leech, DK, Centaur, and they all suffer from it. If you look at Centaur, he's completely shut down. Ooh, nice enrage pop. Oh, he turns around. Oh my god, what a chat.
Turn around, killing this Centaur. I can't believe he went for that. By the way, this Centaur is going 4 bracers. Usually it's 3, but he's gotten all 4. Ooh,
That's strong.
another scatter blast. There's a very strong. Now turning this on Aframush. There's no way he gets away with getting all 3, right? Certainly, he avoids the cookie. And PMA only even thinking about going back in. Bottom lane, they're going for the Weaver, but my god.
Yeah, sometimes it's time to relax, and I think PMA only needs to relax a bit. He's feeling himself right now. I'm loving it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Magic Missile.
It's really not that magical, though.
Ooh, Dragon Tail too. Magic Missile up in a second. Another stun. This Windrunner just staying a little bit too far forward, and that might cost him his life. Breathe Fire is there. One more right click. Valyrian gets the kill in Easy Legacy, who just stayed too long.
It's a second death, too, in a lane that's already not that good. I will see, but I feel like if Lebanon wins, it's despite the Wind Ranger, not because of the Wind Ranger. Here just never impresses me. I don't know.
So 9-4.
Yeah.
Close game overall.
Yeah, pretty funny. Like, all of the cores are pretty much neck and neck. All of the supports are neck and neck. It can't be closer than this. Though I suspect it's going to change as soon as the Vessel is picked up, which is quite soon. The DK should be pretty free kill.
Should be, yeah.
Oh, Legacy again. He needs to be...
Man, using the Stampede,
careful.
and he is just dead for free. They'll go to the Rolling Thunder. They've got the slow. They'll have the swap, but the swap almost puts Valyrian in more trouble.
That was a very interesting one, yeah.
The swap really hurting Valyrian here, and they'll end up getting that kill. Russell takes out Valerian, and that ends up being a trade that is okay because of the swap.
It's also his Vessel done. So from now on, DK is not going to feel that strong. He's also going Blink Dagger first. Ursa's rich.
Is he?
He has no boots. Also on Centaur still. There's a face boots Ursa chasing you. I know you're going to get away from this. You have a hook stomp, yeah. Oh, one more.
Oh, the TP. He needed like 2 more right clicks.
Honestly, with that low armor of Centaur, maybe even 1 would have done it. Yeah, he's going for Blade Mail. Blade Mail is a pretty
get that
terrible
kill in
item.
hands.
Oh, yeah. Free mid tower as well.
Yep.
The Blade Mail is a pretty terrible item against Ursa, but it's amazing against Wind Ranger. So. And I guess it helps you farm too.
Yeah, I guess it helps you farm, but do you really... Is that the item that's going to be the end-all be-all here?
I don't like it simply because Wind Ranger is already struggling, and you don't really need to counter here that's already struggling.
Magic Missile. And no Enrage available. Fire Snap, Cookie, Leech Seed, trying to Stampede stay on him. Right-clicking, fighting his way through. And the Pig Pole, Nan's here. Magic Missile with a Sentry down. The Hoof Stomp. He's level 6. He won't be able to survive, and he'll buy back, time-lapse back into the fight, but Taz is here. They're still trying to kill off this Centaur. Windrunner's dead again. They go to the dust. They've got Aframoosh dying to Savior. They're going to look over at Taz now, who already used that Battle Trance. So, Rolling Thunder, Nagato. Doesn't have swap with a Magic Missile, and right on this bridge, it's the easiest place for a Rolling Thunder to be effective.
Yeah. It looked really nice, but I mean, did they get a buyback as well? Wind Ranger died again. All in all, probably not that terrible because your... I was about to say your troll is farming, but he died. Maybe it's not that good. But at least Ursa died as well. Oh, Nance.
Tango actually spotting Nagato. Puts the
What is
Spear
that
Vessel
targeting?
on him.
They're going in
And
two
the
different
swap,
targets.
what? The swap was onto the Pango that was right next to him. I understand it gets you the shield, but there's no way you're surviving there, certainly.
Yeah, the problem was just DK jumped someone else, and the other 2 went on to the Pangolier. So, a little bit of a communication mistake there. Of course, they definitely don't have the damage right now to split their damage.
Top lane.
Alright, again, the Vessel is burning, but he has Stampede in 1.
Blade Mail, Stampede, the attempt at a run, and he's got the Spirit Vessel on him. But he will survive with 145 health.
Yeah, but his game is terrible. Wind Raider's game is equally
terrible as
though.
well. Yeah. Ursa's just about got this Battle Fury.
Pretty decent timing. Usually, you're very happy if you get like 13, pre-14. On top of the face boots as well.
Yeah, it's not the brown boots Battle Fury, so I feel like you give a little bit of slack there, right?
Yeah, agreed. Now, what are they all doing? Portal time? Nope. Gateway time. Aframoosh is waiting there. He has kisses ready. They have to make sure he's not the first one to die. If Aframoosh dies, their teamfight damage is gone.
They're looking. This is a bait by PMA only. And the Rolling Thunder is coming from behind.
Oh, Aframoosh.
Taz has to react, but now they're going to go for the Venge. This is completely missed this Rolling Thunder, and it's really not that great. They get the kill in a Nagato. They'll find themselves the Venge, and they get Valerian too. It wasn't going great initially, but 2 kills there for PMA only. Aframoosh trying with the little Shredder to get a kill here onto the Tree Protector, but it's 3 heroes dead.
And they didn't even have to use Overgrowth. Yeah, it was just a very awkward initiation. Very split. And they just don't have the means to fight right now. I really like the aggression that Lebanon is bringing. really identifying the fact that they're not that strong on the Radiant. Russell is peeing in. No fear.
Man.
Good tower save. Especially with Treant, very important.
Levels this heal. Only level 2, though.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel that much.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Level 4 armor, 150 health. I guess it's not terrible. Ooh, they're farming the stack right now. Oh, they're coming in with smoke, though. That could be massive. Ah, this feels terrible.
Yeah. Oh, Nagato getting caught. 2 heroes dead. Stack's going to be taken as well.
They're looking for one more on Afromush. He's just dead to the Ursa.
Yeah, this is getting really bad. This Ursa's really jumping off the diving board on this one.
And he's Battlefield, but he's actively fighting pretty much the entire time. 7 kills. Tied with the Pango for most kills in the game.
Pango's 7-0-5.
Yeah. I do say Russell looked good yesterday. Continues to do so today.
Ursa's now got that blink dagger too.
Wow, already. Wow. He had Battlefield for like 1 minute. I was tasked looking. He almost got his Battle Fury, but he's falling quite far behind in terms of farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Top tier 1. Pressured by 4 heroes. Windrunner needs to get some farm. Now sitting 3rd in the net worth, keeping up with the troll, but you'd like Easy Legacy to just feel a little bit more at ease in this game. That's for sure.
Yeah. Going straight for the axe and the Ursa against the single target stuns, of course. What is Tango going for? Mantis style. Interesting. Ooh, they can't fight anymore. They have to be careful. Just evade and farm.
Nagato. Yeah, this magic missile, but they've got themselves the shield crash with that double jump, so they will get this, and they don't want to knock Aframoosh off. They want to just get the stun on a Taz. Taz going to try and run. He has his ult, but there's no reason to use it. You're dead on your screen already.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is getting really tough. They need to somehow avoid every fight and make sure that the troll and DK, even the Centaur, can just farm up some money. They need their core items. This is really the issue with the Radiant lineup. Like, they're lacking massive amounts of damage. Yeah, they're pretty tanky on paper, but they have so many tank breakers on the Dire that it doesn't even matter. And because they pick so many tanks, they don't really have much damage to offer.
Right.
It's a tough position they're in already. 7k down now. And we know Lebanon was the favorite. But the game looked so close early on.
It did, because they were doing well in the mid lane, especially. Easy Legacy was struggling.
He's still looking for a kill. You gotta be careful, though. The Blade Maker can really turn it around on you.
Especially with the help coming.
Oh, Weaver went...
is going for Roche at the same time.
You see, Weaver went Yules first. Never seen that before. Yep, he's just Roche with his life.
Who's that Yules for? Is that for the Centaur blinking in? Or the DK?
Could be. Maybe just to have TP cancels. I mean, they don't have the most amount of stuns. Right? Overgrowth and Shackle is pretty much it. It's not a terrible pickup. It's just interesting. I think it's the best way to put it.
Right.
Being able to set up with a Weaver, in theory, sounds very nice.
It does.
Again.
Yeah, I can't survive. The Spirit Vessel's there. They've got the swap. They'll stampede out. Very defensive to try and just make an escape. And you do make that escape. You even go aggressive from Valyrian. This feels very... 2 different games they're playing, because they were escaping. They've already used Stampede. Mortimer's Kisses, Blink Coast Stomp. Maybe they get themselves a Weaver. But PMA is now onto the Snapfire. Aframoosh is dead. He's got this Spirit Vessel on himself, so 3 heroes are going to die here. Troll might even be next. They'll jump in for him. They'll put the Spirit Vessel onto the Troll. He'll use that Battle Trance. There's the Yules to fight him out. Will right-click on a PMA only, who will fight and win and beat that Troll of Taz. He's dead for 34 seconds, does have buyback, and of course there's a tier 2 tower standing in the way.
of taking the high
Middle
ground.
tower
But I once again use the vocabulary that you taught me. I look incredibly discombobulated.
Yes.
Why did one jump in and the other out? You know? Like, there must be massive communication. It's not the first time top lane the same thing. DK jumps someone and the other two go on someone else. It clearly looked to me like they wanted to disengage, and then DK just jumped in by himself. I can understand he's feeling desperate because at this point they're really far behind, but it's not the way to do it. Ursa almost BKB done now. So many items coming together.
I think they just dragon-tailed that illusion.
Yeah,
And that
now
kind of
he's-
gives up where he's at. Yeah, Spirit Vessel's there. Valerian's dead.
They didn't even kill that illusion, they just went to farm the ancients.
Yeah, they just left it alive. So Stampede again, trying to run. Spirit Vessel, power shot. The chase is on, and they'll get another kill out of the Centaur.
Incredibly
Interesting.
one-sided again. Time for Automata. It's not that easy, he has no enrage. They need at least 3 heroes here to tank it. 2 enough? Ow! Ow! Okay,
Oosh.
okay.
God, that was close. That was really close.
Oh wow, he has a sapling facet, so you can just leech it to the ground. That's pretty badass.
Taking from the life itself.
Hey, 330
is under attack.
AoE heal? 325 is pretty sick. Look at that. It's like a mech every time.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
The sapling facet is actually super strong.
Yeah. Does really feel that way.
If the tree is cut down, it immediately regrows again. So it's just permanently there or what?
As long as he's hit with Leech Seed, I would assume. Aframush is going to die here to Savior.
Good
It's a
night. to him.
16,000 net worth lead. I could sense one fight maybe being the end of this game after a minute or so.
The question is, if you're Jordan now, you know the probability of making it, even if you win this game, is very low. And the game being like this, like, you must feel pretty
Radiant's
pretty
bottom
down, huh?
tower is under attack.
Oh,
Thunder.
duels.
They found
Cool.
Taz, Stampede, Gleipnir. The control is there. They go to the battle trance, and the Rolling Thunder comes back in. They've got the swap. They'll try to save him, but they will lose Taz. They get Easy Legacy, Swashbuckle, Mortimer's Kisses, Overgrowth is used. Down goes Nagato. Valerian's next on the list. Host Stomp is through from Isla, but it is not looking good. He's going to try and run. He doesn't have a lot of mana remaining. Swashbuckle's there. They kill off Aframush. Everybody's dead on the side of Jordan. And they didn't even lose this Ursa. Not even close.
Yeah, he says ages anyway. And BKB. And Shard. Every tool in the world to work with.
Radiant's
Oh,
middle
God.
tower is under attack.
It's also so rich. I don't even know what they can do at this point, honestly. They just have no stability. Can't fight.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They can't fight at all. This Aegis is expired, and that pushes the Dire off the base, but I don't know if they truly need to leave.
I like that discipline too. Look at that. Cliff use, they instantly disengage. They don't have every ult available. No need to force anything that they don't have to.
Is under attack.
It's just a very solid team, Lebanon.
Yeah, everything looks really clean from them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Huh. Let me see again real quick.
Are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So, lineup wise,
Yeah.
yeah, no.
Radiant's
The two best players aren't even playing. But they have a coach, though, that is very known. I never really know how to pronounce his name, though. It's Aixen. You know who I mean, right? Eixn.
No. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah, me neither. But he's been around for a long time, and he's coaching them.
Centaur spotted again.
Yeah, goodbye to him.
The blink with the shard, the root, and the right click damage. Another kill for PMA only.
Well, I was going to say, having a good coach, especially for like a national lineup like this, is absolutely awesome. Because it makes up for so much practice time that you don't have to put in. Legacy, finding Nagato. Nagato saying goodbye.
Yeah, very dead. PMA only going to get another kill there.
There's permanently hunting. Go the entire time.
Yeah, that with pushing too. I think they may not push high ground completely until they get an Aegis, which isn't too far away.
Yeah. Or they just might now. They have no glyph on the Radiant, they know that. Earth's showing middle though. They're only 3 down there. It's a little bit cocky now.
Yeah, a little bit. They've got the silence on Easy Legacy. Yule's up into the air. He needs to start running. Gleipnir used. Great job. Rolling Thunder coming in. PMA's back into the fight. They go to the Overgrowth. Well done to catch 3, but they go to the Battle Trance. They're trying to get the damage out onto the Tree Protector. They get the kill on Valyrian with the Mortimer's Kisses. Down goes Savior. But it doesn't feel like Taz is going to be a savior for the side of Jordan. They bought back on Valyrian. They found themselves the Pangolier. They've got the Mortimer's, or got themselves the Fire Snap Cookie, which is enough to get 2,000 gold from killing Russell.
Finally, the first big mistake, an overextension. He isn't looking for more, right? No. Yeah, being that deep into the base, even if you're up this far, like we know how hard high ground is to crack in Dota. We all know it. The next time they'll definitely play a little more cautious. Oh, Isla.
Yeah, he has not had a fun game. 210
and 5.
Oh,
he didn't Yule from the Weaver, but he can still catch up to him. One attack. Oh, he actually Yules him still. Good night. Eternal Shroud also in the Weaver. Just look at him. 2.5k health. And just a casual 50% magic rest. Easy. And 60% physical rest. Cool. And perma hasted too. And time lapse too. Want to keep going?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Agam Scepter soon. And we have Agam Scepter on Ursa as well. The amount of tank ability on this Dire lineup is actually ridiculous. They have Evasion from the Wind Ranger, Ursa with his ult and shard, Treant Protector, Weaver, Pangolier can get a shield. Dude, that draft is so insane tanky.
Taz forced to run. They don't know where he's there, but that could have been dangerous.
Easy Roche again. This time Aegis Cheese. Scream all you want, Ursa. Oh, sorry, Roshan. You're dead.
There's no way for them to protect that.
No. Truth be told, I don't think there's any way to protect high ground either.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, especially now with the Aegis, right?
And she's on the Pango. So the next base dive might not be as punishing. Or punishable, rather. How's Isla looking? Eternal Shroud somewhat soon. Won't take all the way from that. Even the Treant is so filthy rich.
True. Very true.
Is it go time, or are they a little bit scared because of what happened last time?
Oh, I don't think they should be with an Aegis, right?
I agree.
I guess it's a question of which lane they want to come through in.
Yeah. I mean, for now, they still just have to farm up. Which, of course, is the most surefire way to win Dota. You can keep them in base forever, build an infinite amount of lead, and just play it super slow. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, I would highly encourage that the more important the game is.
Right.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see if they try to finish this one off. I am a little bit surprised with how spread they are and the fact that Ursa is making sure to farm a Basher.
A Basher, yeah, which she has no slot for even. I dropped the face boots.
Yeah, with the Ags, you don't exactly need them, right?
Yeah, and you have heroes to keep them in place for you. M could be next. Then Abyssal Blade.
Gold and sweet.
I don't even think he'll get there, but we'll see. Let me tell you, Dota feels so easy and comfortable when you're in a Dire's position. You just keep them in base forever, just farm on all heroes. It doesn't really feel like a PvP game anymore at that point. Farm all day, farm all night, have a good one.
Yeah, does feel as though maybe they should look to make a move.
Yeah, with this Aegis 2 minutes left, I definitely think they should be a little more aggressive.
I'm surprised
Again, they don't
that they're...
have to, but...
Yeah, but this is the point of this Aegis, isn't it? Like, I get it, you want to now use it to farm a little bit, but that doesn't feel like the point of this, like, timing.
Yeah,
So
I think they're very strong. I mean, Radiant is smoking out and they're getting impatient, so... Let's see how they respond to this.
Dragon Tail, Easy Legacy might be the one who ends up dead, and by might be, he blew up pretty quickly. It's a Windrunner that, even with farm, still feels very fragile, and the double jump looking for Nagato, but ends up missing the jump. So swashbuckle attempt, there's another shield crash, getting that, now moving forward towards more. They'll buy back on this Venge. They got Valyrian going in with the Blink Dragon Tail. Taz thinks about going forward, and they bought back on the Windrunner, which would make me think that they're even more inclined to push the high ground.
Interesting buyback, but yeah, I do think so too. The Aegis is very close to running out, 50 seconds. Glyph is now also back up. No, they're taking it easy. Or are they?
Smoked up, looks like they'll collide. Gleipnir, well placed. Shackle Shot connects on the Snapfire. Post Stomp though on the Windrunner. Taz, he's kind of in no man's land, looking for a target as they've got the Ursa on the backlines. Great Shackle Shot, and that gets them Valyrian, who has no buyback. Taz is going to use that Battle Trance, and the Ursa still has this Aegis. They've got Cheese on the Pangolier. They'll take out the Ursa with the Aegis, but now Taz needs to run, and that's a big issue. They'll try to run, Fire Snap Cookie onto the high ground for Aframoosh, and they go forward with the Blink. They've got the right clicks. They'll get the kill onto the Troll, who has buyback. Nagato in trouble. The Rolling Thunder hits on Aframoosh. He's dead with buyback. Venge doesn't have theirs. Dead for 75.
And no Fountain Dive shenanigans. I want to make it clear and clean. I said it, but they're diving to 2 force. There's no one alive.
Yeah.
Buyback. 2 buybacks.
Forced the buybacks, I guess.
Yeah, now you can just hit the Rex if you wanted to. It's still just 3v5. They need to be careful in the Radiant.
Taz had no Battle Trance. He's dead for 93 seconds. Silo dies. And just Aframoosh is alive.
They did need to be careful, but they definitely weren't. Very aggressive.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Aframoosh in his base. Still diving, not calling GG, going for the tier 4s, holding on so far.
Dire's structures are falling.
Mortimer's kisses. right clicks in, and another shield crash, just keeping them at bay. Now the throne is exposed.
Tower has fallen. Radiant structures are
Glyph
No
forced
glyph.
out again. Yeah.
Still 40 seconds without Taz, though. Not looking like they're going to be able to accomplish much. They've got the swap. They'll look for the Windrunner. Not really the one they care about, but they do have that Weaver with the Ag, so the time lapse is there. They'll keep this Windrunner healthy, and they'll look to continue to back them off. They got a Gleipnir on him, Gleipnir on Valerian. They get the kill on the DK once again, thrown down to 50%. They throw in that shackle shot. It doesn't connect, and they'll finally call GG. Lebanon will go to 3-0, while Jordan, well, they'll be 0-3.
Which means Jordan is out, unfortunately. And Lebanon, more than likely, is in. They have a pretty important match still against Syria. And I believe if they beat Syria, then there's also no chance for a tiebreaker. So, yeah, pretty important also for Syria to win that one if they want to somehow make it.
Yeah,
it would
because
put both of them at 3-1.
it would put them, Iran, and Syria at 3-1.
Yeah. Yep,
Well,
yep,
that
yep.
could be the case.
Let's just say, hypothetically, Lebanon, they look pretty unstoppable. They go 4-0. Who is the second team? Iran? Iran, or is there someone else you got your eyes on?
They're 3-1. I mean, there's no way for them to be under second. So if Lebanon go 4-0, Iran's second.
Oh, Iran is. Are they already 3-1? They won
Yes,
their game?
they won their game against Qatar.
Oh, so they're 3-1 already.
Yes.
Okay, so if Lebanon wins, then we have our winners. If not, then there's a big tiebreak.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Iran won 47-11 in 22 minutes, 58 seconds.
Dire's top tower is
That is very quick. And these highlights are going to be pretty much what we were seeing all game, right?
Yep. Dive, kill, dive, kill, dive, kill. Pretty much.
Game ends up going 35 minutes, but from minute 12, it felt as though Lebanon were just running at you. And the question is, could you stop them?
Honestly, the Radiant draft looked very tough to play. Like, they need to win lanes to be able to get damage items out, but they didn't really. They went even, which is a big problem. If you look at the sustain, we spoke about it briefly in the game, the Dire side. Every hero has a way to escape or get more tanky or heal your allies. So it's just incredibly difficult. They were always on the back foot. If you don't have damage to catch back up, what can you really do to get back into the game?
Right.
It's a pretty disappointing finish for Jordan too, because I definitely thought they would be top contender here for the top 2, but now they're bottom 2.
Yeah, coming in, the expectations were a lot higher for Jordan, considering we saw them, and their last matchup is against Qatar, which, I mean, it's not too meaningful, but it's to get one person a win, or get one team a win in that sense.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to go out of the tournament with 0 wins, so that one's going to be very hard fought. Yeah.
And it does suck, because I do feel like I do feel as though we've seen past iterations of Jordan that have looked much better.
Yeah, but very similar players, though. That's why I'm wondering what's up. Because it wasn't just the draft that was a little bit iffy, but you could see clear miscommunication at least twice in this game. That even like in really high MMR wouldn't really happen. You know, like 2 heroes go on one, and then your initiator jumps on another. That's like a kind of move that you make when you're really far ahead, and you can kill both.
Right.
Yeah, even here the score, you can just look at the hero damage. It's pretty miserable across the board. Like, if your support tops the chart as a Snapfire, it's not too rosy.
Yeah. It is. It's very tough for the side of Jordan. I mean, it's just demoralizing, I think, for them, knowing the way that game was going, I would say, as well.
Yeah.
It was tough.
Very What to say, man? Lebanon's just too good, honestly. They surprised me 100%. First time I see them on stream. They look good. They draft good. Gameplay's good. They're super aggressive. You know me, I love aggressive teams. Not really much to criticize. They dove once into the tier 4s. Yeah, okay, I'll allow it because you're that far ahead. You're really feeling yourself. Why not? They still cleaned it up very nicely afterwards. And if the game was any closer, they definitely wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
The criticism, I don't think is really valid.
Yeah, it's Lebanon making it look easy. A lot of damage dealt. A lot of net worth more. I mean, just all the right moves from Lebanon over Jordan. So not much else to say other than Lebanon are the winners. So throw up that victory card, throw up that winner's card, and there it is. So, I mean, they get themselves to 3-0. This last matchup is very important.
Very, very important. Basically decides whether there's tiebreakers or not. So for Syria, it's do or die. For Lebanon, they'll still have more games to play anyways, but of course they want to just finish it out as the top seed. And they're in prime position to do so with gameplay like this.
Yeah, definitely. And this next matchup, I would, before you leave us, who would you think wins, Lebanon or Syria?
So Syria was beaten by Iran, is that correct?
Yes.
And Lebanon pretty much destroyed Iran. So,
yeah.
Going purely judging that, like, Lebanon should have the upper hand by probably quite a big margin.
Yeah, definitely so.
So, what do you give him? 75?
I'll give him 70, just not to go too far. I feel like 75 is a lot.
Okay, well, I've seen Syria, and I think it's going to be... I know I don't want to be that guy, but I'm leaving anyway, so nobody can hold me to what I'm saying. I'm going to say it's 80, Lebanon.
Wow.
Yeah. But what can you do about it? I'm about to peace out.
That's true. But, before you do that, what are the parts that make you think that it's going to be that way?
That's really just how Lebanon played this game in particular. Like, it's not just how they played the early and mid game, but even when they had a huge advantage. We spoke about that one moment where they did it, but after that, they really cleaned it up. They pushed, forced buybacks, disengaged together, forced glyphs, disengaged, contain the enemy, build up a bigger lead, wait for them to get impatient, punish that movement. That's the mark of a really high-tier team and really high-tier players that really understand the game.
Right.
Because Jordan knows they're losing like 2k gold per minute. They can't sit in base forever. They're going to make a mistake eventually. They were completely ready for it, punish it accordingly, and close out the game in the probably best, most efficient way possible.
So we do have an interview with Savior from Lebanon, so we'll take a quick talk to him and see how he's doing. Savior, man, how you doing? That was a pretty game, and you guys look pretty clean in that one.
I'm good, thank you. First, we've been practicing for a while now, and we're used to each other, and we've been playing a lot of tournaments. So, with the results currently?
Yeah. Did you expect the results to be the way they are with the teams and the positions they're at coming into this qualifier?
To be honest, we kind of know that we are like one of the top teams in the region because we're also like in the grand final of another Middle Eastern tournament. And
right.
I have faith in all of my team, and I know that regardless who our opponent is, we will give a good fight, and we will 99% win most of our games.
Ooh, wow.
That's a good percentage to have. Yeah, Black, you have any questions?
Well, I gave you 80%. 99 is a pretty different level. First of all, nice headset. Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
It's a quality headset. No, but seriously, like, what makes you guys like so much better than the other teams? Have you been playing together for a long time now? Like, how long have you been together as a group?
I think what makes us like a very good team is that first we are friends in this team. We know each other in real life as well. we've been playing for a long time. Like most of my team members, I know them for like 5-6 years. One of them, like I grew up with, and we basically understand each other very well. And we're just having fun.
Yeah, I can tell. Like the way you're playing Dota looks really, really nice. You have a great coach too, at least from my notes.
Exactly.
And just last question I have.
Best.
The best coach. Okay, I mean, next time I talk to him, I'll let him know you said that. Last question I have. Average MMR of your team, because all of you look incredibly good.
I'd say like we're looking, like the scrims we're playing is like around 10.5, 11k.
Wow.
That's it.
Okay, yeah. That makes complete sense. Like you guys are crushing it. Good luck in your next game. I'm expecting you guys to win as well. Not 99%, but 80%.
Yeah, we can't do that here.
Oh, 100%. Okay, easy.
100. Unfortunately, we can't do that. You could say 100% as much as you want, though, for sure. We're not allowed to be that biased. I don't know, man. But I appreciate you taking time to talk to us. Good luck on your next PO1, and hopefully we get to interview you or somebody on your team again. Have a good one.
Sure. Thank you very much.
See you. Congratulations, my friend.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah, a lot of confidence coming into that. Very happy.
100%. Like, what can you even say about that?
100%. I could say they're looking pretty stellar. So, I mean, what are your last words before we go to break?
I can't say it, so I'll just let him do the talking. 100%. He took the words out of my mouth. I'm just not allowed to say it. I have a similar feeling. Honestly, that sort of confidence, now that he told me his average MMR, that he actually is their coach as well, I have no doubts in my mind. They're probably going to be the 4-0 team. But I'm not allowed to say that, so I didn't say it.
Okay. So, we'll see, as this next matchup is going to be Lebanon and Syria, but we're going to a quick break. We'll be on the turnaround in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
You guys.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the final BO1 of the Asia qualifiers for Iesf. It's the West Asia qualifiers. We just saw the side of Lebanon beat Jordan, and now it's Lebanon against Syria. So it is this matchup that's going to decide quite a bit. Lebanon winning would mean Lebanon and most likely Iran, or Lebanon and Iran go through because Iran beat Qatar, and they're 3-1, and Lebanon's 3-0, and they would be 4-0. But Syria winning would mean that Iran, Lebanon, and Syria are all 3-1, and it would be a three-way tiebreaker for 2 slots. There's a lot riding on this, but I had an interview with Xavier before we started this game, and he says he gives himself and the team 100% chance of winning.
I mean, I actually think that is unbelievable, and they're very confident, which is a good thing, right? And it's quite hard to assess something or analyze something against that, because they have played some very, very flawless Dota too, right? There's nothing else you can say about that. They are probably the favorites, including in the last game we just saw of them versus Jordan being punished yet again, right? So let's take a quick look at the players that have had the best performance thus far. I think we also heard the response from Xavier to Black. He said they've been screaming it around teams about 11k MMR. I think is that what he said?
He said their match averages were about 10.5 to 11k MMR. I don't know if that meant they were screaming that way or if they are that MMR, but it did feel as, or both, yeah. I mean, if you're that MMR, you're probably playing matches that are that MMR, so that would make sense. So, Xavier, Russell, Nans, it says freaky here and easy legacy, but Lebanon look really strong, and Syria, Scorp, Habibi, Lizard, Javolna, and Vata. So it's 2 decently strong squads, but I will say the way that I have seen the side of Lebanon play, I kind of am falling for the hype. I think that they should be the much better team in this matchup.
I mean, yes. So I'm just looking at the match Syria lost was versus Iran yesterday, right? And in the end, Iran then fell to Lebanon themselves, if I'm not wrong. So by proxy, this should mean Lebanon should be the highest team, Iran second, and Syria third, if we follow match. But again, styles make matchups, so I'm not necessarily saying that that's what's going to unfold in this upcoming deciding game. But if there is an upset and Syria somehow surprises Lebanon, we will be looking, like you said, at the tiebreaker, which, anything can happen. This region also has best of ones, and we talked about this whole week-long BCOP, what the difference is between best of 3 and best of ones, where upsets are way more plausible. So quite curious, especially as we get into the draft. We already have very different bans to what we saw earlier today in the South Asia region.
Yeah, so I'm expecting Weaver to get banned unless the side of Syria plan on picking it. This hero has just felt way too strong. It's shown up in plenty of games, and there it is. There's the ban on the Weaver. Because that hero, if you're not picking it, should be nowhere near your opponents. It just would be terrible to have it be that way.
And then the Beastmaster is also one of those heroes that we said is in the same ballpark. So there is still time for them to ban it here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone just first picking it right now.
Yeah. We'll see who wants what coming forward. I'd like to see this Broodmother we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Somebody one really time, cool. But
and they're banning heroes. They're banning heroes that are good versus Broodmother. They're banning the bad. They're banning the Primal, the Seer, the Tiny. Maybe Lebanon might be lining up to snapping that one here. I mean, right? Those are classic great counters to killing the Spiderlings. So maybe, as Syria has to decide now what they want to do. Final ban and first pick, very important to get the tempo going with this draft.
Yeah, there's a bit of reserve time being used here by the side of Syria, but Darkseer and Tiny Band, I mean, that is aggression. That is aggression in lane from the Darkseer as well. And then they ban the Phoenix. So we're going to get into this first pick here, and quickly it is Brewmaster, which has felt both strong and weak. We have seen games where Brewmaster gets absolutely shut down, and that is dependent, I would say, on the lanes. And we have seen some mighty aggression against Brew.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering why
it was the Jordan game too. It was when Iran beat Jordan. They were going up against Storm, Alchemist, Venge, Pango, Weaver. So
it's quite interesting that this is very different. Now they're going for Treant Protector. So both teams ignoring, not prioritizing the Beastmaster. We also saw yesterday, if you remember, a Skywrath Mage counter to the Brew, which worked well for the initial parts of the game, but then later on it didn't have any effect as the Brew was just too big for his boots. So this Treant Protector answer here leaves the Lebanon draft very open. At the same time, I'm quite concerned that a lot of the heroes that they should have prioritized, like the CK, are going to get banned out.
Yeah, CK Lives 2 are going to get banned out, but there's still Ursa in the pool, and this is what Lebanon played in the last game. I could see them just going into the Ursa, although that is a little bit dangerous considering the fact that there is that Brew there. There are multiple ways of kiting with the Brew already for Lebanon. We'll have to see. And they are on to their last ban of the phase here, so they got to figure out what they want to do, and it's going to be that Rubik, which
that's a nice one.
I'm wondering what in particular might drive them to that. We may find out with this pick.
I mean, we saw Rubik being a support favorite of some of these teams to just take no matter what, running it as a 4, running it as a 5. Some Immortal players are playing it as a mid laner because of the nukes. Again, maybe when your life is on the line in a tournament, I wouldn't go for that. So it's a Wind Ranger. Wow. This is a lot of laning phase prowess with both the Treant and the Wind Ranger. Both of these heroes are quite... traditionally very good at dominating or at least winning laning phase, if not completely obliterating their opponents. And it could be a Wind Ranger mid, but more lately we have seen this as a safe lane pick.
Yeah, last game Easy Legacy played it mid. It didn't do too well for him off the bat. It still felt throughout the entirety of the game that he was able to constantly get killed off. The Centaur was too strong for this Windrunner, and there were always just points where it was vulnerable. That being said, with the proper matchup, I think the Windrunner just excels a little bit more. And even with the bad lane, it got enough gold, and you trust your team to open up the game for you, and you should be pretty happy with what you get.
Syria is going to come out with a Vengeful Spirit. It's a very good, old, reliable, despite some of the nerfs. We saw it even this morning, I think, as an offlaner winning a game. So I'm not surprised. The Soul Strike is very good, despite the Magic Missile stun duration being reduced again back to 1.1, which I think is a bit too little. I think the Magic Missile is not what makes the hero strong. Maybe nerfing the aura or actually the Wave of Terror might be a way of balancing her a bit more. But hey ho, I'm not Ice Frog. What do I know? As Syria can pair her up with somebody else, because this is Ember Spirit mid.
Yeah, Ember now, it will make you think about that Windrunner pick, I guess. We'll have to see.
I think you can play Wind Ranger versus Ember, right? I think Ember is the one that struggles in that matchup anyway. I know you have the Flame Guard, but you're going to just eat a lot of right clicks from the range hero if they do run it mid, so... Maybe just confidence, right? I mean, if it's a player style matchup that has been practiced a lot by the mid laner from the Syrian squad, they're like, oh yeah, I've beaten a Wind Ranger mid plenty of times with this, but I would say Wind Ranger should have like a 60-65% advantage in that 1v1 straight up mid.
Yeah. So let's see what this pick is here for the side of Lebanon after picking up that Windrunner and now having the Treant Protector. I'm still curious to see what they want. Maybe they pick their offlaner knowing that the offlaner has already been picked.
Beastmaster still available. So So is the Mars. We saw a few Mars picks today. One of the other heroes that we haven't seen that much, I think only twice picked in this entire Asian qualifier, has been the Timbersaw, right? And Timber is still very, very good. We keep talking about the addition of the Twisted Chakram, who not only looks absolutely hilarious, but it's also very good extra bit of burst. But Lebanon is gonna... Oh, okay. So Windranger, safe lane, Invoker mid. Obviously, we have seen Windranger and Invoker both flex to position 4s in the past, but please don't.
I guess Invoker mid is Overgrowth, Sunstrike, or
Cataclysm.
Cataclysm, whatever you want. I'm not too much of a hater on 4-position Invoker. I've just seen it work too many times, but I don't know if now is those days. That was definitely happening a long time ago.
I think the reason they got it here is because nowadays you play it Quaswex and it's just good at dealing with the Dispel of the Flame Guard, right? You go for the Tornado, you hit the Ember, and that's pretty much the end of it. It's also quite good at dispelling the shield from the Vengeful swap. But now the Tusk, this hero is in a very interesting spot. The win rate he has since 736 is not great, but I really think that Drinking Bodies is really potent as a spell.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I think the aggression you can get out of it is... Ooh, that's...
Dire team back.
Yeah, okay.
Is that a
Lebanon
support? Is that a support Coddle? I know you're a Coddle hater, but I'm wondering if that's going to be a mid Coddle. And then the Ember goes somewhere else. No, the Ember goes safe lane or something like that.
So I like Coddle support. I like Coddle support. I don't know if I like it here, because Tusk is traditionally very good at dealing with Coddle, right? You try to play in the tree lines or very far back, and the Tusk just snowballs on top of you, you get punched, and then you're done for.
Wait, Broodban.
Did you want to pick a Medusa? Is that what they're baiting here? They get Medusa, so they have Chakra Magic for Medusa?
Maybe. I'm surprised at the Broodban, I'll be honest. This late into it, you do have heroes that can handle the Brood.
Yeah. Coddle, Brew, Radiance, and Ember Spirit are very good at killing that. Wave of Terror to just find her while she's trying to hide in the trees. But again, you don't want to get cheesed in the last game of the tournament. And sadly, because this means we won't be fortunate enough to see a Brood this tournament. We've been praying for it to make an appearance. And now that TA gets out... Okay, do you think this Windranger is position 1 confirmed for Lebanon, or do you think they could swap either her or Invoker as they have overall last pick?
Do what? Offlane Tusk? I mean, it might be just... It could be offlane Windrunner.
Yeah.
With 4 Tusk, and then you pick a different safe laner, but they're looking at banning offlaners.
And then you don't pick their Drinking Bodies, and you get Tag Team. And Tag Team plus a range hero with you on lane is kind of annoying, but at the same time, you could go Tusk 5 and Windranger 1, and it's the same thing anyway, right?
Yeah.
Lightstalker will be banned out. Fine, that's fair. Beastmaster is still available. And I think Beastmaster is great versus Brewmaster, and especially versus Ember Spirit.
10 seconds.
Great setup for the Sunstrike. Quite good at dealing with... a defensive swap from the Vengeful Spirit, because then you just keep on running the opponents. I don't know. Maybe they just completely overlooked the Beast.
It's a good pushing hero as well.
True. I don't know what Syria is up to here, I'll be honest. I mean, this Coddle Ember Spirit is...
I mean, sometimes Coddle was a giveaway to pick him back in the day.
There is a team that did run a Bristle carry just recently. Was it Tundra, I think? Did Pure play Bristle carry? I've definitely seen it played in the last couple of weeks, and I don't think it won.
It's still winnable. I don't think it's the easiest game to win with a carry.
I guess Bristle is quite good versus Windranger, right? She tries to focus fire you, you turn around, and you just kill everybody around you, maybe. You don't really have Silver Age builders for the side of Lebanon. There's no break, no Hoodwink made his way. 18 seconds to go in Syria. They don't seem too confident with what they want to choose here. Maybe an Alchemist?
That could work too. It's minus armor.
Dire team pick.
Wraith King. Okay. I mean, it's something that's always going to have mana. Thanks to the Coddle, maybe you don't buy that shard as early. It's aggression. It's another stun. It's push. It's farm. It's late game securing.
I like the
I don't
raking.
like
I
it.
just don't understand the keeper. I mean, is that it? Just chakra magic so the raking doesn't
5
get
seconds
EMP'd
remaining.
off the map. Also, Wind Ranger can build Diffusal Blade, right? I know that's not the most common build recently, but she could get at,
Now
and now we get
And
the
this is
great
the mega combo.
setup. Wow.
So it's mid Invoker, off lane Wind Ranger, 4 position Tusk, 5 position Treant Protector, and safe lane Void against safe lane Wraith King, mid Ember, off lane Brew, and then support Venge and support Kata, which is no surprise. And it's 4 Kata, 5 Venge.
See, but like, I actually don't like this Void, although it works with what they have, right, the setup. But they already had the Overgrowth from the Tree and Protector. And traditionally, you have Wraith King as a counter to Void, because Void Chronos you kills you once, but you have a second life. At the same time, there is also Brewmaster is very beefy. You have the swap to swap layers outside of Chronosphere, and Blinding Light used to be a counter to Faceless Void, because Void doesn't want to rush the BKB or doesn't want to get an MKB. So you get Chronoed, and then you just get Blinding Light pushed out of it, or you have extra miss chances. And yes, there is a lot of magic damage to throw in the bubble, but I mean, I guess it's a confidence thing, right? They were like, oh, we want to have the big bubbles, combo wombo type stuff, and went for it. But that raking might be the key answer if the Keeper of the Light position 4 can make it happen.
Yeah, we'll see if the Kato can make anything happen or if they're just going to get run at. I have a feeling that Kato might be in some trouble. That could be a big problem. It's definitely dependent on the aggression we see from both teams. So I don't know. This lane of Windrunner Tusk feels like it could be pretty strong. Although at the same time,
Did he get tag team? Yes, he got tag team.
at the same time, Venge Wraith King feels like it could be strong too. Minus armor, double stun, big damage.
These are all good. They're both good, I think. And Wraith King might suffer a little bit, but let's see. Everybody's smoking up, and they're about to meet up top lane.
Yeah, they're gonna meet, and it looks like it'll be an easy first blood on Faceless Void. And you can't be giving that away. This is a must-win for both teams, and if you don't want tiebreakers, it's an even bigger win for Lebanon that needs to be happening.
They're going for more. They're not stopping. They're gonna be spotted by the Watcher. But the Void is also making his way back to lane. And if they can get 3 bounties on the Radiant side on the back of that first blood, that would be a huge... I mean, it would extend their lead even further.
Right. So, quick pause after first blood. Talking it over. Just a quick talk
They're
and then
ready.
go and ready. All right, cool.
That's easy. That was fine. Yeah.
I never get problems with my game. I never need to pause and go and ready.
Of course you don't. Yeah, you probably have like the best internet in the world.
No.
Yeah, neither do I. I live in the UK. This country doesn't know what good internet is. I thankfully didn't have any issues this week. But who got the first blood again? Oh, it was the Ember Spirit. Okay, so melee hero versus range matchup down in mid. It's going to be looking really, really good. As I think he should be fine if Invoker goes for Quaswex, but Invoker has, okay, Sunstrike, Exhort, level 1.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they wanted to get with this Sunstrike, and maybe they want to get this kill on a Soul, but there's a pause from PMA. So nothing doing. Nothing doing at all, and going ready again. So good to go. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
I mean, maybe the answer, he seems to be going for the urn as well. So you don't usually go urn unless you go Quaswex. I think that is the go-to build, but who knows? Maybe they just want it for the extra setup. And 1 point in Exort is pretty valuable. 200 damage of Sunstrike level 1 across the map, especially when you have, Tusk to set up for it. Could be really, really good. As Soul is getting right-clicked by the Tusk. Career kill. Very nice for the Treant Protector, as they're applying a lot of pressure top already.
Yeah, big pressure top. And these lanes are important for Lebanon, giving up that first blood. Good shards again. Power shot and a Sunstrike. That will get the kill. So 1 for 1 and already back in the game.
Worked out very nicely.
Got to be careful with that. And I'm wondering how much we're going to be seeing that coming in from Easy Legacy.
I assume a lot, right? I think that's what they want to go for, since they have a lot of slows and some reliable lock early on.
Mm-hmm. Shards again. I'm looking at Sunstrike to see if it's still available. They'll go for Soul, and they need a couple more right clicks. Sunstrike again. It hits. He's dead.
He's dead. Wow.
2 for 2. Uh-oh.
This is good start. Looking very nice for them. As I was questioning, the start with Exort, but hey ho, they have a game plan that's working very well, and now we see him actually going for 2 points in Exort, so it will be a Quas Exort build, but doubt it.
Now, this is what puts you into trouble against this Ember, is that you can just get run out like this, which is a little bit rough. But it's all about communication. They said these guys have been playing together for a long time and or long enough, and that's what really needs to get figured out, is making these moves and using that Sunstrike effectively. Not enough mana for it just yet, and he's getting close to that urn, though.
Oh, up top.
Yeah, top lane, Savior. On the run, Leech Seed, though, going to keep him very healthy. Going up for Sunstrike once again. So, at any moment, just be careful if you're the side of the Radiant. Because it's definitely helping for the Invoker, but now he's gone 1-1-2. So, he's given himself Ghost Walk. Get out of there. He's got Cold Snap, of course. He's got everything in his arsenal. Ready.
He's falling behind quite by, 8 last hits, but at least he has the gold advantage. The gold bonus from all the kills he's gotten across the map. Even still, 150 gold behind this Ember Spirit. But as soon as he hits level 5 and then 7, this Invoker is actually going to be punishing this Ember quite a lot, I expect.
PMA only.
What a Sunstrike!
Oh! I didn't think... Okay. You just bait him into that?
That was sensational.
That was... give me a replay, please. Thank you.
I feel like we deserve a full screen replay only because of that one.
And then in front of him, like he expected him to walk forward, and he did.
Can Easy Legacy predict the future?
Blizzard? Time walk away.
Yeah, he's beefy enough. He's got double bracer.
Beefy enough for now. You get slowed up. I sense a Sunstrike in your future.
That is true. That is very, very much true.
You gotta be careful on everybody. I sense a Sunstrike in everybody's future.
Easy Legacy has been playing this Invoker Sunstrike like Zeus Thunder God's Wrath pre-minute 5, which is absolutely mental. And, busting out the Grandmaster Invoker in the final game. Look at the pressure now. Level 5. That's what I've been calling for.
Needs to be careful. He's dead.
Good TP though from the Keeper of the Light. Usually not the most active support in the laning phase, but coming in with a beautiful TP at the right moment is great to allow him to get that kill.
And he's able to do that because this Brew is actually under his own tower, I would say. You don't really want to dive that. TP's available. So Kato gets to go mid, comes back for free. Now Invoker's back over. Well, blinding light coming through. So, yeah, right now, other than 3 dope Sunstrikes, game's pretty calm, I would say.
Yeah, way more calm than I was expecting. I really thought the Tusk Windranger will apply way more pressure, but apparently that's not the case, other than one per initial setup. Lotus at minute 6 will be claimed by the Faceless Void. And I think now the next power spike will be when we get big level 6s. But look at the bashes coming in from PMA only up top. Lizard 8, a couple of those in a row.
That's rough. Always rough life when it happens like that, you know? I'm just keeping an eye on potential Sunstrikes. That's really what I'm looking at right now.
Oh, there it is!
And
it
hits.
Into it! That is unbelievable.
It hits, but it doesn't kill. That's the first one that hasn't gotten that kill. And you're going to be Invoker and be like, all right, well, I guess I got to get more points into my Exort. Make sure this does kill every single time. Do my math right. Or maybe have my Faceless Void not be so far back. Come on, man. Get me those kills.
Okay, Treants.
It definitely screams Cataclysm build, by the way. And I mean, it did. The second Void was there. But going Midas and having a potential quick Ags could be just you only fight off Chrono and then slam down a Cataclysm. Bottom lane, the Invoker is here. They've got the kill onto this Wraith King, but they end up losing the Invoker. Which, not exactly what they wanted, but they do get 2 kills bottom, and now Ember doesn't really have a lot of mana to play with.
Still, more than sufficient to use the final remnant out of there, and now it's not even going to get the bounty rune. That's kind of going to suck. He really wanted to get to that bottled up so he can regen back, but he will still go mid. Chakra Magic will come his way to fill his mana, but they're going on the Treant in the river.
They'll get this kill on a Savior. That's all they'll get for now. Still watching Invoker, who I believe... Is he pulling away from getting this Midas immediately?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He got the Gloves of Haste, but he unqueued the Midas.
I mean, dying once on Invoker can be really, really deterring from your progress. So maybe that's what happened, or the team just spotted his quick buy and said, "No, please don't do that." But I don't see why not. I think,
yeah, it's usually a pretty standard build, isn't it?
Yeah,
the Wizard's gonna get chased here, and they don't have Chrono, but they do have Sunstrike available. It's still ready to go, and he might be watching top, but I don't think Lizard's low enough for that Sunstrike to kill him. And now they go to the Chrono. And Sunstrike is unneeded. It's late, actually. Ember was up there, too.
Meanwhile, the Coddle and Venge are applying a lot of pressure in the mid lane, trying to take this tier 1. And so far, so good from both sides, that they're both equally happy.
Oh,
of course,
Magic Missile, Remnant, and Invoker might be dead again. Oh, the Deafening Blast pulling another snowball away from the Remnant, but over to the rest of the team. Power Shot comes in. Eventually, they will get this kill. Nans is in trouble. The Magic Missile is there, and now Russo, who came over, he doesn't have any mana to work with, and this is a pretty full-up Ember. Illuminate thrown out by I Love the Buyback. Ember's still in on this. Searing Chains gets the wand to get health and mana back, but it's not looking like it matters. A Power Shot to behind your own tower that you're scared to go to. And now another Remnant. As Savior's juking through the trees. Sunstrike's going to be off the mark. Finally, Sleight of Fist Searing Chains gets the kill on the Savior.
that was a hell of a chase. In the end,
giving space to Wraith King.
Yes, who is doing very well when it comes to gold. I know the last hits, he's a bit behind the Wind Ranger, but he's up there in the top 3 net worth, just behind the Ember and the Wind Ranger. So he has a pretty good time as of right now. But this Ember Spirit is the one leading the charge with almost 4.8k net worth.
Treant Protector, by the way, he has only 1 level in living armor, so if he had more, it'd be nice to keep these towers, but unfortunately with the catapult there. So Invoker now has treads, so it turns those gloves of haste into treads and is not going for that Midas. And it is a little bit worrying because I feel like he had a good enough start where he could have got that Midas and his game doesn't feel as shut down right now. Snowball, Sunstrike, but the swap, it's well done. They get the kill and the score, but they're going to lose Russell again, and this is a dead Tusk. This is turning really bad for Lebanon pretty quickly.
Oh, goodness me. I thought they were making some mistakes here. I thought I'm looking at this Raking has no boots, but he doesn't need them. He's just using the armor to chill. Everybody else is having a good time, and they're completely putting a stronghold on this game, which you talked about the Speak Up tiebreakers. This would be the first qualifier that we've had so far for the Iesf 2024 season that could be heading that way if Lebanon doesn't really decide to change it up. And I still think this Invoker should be getting a Midas, but look at his quick buy. It changed again.
Yeah, he's still going Orchid.
Oh, he put it to full treads.
He's got the infused raindrops now. But I will say the Diffusal is finished on this Wind Ranger, but they need to be playing this a little bit smarter. Wraith King's now ahead in terms of experience. Brewmaster, he's behind Russell, so you still have that advantage in terms of experience and a little bit of gold. However, I don't know about this Void. He's got an open game so far.
And also, he enabled to get some assists, right? And he will have even more with the Invoker, but he's still falling behind, though, to the other heroes. Mid. Ooh. Okay.
Another dead Invoker. I'm worried about this Invoker, too. I think the Invoker just has nothing going for him now. He's died 4 times after a 3-0 start.
Yeah, he had such an amazing beginning. And I actually going to ask you, why do you think the Tusk is playing so passive? Yes, he has 5 assists, but that was during the initial few minutes on the laning phase and the Bounty Rune skirmish. Otherwise, I feel like the Tusk should have become way more active. And is it really his fault, or is the fact that Wind Ranger just wants to keep on farming? Because usually you need an offlaner to join up with, but this Wind Ranger is playing like a carry, right? She has Threads, Double Bracer, Diffusal.
And I think you need to, because you got to make up time for the Void. And your Invoker is not really feeling like a hero at the moment, so you need to get top of the net worth and be that guy. So we'll have to see. And we haven't seen a Primal Split or anything yet.
No, I mean, he doesn't need to. He's just AFK farming. He also started by going first with the Talisman of Evasion, which not a lot of Brewmasters do, but it gives him a bit more survivability versus the right clicks, right? It just misses coming in. It's okay. It's fine. He doesn't need to do much more as his team is figuring stuff out by themselves. This Keeper of the Light has been very impactful, actually, with a lot of nukes when rotating. We saw some great Illuminates for initial burst damage, and then, of course, even Blinding Lights for repositions. As if you're Lebanon, I don't think you want to keep on losing towers. That's why we see them pinging, wanting to defend at that tier 1 bottom. But at the same time, this Ember Spirit wants to go for a gank. Look at them. They're setting up for the dire jungle invasion.
I'm
Ember feels very strong in the moment. Windrunner and Void are keeping out. That's the biggest part, I think, right now. It's really the biggest thing. This Orchid's going to be okay timing. We'll see. The diffusal is there. They go like if this BKB comes out from Russo, he'll feel very confident in these fights. Void, he might just be there for the chrono. Again, they don't have this Midas on Invoker, and now he is queuing what I thought he would get, the Orchid and then the Ags. But I felt as though that Midas at a good enough timing would have been, better late game. Granted, he is just there for the combo. I'll be honest.
Is that the Void?
He's not. He's your 3 position.
Okay.
The Invoker.
Well, he just
but
got
Invoker
another
gets
kill.
a Sunstrike kill. So that gives him just about enough gold for the cornucopia and pushes him closer to that Orchid.
And it's finally the Wind Ranger in the top up to do something, because otherwise it's only been passive play from the Wind Ranger. So as soon as they get active, which they should have done about 4 minutes ago, it will allow the Invo to get back on the map. 6 kills. Ember Spear has 7-1-3. Goodness me. And despite that, he's not even leading the chart because he didn't go for the preferred build of Maelstrom. He still went for the Mage Slayer first BCOP, which I don't know why. He had such a good start. He could have definitely gone for the greedy one.
Yeah, I like the Maelstrom better. I agree with you there. If he dies, though, that's a lot of gold going the way of whomever on the Dire kills him. So we might see a smoke with a chrono that is aimed at killing off this Ember if they got vision of him. Giving that kind of gold to Void or giving that gold to any of your 3 cores is going to be pretty big. And he is...
Good stacks.
He is showing bottom. So we'll see. There's a Wisdom Rune available for Wraith King up here.
I just realized this Wraith King is going for like a pretty old build if Armlet into Desolator, not for the Radiance. Fine. That means
Bruce got the Radiance, yeah.
Yeah. And this Wind Ranger dies if he just gets caught without the Windrun, right? Wraith King jumps on top of her, and a few critical strikes just take her out completely. So maybe it will work out for him. He's currently in the top network chart, AFK farming. A lot of space has been made around the map for him. And I said Lebanon should defend the tier 1 bottom. They think otherwise. They just give it up for free.
I don't mind that. They're too close, I would say, to Russell getting his BKB to risk slowing down even further.
Okay.
That being said, Ember showing again, and I'd like them to get this kill. Shackle connects, Sunstrike is there, the focus fire, but the stun from Soul. And now the turnaround comes. They need the rest of the team. Time dilation comes through. They start to retreat. They'll probably lose Tusk. No, he's got Blink. He should be able to get it out. And the TPs to escape are available. Not a bad job by Lebanon and a disengage on that when it felt as though maybe it would fall apart.
And now they're going Roshan. 50 seconds. They should have enough time with the Wave of Terror as well, reducing the armor. But Nans...
They see this. Oh. Sunstrike recognizes this, and now Nans... Ooh, the magic missile is not in time. They're not going to contest this. At least, maybe they don't think it's fast enough for them to not get this tier 1 tower, but that is bold.
I mean, you've got the Chronosphere Overgrowth. You have the teamfight advantage. I know you're playing from behind, but still, nice Sunstrike attempt. Green Soul is actually healthy enough, so we'll tank that without dying. Roche will fall, and the Aegis will go to the Ember Spirit of Jabolna.
And now that Ember's, Street Gold is not really available for you. BKB is soon here for the Windrunner, and they do have this Orchid, and it's Easy Legacy pushing back that Ags again. Going BKB. And I get it. I think you do need the BKB. It doesn't look as though PMA only is looking to fight as much yet. So there's no reason to get Cataclysm if you're not using Chrono on its off its cooldown like you do in the late game.
But shouldn't you do that though, since you're playing from behind? Use Chrono, win some team fights. I mean, now it's late.
They might not feel like they're as behind anymore. And now Easy Legacy has to TP out. Recognize the TP's coming in and just absolutely booked it.
That is good space.
But that forced two rotations.
There's 4 players bottom now from the Radiant, actually, because one of them came to the Twin Gate. So a big rotation, and that's buying time from the Aegis. And now Lebanon is smoking up to just get out of here, maybe set up for the Ember Spirit mid to take out the Aegis. That would be a big victory. BKB available in Russell. Link forward.
Ooh, this Coddle's going to swipe the Wisdom Rune.
Oh,
And he's also going to spot Easy Legacy, and a lot of people are here. And he's dusted already. This Ghost Walk's not going to be worth much to him, and he's honestly dead on his screen already. They've got themselves the Primal Split. They'll go to the swap. They've got the stun. They'll get the kill. The Sunstrike is there, so that means they'll at least trade. But a Remnant forward looking for something. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains onto the Treant Protector. They still have this Primal Split. The Void Panda will pull him. And now they start to TP over to maybe try and get a turnaround because they've got the Focus Fire. They've got this Bruce. Oh, that's a good Chrono, but they got to get something out of it, and they're not getting anything just yet. They finally get the Brew. They look over at this Ember, who does have an Aegis to work with. You want to continue to fight this. BKB was popped. They need a Time Walk out. Oh, dear. They can't Time Walk away, and now this is completely not worth it.
They took so much time to kill that Brewmaster, and that's what we talked about. He's such a beefy boy, it's basically impossible to kill him.
It's close.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Sorry, I wasn't following. I assume someone TP'd out.
No, Soul almost got hit by a Sunstrike that I think would have killed him.
Oh, okay. But this is what I'm talking about. I think they took too long to use this Chronosphere. And again, the fact that you use it when the Invoker is already dead, it's pretty painful because you don't have enough damage despite that. It's going to be a support kill in mid. But again, Avenge is the only hero like I feel you can kill nowadays.
Yeah, but you are getting gold, I guess. I'm not really too sure. Good shards, but you're still dead. Invoker's also now going BKB Dragonlance. I don't... Well, he's going dead. I'm very dead. Not even gonna get the bounty rune. That is unfortunate. Dead again.
He's trying to go for this Ghost Walk type plays, but because he went for maxing out the Exort, he is very slow walking in Ghost Walk. He would actually walk faster if he wouldn't utilize the spell, but he needs a bit of the extra invis. But at the same time, when the opponents see your steps around them, they pop a dust and you're not fast enough to just tornado walk out as a normal Quas Rex Invoker would. That's why I'm a bit confused about this back and forth with the items from him. And I understand they're using this Wind Ranger more as a position 2, despite the fact that she started playing in the offlane. But Invoker is falling very hard behind. He doesn't have the Midas, he doesn't have the Vessel for the pickoffs, and he's not even going Aghanim Scepter. He's a non-factor despite, those extra bit of damage on the Vengeful Spirit.
I will say he's also going way slower because of Solar Bind. That's what's really screwing him as well. So Dust, Solar Bind, you can't leave. You can't. Like, it's when Kado's right on top of you and has Solar Bind available, you're dead on your screen. They're getting a bottom tier 2. They can commit to this. Nobody's coming over just yet. They are pushing mid. You've lost 2 of your 3 outer towers now.
The one saving grace is that there is no Aegis, right? For the Radiant side, and the Roshan, we will find out about his timer in 3 minutes.
Walrus Punch, Sunstrike, Snowball. Do they have the control? Oh,
so close.
The Manta. And that would have been without the Aegis. That would have been so much gold. But he TP'd bot and he used the Remnant to go back top. So I guess it does kind of give Russell a chance to put some chip damage on this bottom tier 3.
Sure. I mean, it's not going to be enough damage to create a dent into that, as the Focus Fire has also already been invested. It's in cooldown for half a minute. But yeah, it's the small victories that count at this point in time, as Jabolna is getting back up to full HP with the usage of the Spirit Vessel. And Syria really could do a few things here, right? One of them could be deciding that they don't just want to continue squeezing the map until Roshan respawns in the next, I guess, 3 to 7 minutes, or they could commit and try to apply more pressure to the tier 3 towers, force some TPs, but potentially risk getting themselves into a situation where they could get punished and lose their lead. So I guess they could use this technical pause to have a bit of conversation in regards to that, because if they're gonna try to do both at the same time, that's when you start slipping and you start making mistakes and you start getting picked off, which is almost what happened to Jabolna.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they're ready to go. And we're on. So Russell, let's see how much he's willing to push here. Anybody will TP back. There is a courier going out through mid. There's a couple couriers going back in through mid. Maybe lose their life.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But Void also committing to being in this push. He has Chrono, but this is trying to bait somebody to come back to Chrono kill them. And Russo loses that Maelstrom, and that's terrible.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh, man.
That's really bad.
I guess if 2 of them TP, right? If you catch Ember plus Venge,
Radiant structure.
but there's no Invoker here from the Meteor. The Sunstrike will be okay, but if you have Invo plus the Meteor there and a bit of the EMP damage, it would be even better. But they're cutting the wave. They're trying to do the same mid, and they're
Ember's
going to get
showing
a
mid.
courier in exchange. This is a
Shards for
really
vision,
weird play.
snowball up top.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I got a little bit of damage, I guess, on the tier 3, while their tier 3 got pushed up a little bit mid. It's not like this awful thing, but now... Ooh, good Ghost Walk. They have Gem on the Coddle. And they're trying to do it again.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, if this play works, they've invested a lot of time for it. At the same time, Syria hasn't decided what they want to do, right? I said they want to squeeze the map or they want to keep on pushing, and they have been stuck around
Now they're
separated.
squeezing. This is going to be a pinch move. You see that courier flying over you. You got to know something's up. Remnant over by where Savior's at. They're going to dust. He might need to overgrowth immediately. And that's exactly what he does. Primal
PMA.
split into the Chrono. They go for this Coddle. They've got the kill there. Remnant into the Faceless Void's Chronosphere, but it's a BKB from Russo to try and get something. A power shot, the Cyclone onto the Tusk. There's the shield with that swap, but they've got that kill anyway. So right now it's a 2-for-1. They lose the Treant. They're going to Remnant over. Russo doesn't have a BKB. They do have Soul coming over. Blink looking for a Walrus Punch somewhere. Time dilation onto the Ember, but they end up losing Russo. So now Walrus Punch lands onto the Ember. They've got the Tornado that lands, and the Snowball hits onto Soul, but he still has himself this Reincarnate. So you come back to life here, and now PMA starts to run away, but you've put the Invoker in, and he is dead.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Not sure how much I like that.
I'm
Hans
speechless.
is also
because-
trying to run Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and this is going to be, I believe, a 4th dead. Ooh!
Good blink out. Very nice.
Wow!
Salvaging a bit of that disastrous engagement in the Radiant jungle. I'm truly transparent with you here, B-Cop. Lebanon is making movements around the map that aren't fruitful at all. And I don't know what... Okay, there's a bit of an old chat going on. And I have to be honest, the fact that Invoker wasn't there, but he still ended up coming and dying at the end of the fight made no sense to me. Like, you don't take the fight if Invoker isn't there because you don't have Meteor. Fine, you took the fight, used the Sunstrike, you finally killed 2 of the supports. Don't show up afterwards. If you only lose 2 there, if the Wind Ranger and the Treant are the only casualties, it's a bit better. yes, you're still gonna have the big cooldowns cooldown, but you don't lose your mid laner for no reason. It's very strange, and it feels like there's a bit of miscommunication between the players on the Lebanon side. Now that we have a bit more items, the Gleipnir will be done on the Wind Ranger. Hopefully it's going to be a bit of an easier setup without using the Chrono.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it could be the Gleipnir sets up the initial Cataclysm, so you know you've got the Chronosphere to go with it. Because you can Cataclysm the second that Gleipnir is there if you're ready on the Void, right?
Yeah.
Ooh,
you mean Chronosphere?
Ember? Time Dilation, yeah. In the Chrono, you can Cataclysm with the Gleipnir, but you could set up the Chrono with the Gleipnir for it.
Yes. Yeah, but we don't have the Cataclysm.
No, you don't. Not yet.
Exactly.
I know, but you have the Sunstrike. Ooh, this might be worth it. They've got the Sunstrike.
Dash.
They get this kill, and that is a 1,400 gold. They didn't even have to use Chronosphere. They get the kill in the Tusk. There's the Chrono onto 2 supports. They go to the Primal Split, but there's the Gleipnir. So they get the Kato out of the fight. The Tornado lands with a Meteor onto the Venge. He's dead as well. They want to go for more. They got to find something. And it might just be this Brewmaster, because he's trying to run with the Earth Panda. He'd use the Void Panda to get the pull, but they're sticking on the Earth Panda, knowing in 8 seconds he's going to be back. They're right on him with this Invoker. They will follow. They will chase. They will stick on him. Void Panda again for the pull. And that is 4 kills for the side of Lebanon.
Great play from them. And both the Gleipnir and the Mjolnir coming in before that team fight did so much
Roche.
work. It's going to allow them to get this. This is pretty good for the MP Cop. Now they're also going to get the banner. Wraith King wasn't part of that team fight. And it all started because of the beautiful Observer Sentry word placed on the top cliff next to the Ancients in the dire side. Yeah. I mean, you have the lead, but you get caught by a Void, it's bad.
Yeah, he was down there. He just, he committed to leaving very quickly, that Wraith King. He was by that Lotus pool, and I saw him think about going in. I think when he started to make that reaction, the Windrunner used that Gleipnir to lock down him and all the Brewlings. And then I think Wraith King was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm leaving. Get me out. Because his TP's just coming off cooldown now. The thing here, too, is that pushes Invoker 2,000 gold away from having this Axe. Think about what a Midas would have been 31 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it would have been massive. But again...
They also get the gem, too.
Wraith King went for the level 20 talent cleave. So despite the fact that he's already 3,000 net worth ahead of everybody else, his farm will accelerate even further going into the later portions of this map.
He still has to be careful, though, because he doesn't have that shard.
I think that must be next for him, right?
It must there is a chance that he gets caught no mana.
Smoke breaks. Savior doing a lot of work with the Treant Protector, and he's just going to TP back to safety after the breaks. 3 of the 5 players smoked up from the Radiant. Very good. Also, Syria. It's fine. Sorry. It's a Solar Crest.
Hey, that's a big item for a support. Thank you.
I know. But if it was the Evoker Axe, that's when I would have been concerned. They're playing very aggressive for the fact that they know Lebanon has the Aegis.
And Chrono.
Exactly. I mean, that's confidence, I guess, that you want to see from some of these nations, right? They really believe in what the tools they got, despite the fact that, Faceless Void Chrono Age is very strong, and now mass TPs in Twin Gates up top. What is the game plan here?
I'm not sure.
Dire are scanning.
Dire Scan's not going to find anybody?
Ags is finished for the Invoker.
Finally. And now, I think the next item, other than Shard, I think this Wraith King needs to get Aghanim Scepter. I really think, because a lot of the players will die in that combo-wombo of Lebanon, but if you keep them alive for a few seconds longer, imagine the Ember Spirit, just a few more seconds, going for a couple more Sleight of Fists, what he can do in the team fights with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he wants that MKB.
Time Lock in has this Aegis. trying to bait people in, and he'll pop that Manta, time walk out, just survive. The swap is gone. So swap's already been used. The right click's onto the Wraith King. They'll get the reincarnation out of his hands. The Ember's looking for an opening. They've got the shards. They'll sleight a fist. They'll go forward. Now the time walk into the Chrono. The Cataclysm is going to be used. The Ember actually walks back into his. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but they get the gun to Russell. They'll get the second life out of the hands of this Wraith King. Time walk forward, looking over at this Coddle. Savior's dead to the Afterlife Wraith King, and they'll buy back on Savior. They still want to get this kill on the Coddle, but he's able to get away, while over on the back end of the fight, they'll kill Lizard.
3-4-2, but a buyback from a support. Massive fight from Lebanon as Syria asked for it. They went to fight into the high ground Chronosphere Aegis. Very overzealous attempt from them. So I'm not surprised they got punished, and Lebanon is going to be more than happy with that one. Aegis will expire before the next Chrono, but still, they managed to have at least a team fight, and they didn't get heighted around the map for the entire duration of the Aegis. They're taking the goal lead for the first time in the last 30 minutes. It was minute 5 last time Lebanon had the goal league advantage. And by the time Wraith King will come back, I believe this Faceless Void should overtake him in net worth. He also wants to get an MKB after the Aegis expires.
And then third Roche is...
Radiant are scanning.
It's got potential... if it's an instant spawn to be top for Nags.
Radiant's top tower.
Maybe.
If it's three minutes now, that would be at like 39, and if it's an instant spawn, it would be top. Anything more than a minute, that's it. Sunstrike, not even needed. They're starting to rip apart some heroes.
His Vengeful Spirit has absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so far behind.
She's queuing up on Axe. She could buy the point booster, but by the time she's going to have it, it will be probably minute 50. As we have.
Didn't even get the shard from that Tormentor. Invoker forced to pop that BKB.
That's a small victory.
Runner's coming around the back and sees... that forces the Primal Split. Might have to use a BKB of their own. But did get that Primal Split. Stunned the right click damage.
Oh my god.
Boy. Solar Bind, Force Staff into the Overgrowth. There's the man to use by this Ember. They go. They've got the right clicks with the Bashers coming in.
Chrono's available.
Popped here by PMA. He's got the Chrono. He may not even need it. The Walrus Punch is there. And now the Snowball goes all the way towards this Brewmaster. They do not even use the Chrono on killing off the Ember. He was the biggest thorn in their side for so long.
Lizard doesn't have a blink. I'm surprised they didn't catch up to him. He is very speedy, has the travel boots. And of course, the Cinder Brood gives him a bit of an extra movement speed as well. But Nans wants to go for more.
Oh, whoa. Walrus Punch in. Giving up his life like that. Now looking over at the tree and BKB early. Chrono on the back line. That's for the Venge and the Brew. Soul, though, he's going to be working with 2 lives to go against them. I don't know if it's going to matter, though. This Diffuser just doesn't take the mana out of him as quickly as he'd like. And now with the second life, they go. They've got the Cataclysm. They'll keep him close. They'll do so much damage. And then the Time Walk away with the Ice Wall down. He's dead again.
Triple
Void
kill.
is online.
He is coming here to play. He has the Monkey King bar. The Ray King has been stuck with the same items, wanting to build his own MKB for the last 6 minutes or so. Completely behind 2.3k net worth of this Faceless Void. He's almost level 25. Oh my god, Bcop, that's probably going to mean either... I would take the Chronosphere here. I don't think he needs the extra backtrack chance, but we'll see what PMA wants to go for. I think AoE Chrono for the Cataclysm setup will be even better. They want to force the buyback.
He doesn't have an Aegis.
Yeah, that's what they want. They want to force the buyback here. But... okay, they will halt, they will go back and reset, potentially waiting for the Roshan, like you said, spawning, if they're lucky, up top in the next 30 seconds. Otherwise, the Ray King will be back anyway to fight for that Roshan.
So 4,000 net worth lead. Refresher for Invoker soon. Double Cataclysm will be the name of the game.
Yeah, I think that definitely means you're taking the AoE Chrono if you're going to have Refresher on Invoker. This Ember Spirit now has an Amplified Damage rune and is going to build into what I think is an Octarine. Yeah, has to be an Octarine core. 5k behind only a minute 40 is not that big of a lead. But the reason why I am so doom and gloom talking about Syria is because you've got, two of the best late game teamfight spells in the Chrono plus Cataclysm. Even Overgrowth, I would argue, put it up there with those two.
Yeah, there's a lot of control. Does the Treant... No, he doesn't, actually. But he'd have a blink. So Roche would have given 15 seconds to get the Ag's Blessing.
It was a quick respawn timer, you were right, but sadly nobody checked that. Everybody's setting up down bottom for it.
This is Brewmaster top.
It's a good split push. If he can force someone to come defend, if he can force someone to defend and then take an advantage, they just fight bottom in the Roche pit. But they need to go about 10 seconds ago if you want to contest, because this Roshan is melting very fast. Free refresher.
And there's the refresher shard.
That's double Chrono, double Cataclysm. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how you fight into that.
You buy Unmass Aeon discs? I've got no idea. I mean, Soul, he still doesn't want to go for the Aghanim Scepter. Invoker shows himself. He's alone. Obviously, they don't have the luxury of seeing that. But if they jump and burst down the Invoker, that could be a massive victory if they don't get caught afterwards. Now, the smoke expires and they're getting pinged out.
Considering they don't have buyback, that's for sure.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
One minute of the Aegis has already elapsed. Ember Spirit is
And they're chasing all these heroes, truthfully. They chased them all the way back instead of, I would say, forcing them back, which would have been the right move. But Invoker going back, I think, stops that from being a reality.
Oh, Void did go for the backtrack chance, not for the Chronosphere AoE. I guess he has double Chronosphere, so he doesn't need it to be bigger if he can use the Refresher Shard in between that. Ember, he actually did go for the Aeon Disc. Okay. Did not complete the Soul Booster into Octarine. I think that's correct. Like I said, they need some way of surviving in Chrono Cataclysm, so that's going to be good. But can he do that twice, right? Or can he get out in between the Pulse and Chronospheres?
Yeah. And Void is buying a Nullifier, so that'll only help you for so long.
There's an Aeon Disc also available for the Brewmaster. They're knocking at the door. Ember's trying to split push, but this is very fast push from the Void.
It's a very fast push from the Windrunner, too. Has Focus Fire in just a second. They get the range racks, and they're also got the Alacrity on this guy, too.
There's no Fortify available.
Yeah, backdoor kicks in, and they'll have the Fortify after they take this melee racks.
They managed to take something in exchange mid. It's a sort of a base race, I guess. And that is...
It's not bad.
Very
the
good.
Void, he actually takes a lot of damage, but he'll go after this Venge, use the Chrono. It's onto the Brew as well. Right clicks are coming through, and I mean, the Mjolnir's doing some work. They do have a Refresher if need be, but he's probably not going to place it in there until he ends up using that Aegis. They go after with the Snowball. They've got the Overgrowth Cataclysm. The damage is in. The Wraith King still, though, is not dead, and the heroes aren't nearby. So this is a problem. They've got the Refresher. They'll have another Chrono. They'll have another BKB if you can get the Refresher off. But the Time Walk into the Magic Missile, they need to be careful. They've got that route. They go to the Refresher. Now they're going to look back as they get the kill on a Soul. They'll use that Chrono. It's onto the Brewmaster as well as the Venge. They've got the Cataclysm once again. They'll take out Brew. They'll take out Wraith King. They do not have buyback on Wraith King or Venge.
Where are the buybacks? You can't have this 1,000 gold short of the buybacks of the Wraith King. But the Void goes back to defend. Huh.
He's going push mid, I think. He'll keep the team there.
If they don't find out that there's no buyback and they don't get mega creeps now, this was still a good fight for Syria because they were playing into Aegis and they made it to, they traded equal sets of racks up until this point. But still another 50 seconds as a 3v5 is going to be very, very difficult to hold.
The thing now, though, is they also are going to be up against Void having this nullifier, and I think that's a big issue.
Yeah, you can purchase it now. Tier 2 falls, 40 seconds, no raking and Venge.
They do clear these creeps pretty quickly.
On the bright side, there's going to be no chrono for 80 seconds, so there will be about a 45-second window when you have Wraith King alive and no Chronosphere on the Faceless Void. If you can get on top of, forcing a team fight with no Chronosphere, this might be a good look for Syria. As of right now, they are probably going to be forced to sacrifice another set of racks.
Potentially, yeah. I could definitely see that happening. It is,
The banner's still available.
Interesting pause. Yeah, banner's still available, and it's always good when you're able to drop it and have it work inside the base.
Wait, B-Cop. They've got double banners.
Yeah.
Tusk has one, Trian has one. What? I even forgot they had banner from the second Roshan. For some reason, I thought it was up top and they had cheese. They got double banners? If use this correctly, Invoker Void mid, Wind Ranger bottom because the Raxes are exposed, plus a banner on each lane, you could get mega creeps in the next 30 seconds before the raking respawns.
Yeah, definitely. I could see that happening, but I'll have to wait for this pause.
Ember Spears also, could purchase the Aghanim Scepter, but wants to hold the buyback still. So he has to make a choice. First banner gets popped in mid lane. Okay, there we go. What's the game plan, Syria?
Yeah, Glyph. That's their last Glyph. Potentially their last Glyph.
I think it's a bit early. You could have left the tower die. I don't know. Silence. 10 seconds for raking.
And they just back up. And I think that this means that they're going to be waiting for the next Roche.
Lebanon is extremely cautious here. And I think that's respectable, right? We talked about they are one game away, this game away, from getting first seed and not having to go back to tiebreakers and qualifying to the Asian Championships. And, that's nice of them. Being very cautious, not overcommitting. Does that mean they're going to wait for the next Aegis?
I think they're going to wait for the next Roche. It gives them a chance to get the Nullifier. It gives the Invoker, he got Boots of Travel. It does, give them the opportunity at their next few items as well.
Soul has had his Monkey King bar in the previous fight, but we didn't get to see him right-click in action because he keeps getting kited quite a lot. And now he's looking towards either the Overwhelming Blink or the Aghanim Scepter. I think he needs the Ags, but he doesn't have the slots for it.
He'd have to buy out on Ag's Blessing, and he's already got the Blink Dagger, so he's probably going to get the Overwhelming Blink.
Yeah, and the Armlet is in stash as we speak anyway. Win rate probability currently 80% for the Dire, and Roche will probably be bottom, as I assume it's not going to be a quick respawn timer 3 times in a row, but I could be proven wrong.
I think because of the fact that they killed it right after it turned nighttime, it should guarantee that it's down there again anyway. I believe. I'm not sure. Math isn't my strong suit.
There's a Hex on the Keeper of the Light. That's pretty good. If you can catch one of the opponents off guard to start a series of chain stuns on them. Soul also really needs his level 25 for, I guess extra crit, but even the extra lock from the Wraithfire Blast AoE at the end of the first life could be good because would lock the targets for him to actually hit left in the second life, which is something that he struggled with. How far is Scoop Smurf from this Aghanim Scepter on the Vengeful? Does he have it? No.
No, he's still 1,000 gold away. Cataclysm. Okay.
It reveals the map.
I guess so. I guess by the time they fight again, it'll be fine.
Probably that's what they're counting on. 27 on the Faceless Void. He has 6.5k in the bank. Doesn't really want to commit to buying anything yet, as the Wraith
Doesn't have buyback if he buys the Sacred Relic.
The Wraith King has changed his mind, wanted to go for Refresher. But if you get Refresher on Wraith King, you're then gonna definitely need the Shard, because you're gonna get in mana troubles 100%.
He's really preying on Coddle.
I don't think he got
Roche
caught
timer.
without mana at all this game up until this point, but of course now we have a level 23 Invoker with maxed out EMP as well, so I don't know, man. Roche is a long timer, respawn 3 minutes.
That's rough.
25, one creep away, and he's gonna get the... Oh, okay, just moved on from him. He got the Mortal Strike cooldown, okay, -2 seconds.
This long Roche timer kind of sucks because I think Dire are really waiting
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
for this Roche, and they're not going to go in until they have it.
Amplified damage, though, on the Faceless Void. No, that just expired. Never mind. I looked at him and it literally evaporated as I clicked to see how much he had left of it. Still, the EMP is obviously always good, but Ember shows bottom. Could be in danger.
They have it. The Silence, the Aeon Disc, the Overgrowth, they don't even need Chrono. And he's got buyback. They want to force it. Shackle Shot, Primal Split so early. They really want to. They could just disengage, or truthfully, they can go in. They do have Nullifier now. They can just go in and Chrono.
Buyback.
There's the Hex, the Lotus Orb. They're reflecting. They've got the stun. The Shackle connects onto the Storm Panda as well as the Wraith King. They've got the swap on the
Hurricane.
Soul. And they are going to get the Tusk. Ooh, the Chrono
Ember.
and the double Cataclysm. Ember's dead for 2 minutes. For a second, I wasn't sure about that Chrono, but it just caught the Ember on the edge. EKB's popped another Lotus Orb. That's going to be making sure that you can't really stun him.
Damage
The right
Hex.
clicks are coming through. The Hex is there. The Solar Bind. The Yule's up in the air. And the Time Walk away. Has the Spirit Vessel on him, though. PMA working his magic and getting that kill on a Lizard. Lebanon looking like they may have just locked this one up.
2 versus 5 hold. Coddle gets caught.
Yeah, Coddle's dead. It's Wraith King and Coddle against the world.
Barracks are under attack.
Syria, their very last few moments of this national season for 2024. What can you do? 1.5 minutes, no Brewmaster. There's backdoor protection, and their rating creeps are pushing into the Dire base, B-Cop. They're actually hitting the tier 4 towers as we speak.
I would say if I'm Wraith King, boots of travel, go.
YOLO it. I have to agree. You gotta do something. The banner, oh my goodness, it's gonna be placed perfectly as soon as the Dire creeps arrive. Avenge is back. 40 seconds until Ember arrives.
Save that banner, guys.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Fortify did a lot of good work killing the banner. Mega creeps now. Swap! Into void!
Swap, silence, Hex, and they've got the EMP down. So now this Wraith King's in a lot of trouble with the Diffusal
Mana?
Blade. That means no mana and no second life. Down goes Venge. Buybacks there. Cataclysm used. Soul's dead for 2 minutes.
Middle tower is under attack.
And that is going to be all they wrote. It's going to be Lebanon who qualified. They finished 4-0, the strongest team throughout this entire qualifier.
Dire victory.
Congratulations to Lebanon and commiserations for Syria, who will sadly not be able to bring it to a tiebreaker between them. As also Iran is breathing a sigh of relief for B-Cop. They are confirmed to get that second slot with a 3-1 scoreline to the Asian Championship. And wow, what a way to finish off this Asian qualifier for all of the regions with a dominating foe in Lebanon.
Yeah, Lebanon looking really strong. I mean, the guys said it before. Xavier said it before. He's like, we have a 100% chance that we're going to win this. So he showed up. He showed up. They got their 100% chance. They win. They go, and they're going to be in Chengdu come September. So they should be pretty hyped, honestly. And this was a game that wasn't so easy. The start was very shaky. You needed to get Void his farm. Invoker was not playing as well as maybe he would have liked. But you did have, I would say, the Windrunner of Russell know exactly what his role needed to be at that point in the game. He needed to farm. He needed to get himself into the game so he could open up the map for the Void, and in doing so, the Invoker.
And I feel like it's been a long time since we saw the initial 10 minutes. But those sun strikes, man. I don't know what was the most impressive one, but actually I think I have a contender, and it must be the Ember Spirit one in mid with the prediction after the Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, that one was amazing. That was his third kill of the game. That was over mid. That really helped balance it out for a split second. You can see these fights where Void's just taking over the game. 34 minutes in, he's got his farm. The rest of the team, even the Invoker with the BKB and the Ice Wall down, knows what he's able to accomplish in these fights, and it does a really good job for Lebanon to lock it up.
It was a great attempt, and I think Syria could have converted into more in that game. But it's the fact that they didn't really try to get more with the first Aegis, which is, I believe, the one they had. Right? I think first Aegis went for them, and then Lebanon got the second and the third. It was too slow for them. And yes, you have an Ember, Great King Brew in the ultra late game, but the combo wombo was just so overwhelming, especially when you had the Wind Ranger farming like a position 1 as well. Like in this entire teamfight we're watching right now, Soul's first life was completely claimed by the Focus Fire.
Yeah, and that's the benefits of this Windrunner is you're able to do that, and then you got to work on the second life, and you've got some help with that, with the snowball, the constant control. This was Nan's doing a really good job in having that extra control and knowing how to snowball and have that blink walrus punch, that extra bit of just making sure Soul doesn't really get much off.
And curious, this Desolator build on Wraith King, even when he just hit level 25 and had a lower cooldown, I feel like the burst damage that, the reason you go for this Deso build on the Wraith King is because when you get Deso, you start right-clicking and you just kill everybody, be it supports or cores. We see him right here. A lot of this damage he was dealing to the Void was maybe the Spirit Vessel and the nukes from the Keeper of the Light and the Ember. It wasn't Wraith King himself, as I know we're going to see in just a few moments who had the most damage dealt from the Radiant side. But I would personally say, when you are a Wraith King that goes for the all-in kill machine, you should probably have over 40,000-50,000 damage dealt, and are going to be fortunate enough to go for a back-to-back interview with our winner, B-Cop. We will be joining, one of the, I assume, very happy player of Lebanon. It's going to be Xavier yet again in just a few moments. So I'm keen to hear how does he feel today after, like you said, he was the Oracle. He predicted the results of this entire qualifier and how they're going to prepare for the upcoming tournament in Chengdu.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to know who they're scrimming, and there's definitely a couple questions I have ready to go. So we're going to get into talking to Xavier, so let's go his way. Welcome back. Oh, that wasn't so bad.
Hello again. It was a great game, to be honest.
You guaranteed
so
100%
good.
and you got it.
Yeah.
Was there any point you doubted 100%?
No, we never doubted. We knew the plan from the start. We just needed to kite this good timing for the Ember Cuttle. We kind of baited ourselves a bit on the mid lane. We said from the start, we're not going to go to mid, we're going to pressure side lanes. But we baited ourselves trying to help. We made the game we made the game longer if we stick to the plan directly. This is what I think we will improve for the next time. We just stick to the plan and the game will be much easier.
Xavier,
Very
man,
good.
I gotta ask you, you guys end 4-0 like this. Who's next? Like when you go to the Asian Championship, who's next in your eyes? Who's qualified so far? Do you want to beat the most?
I know that I think Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan have qualified, but my eye is more on the SEA teams because I know they get a lot of tier 1 players for Iesf as well. But we're always having fun when we scrim Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and they're also very, very high ranked players and very good players. So looking forward to meet them there also.
Yeah. So what's the game plan? Like you guys have a lot of time in between now and going to Chengdu. Who are you scrimming against? Is it other national teams or is it like actual non-national teams where it's some SEA teams, maybe some MENA teams that you're getting a chance to scrim against?
To be honest, we're trying to get everyone because there's not a lot of teams that are very high ranked, and we're just fortunate to have our coach Aixen, and basically he gets us most of the scrims, so he deals with all this stuff, But like we scrimmed everyone basically, even teams that wanted to play in ISF like France, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. Moldova, maybe, I don't know. We scrimmed a lot of people, to be honest.
Right.
Very nice. Yeah, of course. And you mentioned you have a coach. First of all, congratulations, of course, Xavier. It's good to see you be undefeated, and good luck in Chengdu. I want to ask you about the support that your federation and your country has for you. And do you think that your victory here today and qualifying to an international land representing Lebanon, is that going to help develop the grassroots of esports in your country even more in the future?
We really hope so, but the thing is, for our country, it's kind of a bit difficult because the actual challenges are basically the electricity and the internet. And these are not kind of in our hand, so it's unfortunate, but it's the reality. Our federation cannot do much about this, but they're helping us the best way they can, basically.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. And like I said, hopefully this is the beginning of a great journey for you and your squad. And hopefully in the years to come, we'll see more and more players for both Dota and other games shine. And I think before he goes, we give you the chance, Xavier, to look in the camera and, tell your fans any final words or shout outs you'd like to make.
اخواتي, let's go! البطولة لعنا يلا. خالصة
man,
ربي يبارك.
I love it, man. I got one last question before I let you go. Predictions for Chengdu. You going undefeated there?
We're gonna try our best. We're gonna practice a lot, and my hopes are really high, and we are confident. That's what I would say.
Yeah,
we are really confident.
All right. Well, I'll let you go, Xavier. Celebrate the win. Hopefully, we see you in Chengdu, and it's gonna be a fun one. I'm gonna be rooting for you guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye. See you.
Congratulations.
So we do end up getting that Lebanon 4-0 run. Very happy. I love seeing it. It's always nice to see these guys very happy to represent their country and very ready to go. So, coming from this, we're going to end up just hoping to see more come time for Chengdu.
They are now entering a very elite, pool of teams that have went undefeated in the Asian qualifiers, BCOP. They are joining the likes of India and Malaysia, right? Two of these teams that have shown a very, very good performances. And of course, Seneco's Uzbekistan also went undefeated in their respective groups. So I guess before the very end of this Dota 2 qualifiers, we now have the full list for the Chengdu Dota 2 squads. BCOP, I know it's 2 months away. I know the patches might change, the meta will shift, and we are not confirmed lineups for the likes of Team China. But who do you think will be a good contender for the other 3 slots? Because again, we talked about this. China are favorites, but who's going to get 2 to 4?
Me, in my eyes, it's China, Kyrgyzstan, Philippines, Lebanon.
Wow. Okay, so Lebanon over Malaysia?
Yes. Depending on the roster. I think they could beat this roster, though, right now.
I see. Well, I'm very close to you, but I think I'm going to value a bit higher Uzbekistan, and I'm going to value a bit lower Philippines. And not because I don't think their squad could do it. On paper, Philippines, if they're fielding the same execution roster, they could probably be second or even first. But I know they've had a history of sometimes crumbling under the LAN pressure. So until I see them actually shining and having a bit more success consistently on LAN, I'm going to say that Philippines could be in danger when they're facing Seneco squad or, of course, Lebanon themselves.
Okay. I mean, I respect it. I respect the hustle, but we'll have to see when it comes time for that event in Chengdu, September 13th to September 17th. Put it on your calendar because we're done for now. We're going to let you go, and then we'll see you again for some more qualifiers coming up the rest of the month. We'll see you soon.